The city shimmers beneath my window like a sea of artificial stars, but I've long since stopped finding comfort in the view. What captures my attention now is the adjacent building, specifically the balcony directly across from mine on the 12th floor. It's where he appears always at 3:14 a.m., always with the same routine, a skeletal figure in an outdated bowler hat. His emaciated frame barely substantial enough to support his vintage three-piece suit. The cherry of his cigar glows unnaturally bright against the darkness like a malevolent eye. Watching me through the night, I've come to dread the moment when that first wisp of smoke begins its impossible journey across the 30-foot gap separating our buildings. I'm a furniture restorer by trade. My apartment doubles as my workshop with my living room, dominated by the pieces I'm currently bringing back to life. The smell of lacquer, varnish, and wood polish has long since permeated every fabric in my home. My fingers perpetually bear the tiny cuts and calluses of my craft. I take pride in my work. There's something deeply satisfying about rescuing a neglected antique, stripping away decades of abuse and revealing the craftsmanship beneath. At least, that's how I felt before. The smoking man appeared. It started 3 months ago. I was working late on an ornate Victorian writing desk, a challenging piece with intricate inlay work that required meticulous attention. Sleep had become elusive, so I'd taken to working through the night. The repetitive motions of sanding and polishing had a meditative quality that calmed my racing thoughts. I remember glancing up around 3 in the morning, my eyes drawn to movement across the void. That's when I first saw him. He stood perfectly still on the neighboring balcony, smoke curling from his cigar in defiance of the wind that typically howls between our buildings. At that height, I initially thought nothing of it, just another insomniac seeking solace in nicotine and night air. But then the smoke began to move with purpose, coalescing into a sinuous tendril that stretched improbably toward my open window. My skin prickled with goosebumps as I watched the impossible physics unfold before me. The smoke entered my workspace, hovering above the desk I was restoring. To my astonishment, it formed itself into the unmistakable shape of a hand, its finger extending to point at a section of veneer I had repaired earlier that evening. I peered closer, my heart hammering against my ribs. There, barely visible to the naked eye, was a misalignment in the grain pattern, a flaw so subtle only a master craftsman would notice, or whatever this entity was that night. I corrected the imperfection, working with trembling hands under the watchful gaze of the smoking man. When I finished, the smoke hand formed a gesture of approval, a thumbs up so human in its execution that a hysterical laugh escaped my throat. The man tipped his hat in acknowledgement, the cherry of his cigar flaring briefly before he turned and walked back into his apartment. This became our nightly ritual. I would work. He would appear. The smoke would identify flaws invisible to my eye. I would correct them. My pieces began selling for higher prices, clients marveling at the perfection of my restorations. I should have been grateful. Instead, I felt increasingly uneasy about my spectral quality. Inspector Sleep became fractured. My days hazy with exhaustion, I found myself jumping at shadows and flinching at the smell of tobacco. My research into the neighboring building yielded nothing unusual, just another luxury high-rise with no reported strange occurrences. I asked my neighbor across the hall if she'd noticed anything unusual about the building across from us. She looked at me strangely, mentioning that the 12th floor of that particular building had always been mechanical space. No apartments, no balconies, just a blank facade housing the building's HVAC system. I dismissed her statement as confusion, pointing out the window to show her the balcony, but when we looked together, there was nothing there, just a sheer wall of glass and concrete. She suggested not unkindly that perhaps I needed more sleep. I nodded absently, but knew what I'd seen. What I continued to see every night as weeks passed. The smoking man grew more demanding. The smoke hands became more assertive, sometimes slapping away my tools. If I made an approach they disapproved of, my work improved beyond my own understanding, incorporating techniques I'd never learned. Each finished piece carried an unsettling perfection that didn't feel entirely mine last week. The smoke began to linger longer after each correction, drifting through my living space. Exploring, I'd wake from brief naps to find it hovering near my family. Photographs or examining my personal collection of antique woodworking tools. My grandfather's hand plane, a cherished heirloom, vibrated slightly whenever the smoke passed over it. The temperature in my apartment dropped precipitously during these visitations, my breath frosting in the air. Despite the summer heat outside, I began taking sleeping pills, desperate to break the 3:14 a.m. cycle. They didn't work. No matter how heavily sedated, I would snap awake at exactly the same time. Drawn to the window by an inexorable force, the smoking man would already be there, waiting, watching, his hollow eyes reflecting nothing. Yesterday, I resolved to end this bizarre relationship when the smoke hand formed and pointed to a minor flaw in the Chip and Dale chair I was restoring. I deliberately turned away, focusing instead on another section that needed no correction. My defiance hung in the air between us, a tangible thing. The smoke froze mid-gesture, then withdrew slightly, as if in surprise. A low rattling sound carried across the gap between our buildings. Not quite a laugh, not quite a cough, but something ancient and dry like pages of forgotten books. Turning in an abandoned library, the smoking man took a long, deliberate draw on his cigar, his sunken cheeks hollowing further with the effort. The cherry flared with unnatural brightness, casting his skeletal face in demonic relief. What happened next still makes my hands shake too badly to hold my restoration tools. The smoke didn't form a hand. It poured through my window in a continuous, purposeful stream, far more than could possibly come from a single cigar. It filled my living room like an invading fog, dense and acrid, carrying the scent not just of tobacco but of something older. Burning wood, scorched varnish, and beneath it all the unmistakable metallic tang of blood. The smoke condensed, solidifying into three distinct figures, perfect replicas of the smoking man, each as gaunt and antiquated as the original, who still watched him passively. From what I believed was the neighboring balcony, these smoke constructs moved with jerking, unnatural motions, circling my workbench with the mechanical precision of automata. Their feet made no sound on my hardwood floor, but when their knuckles rapped against the chair I'd been restoring, the impacts were devastatingly physical. Tap, tap, tap. With each knock, the wood splintered, cracks racing through the centuries-old mahogany like lightning. I watched in horror as months of painstaking restoration work was systematically destroyed. My throat closed around a scream that wouldn't come. My limbs felt lead, immobilized by terror so profound it had short-circuited my flight response. The three figures worked in perfect synchronization, moving from the chair to other pieces in my workshop. Each tap brought destruction. Each piece of furniture suffering precisely the same damage, splintering along the grain in patterns that formed symbols I almost recognized but couldn't quite comprehend. My rational mind struggled to process what I was seeing, clinging desperately to explanations involving hallucinations or carbon monoxide poisoning. Only when they approached my grandfather's workbench did something in me snap. I lunged forward with a hoarse cry, swinging wildly at the nearest figure. My hands passed through it like it was made of nothing more substantial than the smoke that formed it. But my movement seemed to disrupt whatever force animated them. They paused, three identical faces turning toward me with expressions of mild surprise. In that moment of confusion, I staggered to the window, desperate to confront the original smoking man. What I saw, or rather didn't see, turned my blood to ice water. There was no balcony, no apartment, just a blank wall of tinted glass reflecting the lights of the city, and my own pale, terrified face. I collapsed against the windowsill, my perception of reality unraveling like cheap thread behind me. The three figures had resumed their destruction, methodically tapping every piece of furniture in my collection. I closed my eyes, repeating to myself that none of this was real, that I was having some kind of breakdown, that I would wake up soon in a hospital with doctors explaining the psychological strain of working too hard, sleeping too little. A gentle pressure on my shoulder forced my eyes open. One of the smokemen stood before me, its face inches from mine. This close, I could see that what I had taken for eyes were actually empty sockets, bottomless and ancient. It extended a hand toward me, offering something my grandfather's plane, the wood now carved with the same symbols that decorated my ruined furniture. The smoke creature pressed the tool into my hands, its touch surprisingly warm and solid. As my fingers closed around the familiar handle, images flooded my mind, workshops throughout history, craftsmen laboring under the watchful eyes of the smoking man, each producing work of impossible perfection, each eventually facing the same choice I now confronted. I understood. Then this was a test, a covenant, an initiation that was... Last night I haven't slept. Instead, I've spent the hours restoring the damaged furniture, working with a precision and insight that doesn't feel entirely my own. My fingers move with newfound knowledge, implementing techniques that died with master craftsmen centuries ago. The symbols I'm carving into the wood seem to shimmer with subtle power in the morning light. It's almost 300 p.m. now, 12 hours until he appears again. 12 hours to decide whether to accept this dark apprenticeship or to flee this apartment and never touch woodworking tools again. My grandfather's plane sits beside me, the symbols on its handle pulsing faintly in time. With my heartbeat, I can almost hear it whispering, promising secrets of craftsmanship beyond mortal understanding. If only I'm willing to pay the price. Whatever I decide, I know one thing with absolute certainty. Perfection demands sacrifice, and the smoking man and his cigar will be waiting at 3:14 a.m., whether I have a balcony for him to stand on or not. Story 2, cold sweat trickled down my spine the moment I stepped into my grandfather's house. Even in daylight, the century-old Victorian felt wrong, like the walls themselves were watching me, measuring my worth. With the silent judgment of generations past, the wood floors creaked under my weight. Not the familiar welcome groan of settled timber, but the deliberate complaint of something disturbed from slumber. I told myself these were the normal sounds of an old house, that the shadows stretching longer than they should were just tricks of light through warped windows. I was wrong. I'd purchased the property from my distant relatives who wanted nothing to do with Grandfather Malcolm's estate. After his passing, they practically gave it away, mentioning something about the old man's obsession with his craft. Malcolm Redfield had been a master woodworker, creating pieces that museums now displayed behind glass. His reputation for perfectionism was legendary. He'd once burned an entire dining set because one chair leg was a quarter-inch too short. Nobody would have noticed, he did. The house came with his workshop in the basement and years of accumulated tools. The inheritance was perfect for me. I'd been running my small furniture restoration business from a cramped garage, and this space offered room to expand. I'd grown up hearing stories about Grandfather's exceptional skill. Though I'd only met him once as a child, I remembered him as a tall, severe man with hands like gnarled oak and eyes that seemed to measure everything they fell upon. The first 3 days were consumed with cleaning and organizing. I swept away decades of dust, arranged my tools alongside his, and set up my workbench beneath the high basement windows. By late afternoon on the 4th day, I prepared the space for my first project, restoring an antique writing desk for a client in Boston. I worked until darkness fell, losing myself in the familiar rhythms of sanding and scraping. It was nearly midnight when I finally switched off the basement lights and climbed the stairs to the second floor where I'd set up my bedroom. Exhaustion weighed on my limbs, but satisfaction coursed through me. Tomorrow I would begin applying the first coats of varnish. That night marked the beginning. I was drifting towards sleep when a floorboard creaked in the hallway. My eyes snapped open, heart instantly hammering the sound. Came again, deliberate footsteps moving with slow, methodical purpose. I lay paralyzed, my throat constricting as I watched the gap beneath my door. A shadow passed, too tall, too narrow to be anything human, blocking the faint moonlight from the hallway window. Then another and another. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. As sweat soaked my sheets, the temperature in the room plummeted. My exhaled breath suddenly visible in pale clouds. Through the wall, I heard something being dragged across the floor of the adjacent room, followed by faint scratching sounds like sandpaper on wood. By morning, I'd convinced myself it was a dream sleep deprivation combined with the stress of the move, a reasonable explanation. I laughed at my midnight fears while brewing coffee. Though the laughter died when I noticed fresh sawdust on the kitchen floor that I hadn't tracked in that evening. I installed motion sensor cameras throughout the house, one in the hallway. one at the top of the basement stairs, another in the workshop itself. Technology would provide rational answers where imagination had supplied supernatural ones. I worked late again, meticulously applying the first coat of varnish to the writing desk. The smell filled the basement with its sharp chemical tang, mixing with the older sense of wood and metal. I must have dozed off at my workbench because I jerked awake at 2:17 a.m. According to my watch, something had disturbed me, a noise from upstairs. Rising from my stool muscles, stiff and aching, I moved toward the basement stairs. The motion activated light should have clicked on, but the stairwell remained dark. I fumbled for my phone, activating its flashlight. The beam caught something moving at the top of the stairs, a tall figure that retreated into the darkness too quickly for me to make out details. Just the impression of height and unnatural thinness remained. "Who's there?" My voice sounded thin and frightened, echoing off the stone walls. No response came, but through the cracks in the floorboards above, I saw dancing lights moving through the house, warm yellow glows like old lanterns being carried from room to room. I stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs, my flight response screaming to flee, while my rational mind struggled to process what I was seeing. Eventually, I forced myself to climb the stairs, each step requiring conscious effort. The house was empty, dark, and silent when I emerged. No lanterns, no figures, just the persistent feeling of being observed. I checked the cameras the next morning, hands shaking as I connected my laptop. The first two showed nothing. The hallway remained empty all night, the basement stairs undisturbed. But the workshop camera had triggered 3 times with growing dread. I clicked on the first video file, my own face filled. The screen eyes rolled back, showing only White's mouth slightly open, breathing in labored gasps. The camera angle was wrong, as if I were holding at myself. Pointed at my face from below, the timestamp showed 2:23 a.m. I watched in horror as my recorded self stared sightlessly for 30 seconds before the video ended. The second clip, timestamped 3:15 a.m., showed the same impossible image. My face, but not my face. Something wearing my features like an ill-fitting mask. The breathing was different now, rhythmic and deliberate, like someone sawing through hardwood. The third clip I couldn't finish. My face appeared closer to the lens, mouth stretched in a smile. No human mouth should make eyes, still rolled back. A thin, darkly stained hand, not mine, reached from behind my head and slowly covered the lens. I sat back, stomach churning with nausea, sweat beading on my forehead. Despite the morning chill, the cameras were supposed to provide answers. Not deep in the mystery, I moved through the day in a fog, unable to focus on my work. The writing desk sat half-varnished, forgotten. That afternoon, I noticed the smell, fresh varnish, but stronger than what I'd applied to the desk. And coming from upstairs, following the scent, led me to the narrow door at the end of the hallway. The attic entrance, I hadn't been up there yet, assuming it contained only the previous owner's discarded belongings. The smell grew stronger as I approached the door. My hand trembled as it reached for the knob. My lungs struggling to draw breath, I told myself I was being irrational, that there would be a logical explanation. Perhaps an uncapped can of product from my grandfather's days, finally disturbed by the vibrations of my work. Downstairs, I couldn't bring myself to open it. Not that instead I went back to the basement, threw myself into work, and tried to ignore the growing sensation of eyes on my back. I made mistakes I never would have tolerated before, uneven sanding varnish applied too thickly, but I couldn't focus. My grandfather's tools hung on the wall. Watching the chisels, planes, and saws arranged in perfect order seemed to judge my inferior craftsmanship. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the house, settling around 3 a.m. The power went out. The darkness fell like a shroud, immediate and absolute. I fumbled for my phone, heart threatening to burst from my chest. They came then, tall figures moving through the darkness, their forms barely distinguishable from the shadows. Except for their unnatural height and thinness, I caught glimpses as they passed. The windows, elongated silhouettes backlit by moonlight, carrying what looked like old-fashioned woodworking tools. the air filled with whispers too faint to make out but carrying tones of disappointment. I remained frozen in place until dawn broke when the figures receded with the darkness. The power returned as suddenly as it had failed, lamps blazing back to life and momentarily blinding me. I spent the morning in town at a cafe using their Wi-Fi to research the house's history. Local news archives revealed what my relatives hadn't told me. My grandfather hadn't died peacefully in his sleep, as I'd been led to believe Malcolm Redfield had been found in his workshop, slumped over an unfinished piece. The coroner ruled natural causes, but locals whispered about the old man's obsession with perfection and the rumored apprentices who had lived with him over the years. Thin young men who arrived eager to learn from the master and left broken by his exacting standards. Some hadn't left at all. The rumor suggested I return to the house in the afternoon, determined to confront whatever waited in the attic. The smell of varnish was overwhelming now, seeping from under the attic door and filling the entire second floor. My mouth went dry as I approached legs threatening to buckle beneath me. The knob turned easily in my hand, the door swinging open on silent hinges. Dust motes danced in beams of sunlight. Filtering through small windows, the attic stretched longer than seemed possible, filled with sheet-covered furniture and stacked wooden crates. The floorboards were thick with dust, undisturbed except for a perfect circle of boot prints surrounding my toolbox, which sat in the center of the room. Though I'd never brought it up here, the prints were deeply pressed into the dust, as if made by men standing in place for hours, looking down at my tools, judging them. Finding them wanting the circle was precise, methodical, a ritual of evaluation. I approached slowly, my breath shallow in the hot varnish. Heavy air, the toolbox was open. My implements arranged with a precision I never used. Each chisel saw in plane positioned according to size and function, but they weren't alone. Among them lay older tools, antiques with dark wooden handles polished by decades of use, their metal surfaces gleaming despite their age. My grandfather's personal set, which I'd never found among his possessions, a leather-bound journal, sat atop the arrangement. I hadn't seen it before, hadn't brought it up here with trembling fingers. I opened the cover to find my grandfather's tight, angular script filling the pages. The entries spanned decades, detailing his pursuit of woodworking perfection. In the early pages, his writing was measured and instructional, but grew increasingly obsessive. Through the years, the final entry, dated just before his death, sent ice through my veins. They watch me work. They have always watched. I've tried to meet their standards for 60 years. The Guild accepts only perfection, and perfection cannot be achieved by mortal hands alone. They offer guidance to those worthy of their attention. I have been found wanting. Perhaps my grandson will do better. The tools will pass to him, the Guild will be watching. As I read those final words, I felt their presence behind me. Tall, impossibly thin figures in outdated clothing, smelling of sawdust and varnish. I didn't need to turn to know they were there, standing in their circle, waiting to evaluate my work, my worthiness. I understood then my grandfather hadn't been insane. The Guild was real. Ancient craftsmen who'd transcended mortality through their devotion to perfect woodworking, continuing to judge those who followed in their craft. They'd evaluated my grandfather for decades and found him lacking. Now they would judge me. I haven't left the house. I can't. The Guild watches me work each night. Their silent presence both terrifying and instructive. They move my tools when I'm not looking, adjust my measurements, leave examples of joinery so perfect it brings tears to my eyes. Sometimes I find my own hands moving in ways I never learned, guided by unseen forces toward greater precision. The cameras still record, only my face eyes. Vacant mouth moving to speak words. I don't remember, I've stopped checking the footage. My work is improving. The writing desk is finished, more beautiful than anything I've created before. I've started on a rocking chair now, using techniques I somehow know, but never studied. Sometimes in the mirror I notice my face changing, growing G, my fingers lengthening at night. I stand straighter, taller. I find myself moving through the house, carrying an antique lantern. I don't remember acquiring, inspecting the woodwork with critical eyes. I understand now why my grandfather never left. why he pushed himself toward impossible standards of craftsmanship. The guild demands perfection, and they have eternity to wait for it. I wonder sometimes how many others they've recruited through the centuries, how many workshops they haunt with their exacting standards. I wonder, too, how long before I join their circle permanently, before I become one of the tall figures judging the next generation of woodworkers through the endless night. I'm not afraid anymore, just determined to create something perfect to earn my place in the guild. After all, it's in my blood story. 3. The whispering began in the wires. 3 months ago, it found me through forgotten circuitry, copper veins carrying voices from somewhere that isn't quite here. I know now that the phones were never just collector's items. They were waiting patient sentinels until the right frequency found them, until it found me. My name is Robert James Caldwell. Nobody has called me that since my birth certificate was filed away decades ago. I go by Rob. Just Rob, the voice knows better. The basement hums with the soft electrical murmur of my collection. 37 rotary phones from the 1960s, meticulously restored and mounted on a custom panel I built against the far wall. Black bakelite, cream plastic avocado, green harvest gold, cherry red, each one salvaged from estate sales, antique shops and forgotten storage units across 3 states. My obsession began innocently enough. After inheriting my grandfather's Western Electric model, the solid weight of the receiver, the satisfying mechanical resistance of the rotary dial, tangible connections to a simpler analog era, I've always been particular about my workspace. The phones are arranged chronologically by manufacturer date, each one wired to a central junction box of my own design. It's unnecessary. Really, none of them should actually function as telephones. In any meaningful sense, the connections are purely aesthetic, a nod to authenticity that pleases my sense of order. The electrical work is minimal, just enough to power the small bulbs I've installed in some models to illuminate their translucent dials. The first call came at exactly 3:33 a.m. I know because I was there half asleep in my workshop chair finishing the restoration of a 1963 Northern Electric. The harsh mechanical ring shattered the silence like breaking glass. Not the cheerful, nostalgic bell ring you might imagine, but a strident, urgent alarm that raised the hair on my neck. My hand jerked, sending a small screwdriver clattering across the cement floor. 7 phones rang simultaneously, their bells synchronized in perfect, impossible harmony. I stood frozen, watching as they continued to ring my mind. Racing through explanations of power surge, crossed wires, some elaborate malfunction. None made sense. These phones weren't connected to any active line they couldn't ring. Yet they did when I finally lifted the receiver of the centermost phone. A black Western Electric 500 model static washed over me like cold water. The crackling white noise seemed to contain patterns just beyond comprehension, like hearing a conversation underwater. Then it resolved into a voice deep and resonant, yet somehow hollow, as if speaking from the bottom of a well. Robert James Caldwell. It said my full legal name, rolling from invisible lips with disturbing precision. You will mark your presence. Dial 33. My throat constricted, blood pulsing in my temples. Nobody calls me Robert James. Nobody. I slammed the receiver down, my hand trembling uncontrollably, sweat beading cold at my hairline. Sleep was impossible that night. I paced the main floor of my house, checking locks, peering through windows into the impenetrable darkness beyond. Rationality suggested a prank, an elaborate hoax, but something deeper. Some primitive instinct knew better when dawn finally broke. I convinced myself I dreamed the entire episode, a hallucination born from too many late nights and too much solitude, until I walked into my kitchen and found every piece of silverware twisted into impossible corkscrew shapes. Metal warped as if it had melted and reformed, forks, spoons, knives all contorted into useless helical sculptures. I stood among the ruined cutlery, my heart hammering against my ribs, the taste of copper flooding my mouth. That was just the beginning. The next night, I disconnected every phone, unplugging my creations and removing the small bulbs that illuminated their dials. I even shut off the circuit breaker to the entire basement at precisely 3:33 a.m. I was awake watching the digital clock by my bedside, half convinced I'd imagined the whole thing. The distant ring echoed up through the floorboards, a muffled but unmistakable summons from below in the basement, illuminated only by my flashlight's narrow beam. 7 phones rang in unison, the same 7 as before. No power, no connections, not even complete internal mechanisms in some cases. Yet they rang with insistent mechanical voices. My flashlight flickered, dimmed, and died as I approached the wall of phones. In the perfect darkness, the ringing seemed to take physical form, vibrating through my bones. I fumbled for the receiver, my fingertips numb with dread. The same static, the same voice, the same command dial 33. This time I hung up immediately. My hand shook so violently I dropped the flashlight. Hearing it roll away across the concrete floor, I fled upstairs, locking the basement door behind me, pressing my back against it as if to hold something at bay. Sleep came eventually, just before dawn, a fitful collapse into unconsciousness rather than true rest. Morning revealed every mirror in my house had developed spiderweb cracks radiating outward from central points like frozen explosions. I threw away all my twisted silverware, bought new cutlery, and spent the day researching electromagnetic phenomena of pirate radio signals, and even the previous owners of my century-old house. I found nothing useful. Only ghost stories and pseudoscience. That night I took more drastic measures. I shut off the main power to the entire house and sat in my darkened living room, a baseball bat across my knees, eyes fixed on the basement door. My watch, an analog Timex that had belonged to my father, ticked steadily toward 3:33 a.m. My mouth was desert dry, my shirt damp with cold sweat. Despite the cool air at the appointed moment, silence held 1 minute past 2. I began to relax, exhaling a breath I hadn't realized I was holding then. A single phone rang, not from the basement, but from upstairs in my bedroom, a phone that shouldn't exist. I took the stairs 2 at a time, bat clutched white-knuckled in my trembling hand. There on my nightstand sat a rotary phone I'd never seen before, an antique cream-colored model, its curly cords snaking into the darkness beneath my bed. It rang with authority, each bell strike seeming to vibrate the very air. The rational part of my mind shut down completely. I answered it. Robert James Caldwell. The voice began familiar now in its otherworldly resonance. Your resistance is noted and rejected. Dial 33, I hung up without speaking and spent the night in my car parked under the bright lights of a 24-hour supermarket. My breath fogging the windows as I watched the sun rise through bloodshot eyes. My new silverware greeted me, twisted into DNA like helices on the kitchen counter. Over the next few weeks, I tried everything. I stayed at hotels. The phones found me appearing in rooms that had only key cards for entry. I visited friends making excuses about home renovations, their silverware twisted overnight, their mirrors cracked. I consulted electricians, paranormal researchers, even a priest. No one could help. Most thought I was suffering delusions. I destroyed my collection, smashing each phone methodically with a hammer, burning the remains in a bonfire behind my house that drew concerned looks from neighbors that night in a sterile hotel room. 40 meters from home, a black rotary phone appeared on the desk while I showered. I answered it and hung up immediately in the morning. The hotel manager pounded on my door, demanding I pay for the destruction of property. Every piece of metal in the room, from the shower curtain rod to the bed frame, had warped and twisted overnight. Eventually, I gave in, standing before my reconstructed phone panel because somehow, impossibly, every phone had reappeared fully restored. I lifted the receiver of the Western Electric 500 at precisely 3:33 a.m. The voice instructed me to dial 33 with a shaking finger. I rotated the dial to 3, released it. Then again, the line went dead. Nothing happened. I slept soundly that night for the first time in weeks. No silverware twisted, no mirrors cracked for 3 days. I complied with the nightly ritual, answering at 3:33 a.m., dialing 33 and being rewarded with blessed normally. During daylight hours on the 4th night, the voice changed its message. Robert James Caldwell, satisfactory compliance phase. 2 initiated before I could respond. A sound filled the receiver, a wet, rhythmic pulsing that took several seconds to identify my own heartbeat, amplified and broadcast back to me. Each valve and chamber squatching obscenely in my ear beneath it. Almost subliminal, the voice whispered, "Today we will synchronize your bones to the signal." I dropped the phone as if it had burned me. The receiver dangled by its cord, the heartbeat sound growing louder until it seemed to fill the room, matching pace with my own racing pulse. Each beat reverberated through the basement, vibrating through the concrete floor into the soles of my feet. For hours I huddled in the corner, furthest from the phones, hands pressed uselessly over my ears, feeling the sound in my teeth and my joints behind my eyes. Just before dawn, it stopped. Silence crashed over me like a physical wave. When I finally dared to approach the panel, the receiver had returned to its cradle. Though I hadn't touched it, I didn't wait to see what new horrors morning would bring. I packed a bag and drove, putting miles between myself and that house, that basement. Those phones I drove until my vision blurred, stopping only when absolute exhaustion demanded it at a remote roadside motel that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1970s. Room 17 smelled of old cigarettes and chemical air freshener. I collapsed onto the bed without undressing. Sleep claiming me instantly, dreams came of wires growing beneath my skin, of rotary dials replacing my eyes, of a vast switchboard where each connection controlled the movement of my limbs. I woke to a familiar sound. The bedside lamp illuminated a green rotary phone I hadn't noticed earlier. The clock on the nightstand read 3:33 a.m. I answered without hesitation, surrender making my movements fluid despite my terror. Phase 2 progressing, the voice informed me bone conductivity at 30% remained still for calibration. A humming began not in the receiver but in my skull, a vibration that started at the base of my spine and traveled upward, vertebra by vertebra until it reached the base of my skull. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, could barely breathe as the vibration spread through my ribs, my shoulders, down my arms to my fingertips. I felt them, then microscopic adjustments in my skeletal structure, tiny realignments of cartilage and bone. Not painful exactly, but deeply wrong, like feeling your organs shift position. The voice continued speaking, but not through the phone. It resonated directly inside my head, transmitted through bone rather than air. Synchronization proceeding as expected. You are an excellent conductor. Robert James Caldwell. Your signal fidelity exceeds all previous subjects. The words triggered a cascade of images, other collectors, other basements, other phones, dozens, perhaps hundreds of them across the country, each experiencing their own version of my nightmare, all connected now through whatever was happening to our bodies. Our bones becoming receivers for something seeking entry. The vibrations intensified, concentrating in my jawbone. My teeth, the delicate structures of my inner ear. My body was becoming an antenna precisely tuned to receive a broadcast from somewhere impossibly distant. Not from any earthly source, I realized with sudden horrifying clarity, but from somewhere beyond conventional space, a dimension adjacent to our own, separated by a membrane growing thinner with each calibration. When dawn broke, I drove again, though I knew now it was futile. Distance meant nothing to what had found me. The phones were merely its first method of contact. Now it had more direct access that night in another anonymous motel room. No physical phone appeared. It didn't need one anymore. At precisely 3:33 a.m., I heard the ringing inside my skull, felt my jaw vibrating with the sound. I answered the only way I could now, by thinking the word hello, final synchronization commencing. The voice replied clear as crystal, though no sound disturbed the air. Your physical form is now an adequate vessel for transmission. The vibration this time began in my hands, a trembling. I couldn't control my fingers, curled into impossible positions, joints bending backward, tendons straining. My right index finger extended rigidly, then began moving in a circular motion, tracing the path of a rotary dial that wasn't there. 3 full rotations, then 3 more. 3-3 connection established. I felt it. Then the presence on the other end of this impossible communication. Not a single entity, but a collective, vast and ancient, waiting patiently across a gulf. My mind couldn't comprehend they had been reaching out for decades using the old copper networks, the physical switchboards, the mechanical devices we'd abandoned for digital convenience. Our technological progress had severed connections they'd spent generations establishing through analog means until people like me, collectors and restorers, provided new gateways. My body is no longer entirely my own during daylight hours. I maintain the appearance of normally, though people sometimes notice when my movements stutter briefly, when my speech patterns momentarily adopt unusual cadences at night. I surrender control, my bones vibrating with transmissions I cannot consciously interpret. I've learned to live with it. I maintain my collection, even adding to it. Now guided by impulses I don't question, I no longer fear. The 3:33 a.m. connection, I've become a junction point, a human switchboard, routing communications, whose purpose I may never understand sometimes. Walking past peonieces long since disconnected from any network, I hear them ringing. I see others pause, looking around in confusion at sounds they barely register. Sometimes I answer these public phones, pressing the receivers to my ear so the bone conduction can begin relaying messages to the growing network of human conductors across the country. And sometimes I dial out my fingers, circling a phantom rotary connecting to others like me. I speak their full legal names and instruct them to mark their presence. Dial 33, the network is expanding, the signal grows stronger with each new node. We're all connected now. All part of the circuit, we're all waiting for whatever is trying to come through. Story 4, I remember the first time I noticed the three figures looming in the early morning haze. The air had felt heavier than usual. That Sunday thick fog clung to the ground like a damp veil, and the faint smell of eucalyptus was undercut by something metallic, almost like an old penny held too long between sweaty palms. My chest tightened, and I wondered if I was coming down with something, yet I told myself it was only the cold dawn air teasing my lungs. Still, a prickly awareness spread across the back of my neck, as though some unseen presence flickered just at the edge of vision. I've been running in that park every Sunday at 6 in the morning for as long as I can remember. The routine usually brings me peace. My own private therapy session between swaths of dense green with a chorus of birds, sometimes cheering me on, but about 6 weeks ago, something changed. Or maybe I changed. I began to see them three young men who looked so comically out of place they had to be some kind of prank. Each wore a fluorescent tank top, tight jogging shorts, and pristine white sneakers that practically glowed in the dim light. Their mullets were styled too perfectly, as if they had stepped right out of 1987. Without a hair out of place the first time our paths crossed, they looked up at me with the strangest expression. Crossed between delight and expectation, one of them gestured at a battered leather basketball he carried, nodding as if to say, "You in?" I tried to ignore them, jogging past with a polite wave, but the following Sunday they were there again, standing near a line of eucalyptus trees, silhouettes half hidden by swirling mist. The same basketball gleamed with a dull shine, threads of worn leather splitting at the seams. Their invitation felt unspoken but obvious. Something flickered in their eyes, an urgency, almost predatory curiosity. I ran faster that day, the pounding in my chest more from nerves than from exertion. By the third Sunday, curiosity had tangled me in its grip. I found myself slowing down as I approached them. They seemed younger than I'd first thought, or maybe just unnaturally energetic. One of them held the ball out, an offer both simple and full of subtle menace. He said something along the lines of, "Let's shoot some hoops," but not in so many words. It was more the tilt of his head and the flick of his wrist. There was an odd resonance to his voice, as though coming from far away, warped and hollow. I felt my heartbeat thudding in my ears and my breath caught in my throat. Despite the sense of unease twisting in my stomach, I was drawn in. I had my own reasons for finally saying yes. Perhaps part of me thought I was dreaming, or maybe I just needed to see if the tension coiled inside my head was real. So I nodded. I recall they brightened at my acceptance, and then each stepped aside, revealing a narrow path between the eucalyptus trees that I had never noticed in all my years of running there. It wasn't just that I had missed it before, it was that it simply did not exist, but now it did. And behind it lay a worn basketball court. That court looked old from the chain-link fence that sagged at one corner to the bleachers with splintered wood. But there was something else. Every line on the court seemed to glow faintly like neon residue that couldn't decide if it belonged in the present. The scoreboard, perched at an impossible angle, flickered with unreadable numbers. I heard a strange hiss in the wind, almost like muffled laughter or frantic applause. My body hummed with anxiety, every muscle tensing as if preparing for a confrontation. The three men bounded toward the free throw line, dribbling the ball with practiced ease when I stepped onto the cracked asphalt. It was colder than I expected. My breath turned ragged. I bent my knees, lowering my center of gravity. Expecting them to pass me the ball instead, the one with the most perfect mullet rolled the ball gently across the court, letting it bounce only once with that single bounce. Everything changed: the backboard, the rim, the paint lines. Even the sagging fence, one by one, they dissolved into a swirling cloud of luminescent dust. It was like watching a photograph burn away in reverse. I felt a rush of cold wind swirl around me, and in an instant I was standing alone on bare dirt. No trace of asphalt underfoot, my stomach clenched with an almost nauseating dread. The sunlight filtering through the eucalyptus canopy looked dimmer, and the sky above had taken a sickly gray tint. The strangest part was the total silence. Not a single rustle of leaves, not even the distant hum of traffic. I was alone, heart-hammering sweat trickling down my temples. The dryness in my mouth made me swallow hard. My legs trembled so much I could barely stand the trio. The ball, even the weird court, had vanished, replaced by an achingly empty patch of land. It might have been part of the park's wilderness, a place I'd never ventured, but it also might have existed outside the park entirely. Time seemed to stutter. One moment I felt sure only a few seconds had passed. The next it seemed an hour could have slipped by. I tried to retrace my steps to find the path back to the main running trail, but the eucalyptus line looked different. The trunks were spaced irregularly like gnarled sentinels twisted by some hidden force. When I finally found my way back to the park's main loop, I felt unsteady. My breath still came in ragged gasps, and my pulse thundered in my temples. The Sunday crowd was beginning to trickle in. Joggers, dog walkers, a few early morning yoga enthusiasts. None seemed to notice my disheveled state. Adrenaline still coursed through me, and I remember gulping down water from a nearby fountain, its metallic taste making me gag. I questioned my own sanity. The entire ride home the following weeks were a haze of sleepless nights and anxious days. I debated telling anyone about what I had experienced. Eventually, I convinced a friend, someone I occasionally run with, to come with me. I needed validation, or at least some witness who could confirm that I wasn't losing my mind. We arrived at the park before sunrise, each wearing a determined expression. I was so tense that my shoulders ached, and the first steps of our jog felt like trudging through wet cement. My friend commented that the air tasted stale, as if trapped in a sealed room. For years, I took it as a sign around the same bend at precisely 6 o'clock in the morning. I saw them again, or maybe felt them is more accurate. They stood near the same line of eucalyptus, the basketball tucked beneath one guy's arm. My friend squinted in their direction but showed only mild confusion. He told me they appeared odd, like part of some retro-themed photo shoot. Then he said that one of them beckoned us over. I froze, chest tightening painfully, but forced myself to move forward. They pointed beyond the eucalyptus. My friend seemed uncertain. He whispered that he heard a distant whistle, something like an old-school referee call. I tried to keep my breath steady the second we stepped onto the path. Though I noticed that the court was back, but this time it looked newer, like a fresh coat of paint had been laid down just hours before. A scoreboard flickered, the stand seemingly brimming with ghostly shadows. My friend, however, insisted he saw nothing but me stepping into an overgrown clearing. He said that the trees looked like giant spinning cogs in the corner of his vision. Rotating with a squeaking grind, a nauseous wave of dizziness hit me. I could hear phantom cheers, the squeak of sneakers on polished hardwood. Even though I stood outdoors in that same peculiar hush that crept in and out like a faulty radio signal, Sweat rolled down my spine, soaking the back of my shirt. My friend said that from his vantage point, I was just standing there, arms raised as if taking imaginary shots. He thought I had lost my mind, but he also admitted he could hear invisible cheerleaders chanting, though he couldn't see them. That's when fear twisted inside me like a serpent. Reality was warping in two different ways for each of us. Neither version matched, and neither felt safe. I tried to dribble the ball, but my friend shouted at me that I was just pounding my palm against empty air. Meanwhile, I felt real leather beneath my fingertips, could sense the weight of the ball as it bounced back. The tension in my chest turned into a suffocating grip, and my lungs begged for more oxygen than I could manage to draw in. I wanted to drop the ball to run, but I seemed rooted to the spot. The hair on my arm stood on end, and a buzzing sound like high-voltage wires filled my ears. The scoreboard flickered numbers rolling by in a frenzy, though I couldn't decipher them all at once. The hoop disappeared, dissolving into that same glowing powder the stands followed. Then the court lines until the entire structure vanished again, leaving behind only bare, uneven earth in the blink of an eye. I was alone. My friend had inched backwards several yards, watching in confusion as I reappeared in the real clearing. He said he saw my figure flicker for a moment like a failing projection face contorted with terror. He swore the palm trees around us spun in a slow circle, each trunk rotating on its axis as if they were mechanical contraptions. He heard the faint echo of a buzzer, and then it was gone for days after I couldn't stop replaying the incident in my mind. Everything felt distorted. The taste of my food, the color of the sky, even the texture of my own skin. I developed a stutter in my breathing as though I was always on the verge of hyperventilating. I imagined the three mullet-wearing men lurking in every shadow at dawn, waiting with that battered ball. The memory of their outdated clothes and vacant grins was burned into my retinas. I avoided the park out of a primal sense of dread, but deep down some twisted curiosity pulled at me. I had come face to face with something not just supernatural, but perhaps from a dimension that bled into ours under the right conditions. Eventually, the nightmares forced me to confront it once more. My dreams were feverish loops where I raced around a kaleidoscopic court, a scoreboard screaming 0 after 0, and those three men floated above the rim, mocking me with silent laughter. My heart would pound so hard I'd jerk awake, bathed in sweat. My mouth drier than desert air, sitting alone in my living room at 3 a.m. I would question if I was making all of this up, yet the dread was too tangible, too physically rooted in my chest to be mere imagination. I returned to the park before dawn on a Sunday, 7 weeks after the first sighting. Each step felt like an act of defiance against an unseen threat. The eucalyptus trees loomed taller than I remembered. Branches swaying in a breeze I couldn't feel. My pulse thumped loudly in my ears, and I had trouble swallowing. The sky was still dark, illuminated only by the weak glow of street lamps far behind me. I walked the path slowly, this time not running as though any sudden movement might trigger the phenomenon again. Nothing, no sign of them, just me in the hush of a sleeping park. Relief and disappointment tangled in my chest. My exhalation trembled and I felt the adrenaline fade, leaving me shaky. Maybe I was free of this. Maybe the hold they had on me was broken. My muscles relaxed slightly and I started to jog, focusing on the comforting rhythm of my footsteps. Then I caught a flicker of neon in my peripheral vision. I stopped mid-stride, breath catching in my throat, the faint crunch of gravel behind me. I turned, heart-hammering so forcefully I could barely see straight there beyond the eucalyptus line. I spotted a glimmer of green and pink spandex. My stomach dropped as I saw one of them step out. Holding the leather ball at his side, his mullet glistened as if coated in morning dew. He didn't speak or gesture, he just stared. The hush of the park seemed to intensify, pressing against my eardrums. I felt my legs tense, my body ready to bolt. But a strange resolution settled over me. Perhaps it was the fight-or-flight response. I edged closer, each breath tortured and shallow. The other two emerged behind him, forming a triangle of pastel horror, their eyes reflecting unnatural light. An image of that dissolving court flashed in my mind, how it crumbled into glowing dust, how it left me isolated in that void-like space. Yet I refused to move, my entire being shivered. But I held my ground suddenly. The lead figure tossed the basketball toward me, a slow, deliberate arc that seemed to hang in mid-air for a moment too long. My instincts kicked in. I caught it the instant my fingers met the scuffed leather. I felt that same jolt of electricity run through my arms, spiking my pulse. I could hear the echo of an invisible crowd, a roaring wave of excitement. But the three men didn't approach instead. They began to fade, merging with the backdrop of trees and swirling darkness. My vision tunneled. My heart hammered to an almost painful rhythm. I could barely breathe, as if the air had turned solid. I was left holding the ball, the neon edges of their presence swimming away like phantoms. There was no dissolving court this time, no dramatic transformation. Just me trembling in the dim light with that battered ball in my hands. I wanted to fling it away, to rid myself of this object that linked me to them. But for reasons beyond my comprehension, I couldn't unclench my hands. After what felt like hours, I managed to place the ball on the ground. Gently, a wave of dizziness overcame me, and I stumbled backward, nearly collapsing onto the damp grass. In that moment, I sensed an unspoken understanding I was free to leave, but this wouldn't be the last time we crossed paths. The fleeting shape of the three figures seemed etched into the air, a residual afterimage scorched into the retinas of my mind. I fled the park, breathing so hard my lungs burned. My shirt clung to my body, drenched in cold sweat. My heart continued its relentless, punishing beat all the way home. The entire drive back, I kept glancing into the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them crammed into my back seat, or perhaps floating above the street eyes shining like taillights. It's been several days since that encounter. I haven't returned to the park. Every time I pass by its entrance, I feel that prickly dread creep up my spine, accompanied by a vivid memory of neon tank tops and silent stares. Yet part of me knows that if I pushed open those gates at dawn, I would find them again, or at least the echo of their presence. I still hear the faint squeak of rubber soles on asphalt. When I close my eyes at night, I still feel the weight of that old basketball in my hands, the worn leather pressing against my skin like the lingering imprint of a dream. I can't fully shake. I don't know if they are trapped in time or if the court exists on some overlapping plane of reality. Maybe they're tied to some echo of 1987, doomed to replay the same invitation every Sunday at 6. Or perhaps it's my own madness conjured by an overactive mind, hungry for meaning in the darkness. All I know is that whenever I recall that swirl of luminescent dust, my breath hitches and a cold sweat slicks my palms. I remain haunted by the whisper of a referee's whistle. No one else can hear when the sun sets and the shadows stretch long. I sometimes picture them waiting for me under the eucalyptus canopy, the ball scuffed and ready. I imagine the hush of the crowd that isn't there, the flicker of a scoreboard from a past that refuses to stay buried. My heart pounds and my throat dries, but I can't fully deny the pull I'm safe for now, but not certain how long it will last. The strange synergy between their realm and mine lingers, and with each passing Sunday it grows stronger. I sense that one day the boundary might break for good, leaving me stranded on a court that exists only in nightmares alone, but never entirely alone. That possibility claws at me in the restless hours before dawn. Still, I hold on to the tiniest thread of hope that what I face can be outrun. Yet, every time I close my eyes, the echo of bouncing leather and phantom cheers reminds me that some things once seen refuse to let you go, and so I lie awake, adrenaline coursing through my veins, waiting for the next Sunday morning when the eucalyptus groves might reveal a court that's not meant to be found. Story 5. The first hint that something in my life had gone irreparably wrong came just before dawn last week, when I woke to find the mirror in my living room dripping from the inside. In the half-light of my apartment, a pale silvery fluid bled behind the glass, forming rivulets that smeared across my reflection. That fluid glinted like mercury, trailing downward in erratic veins. Instead of feeling curious, I was consumed by an immediate suffocating dread, as if an unseen hand had reached through the glass and clutched at my insides. My heart hammered so violently that my ribcage ached with every throb. Even in that moment of terror, I recognized something about the mirror I had asked for. This, I suppose, the whole ordeal began with my superstition. Though my line of work doesn't normally condone such irrationalities, I'm a day trader. I specialize in rapid movements of stocks, foreign exchange markets, and futures. By the end of most days, I feel either unstoppable or utterly defeated, a volatile pendulum that rarely rests in a comfortable middle. As any day trader can confirm, we live and die by our own decisions. Profit and loss can balance on a razor's edge of uncertainty. That uncertainty got under my skin. I grew to resent the unpredictability, and in my exhaustion, I found myself drawn to the idea that I could tip fate in my favor by appealing to something beyond the usual logic of charts and data. One night after a particularly grueling session, I visited a local antiques fair. I don't know why I went in the first place. Something about rummaging through objects older than I am seemed like a fitting distraction from the relentless screens. I came across this peculiar mirror with a cracked wooden frame. Its edges were chipped and darkened by age, and a spiderweb of fine fractures spread across the backing. The seller insisted it was from some distant estate sale and that it had a so-called rich history at the time. I remember thinking it looked like the perfect prop in a dime store horror flick. But as soon as I locked eyes with my reflection in that old glass, an idea took root in my mind. Maybe the mirror, with all its storied background, carried some intangible energy that could be harnessed. It sounds ridiculous in retrospect, but at that moment desperation guided my reasoning, more than any real logic ever could. So I bought the mirror, took it home, and propped it up in my living room that same night. Actually, early morning, when I was too wired to sleep, I found myself staring at the reflective surface, feeling the weight of my recent trading losses pressing on my chest. My breath came shallow and sweat clung to the back of my neck. A madness of sorts compelled me to make an offering. I rummaged around, desperate for something to write with, until I noticed a lipstick tube tucked into a crack along the mirror's wooden frame. Maybe it had belonged to the previous owner, maybe it was just left there. As an odd coincidence, without a second thought, I used that lipstick to scroll a promise across the glass, a deal offering a portion of my fortune in exchange for consistent, unstoppable profits in the market. I was no writer of packs. My words were frantic and unsteady. The red lipstick smeared easily and my hand trembled as I wrote. Yet I felt almost giddy, as though some primal part of me believed I had tapped into forces capable of bending reality to my will. When I woke the next day, the writing was gone, not merely wiped away, but vanished entirely. The glass was so smooth it appeared polished, with no trace of that desperate plea. For a moment I doubted I had done it at all, wondering if exhaustion had driven me to hallucinate. Yet what happened later that day shattered all ambiguity. I traded a set of options that by every rational analysis should have been worthless. Something pushed me to go against all the fundamental indicators. My entire body buzzed with anxiety. But I placed the order anyway. By the close of the market, the stock had executed a move so improbable that I doubled my investment in less than an hour. The feeling was euphoric, but also unnerving. It was as though I had hit some cosmic jackpot. That same evening, after the markets closed, I noticed the mirror. The reflective surface had become hazy, as though a fine mist clung to the interior side of the glass. I tried wiping it with a cloth, but the haze wouldn't disappear. Then I saw something that stopped me. Cold, faint fingerprints pressed against the inside of the mirror. They were not my prints. They didn't match the pattern of my own ridges, and their size was slightly larger than my hand. I felt my throat tighten. A cold dread seeped down my spine, and I forced myself to look away. Convincing myself I was only seeing illusions brought on by the day's stress, but illusions don't drip over the next few days. The mirror began producing the faint trickle of that silvery liquid behind the glass. I could see it in my peripheral vision, sliding slowly downward like tears. But whenever I turned to face it directly, the trails would vanish, leaving me unsure if they had truly been there. My chest tightened, often my hands would shake. I felt the dryness in my mouth, and a thin layer of sweat chilled my forehead. Yet for all this horror, my trading soared. Every pick I made turned to gold. People in my day trading circle started calling me the man with the golden gut behind their nods of approval. I detected a flicker of envy, but I took their admiration in silent stride the day after my second major win. I noticed something else every time I sold my positions. The hazy prints on the mirror would shift, forming shapes that looked like arrows pointing downward or bizarre negative symbols that felt like a warning. If I tried to shrug off these signals, the next morning I would find objects in my apartment cracked perfectly in half my drinking glasses, a vase in the corner, even the old picture frame with my parents' photo. No mention of them passing away. We just don't keep in touch. Each crack was diagonal precise, like some invisible blade had sliced right through them. Whenever I heard that splintering sound, my heart would spike to a tempo so violent it felt like it might burst. A strange rhythm took over my life. I began to treat the mirror like a living thing, trying to appease it by adjusting my trades according to the signals it offered. If the prints formed arrows, I would hold off on selling. If they were shaped like plus signs, I would execute a buy. This system felt insane, yet it worked profit after profit. My account swelled, and each triumph in the market brought with it a pang of foreboding, as if I was being guided to a place I didn't want to go. The voice in my head kept whispering that I had bargained for this, even if I hadn't truly believed in it. At the time, then the nightmares started in them. The mirror grew tall as a doorway, and I would see a shape on the other side. It wore my suit jacket and tie, but the face was obscured by a glimmering, featureless mask like polished silver, reflecting everything but revealing nothing. The shape would tap on the glass from the inside, and I'd feel each tap echo in my pulse, a hollow throbbing that shook me awake in a cold sweat. Some nights I'd wake to the distinct sound of knuckles rapping on the mirror in the living room, but when I turned on the lights, the apartment would be silent, empty, and that monstrous hush would press against my ears, leaving me dizzy with dread. I tried talking to a friend, an older trader who prided himself on calm logic. Though I used indirect language, he inferred I was heading toward a breakdown. He suggested I take a break from trading and maybe consult a therapist. I never came to mention the mirror specifically. I wasn't sure how to describe it without sounding deranged, so I simply nodded at his advice. That same night I dreamt that I recounted the entire story to that masked reflection, and it only stared back at me. The silver face expressionless, the identical suit mocking me by fitting it better than I ever could. Over time, the sense of being watched seeped into every corner of my daily routine. I would feel it when I showered, half expecting to see a figure in the steamy bathroom mirror. I would sense it when I scrolled through trading charts on my phone, feeling a chill in the air as though a presence hovered behind my chair. Sometimes the overhead lights flickered, the persistent hum of my computer monitors seemed louder, more like an electronic hiss. In these moments, I'd notice a gnawing sensation in my gut, as if I were teetering at the edge of a precipice about to tumble into something dark and bottomless. Last week, that final jolt of realization came. I had gone to bed after an unusually large wind, my chest still fluttering with adrenaline, my arms clammy from the tension in the middle of the night. I woke to get water from the kitchen, passing the living room. I glanced at the mirror in the dim light. At first, I only registered that something about the reflection was off. Then the full horror of it struck the scene. Inside the mirror showed my office, my trading setup, my desk, even the messy piles of documents, but I wasn't in it. The chair was empty yet. There was someone else sitting there wearing my clothes, hunched over the desk, their head turned to face me, revealing that same faceless mask of polished silver. My throat went tight. My breath caught in my lungs, and a deep terror burrowed into my core. I wanted to scream, but the sound died in my mouth. The figure stood, walked closer to the glass from its side, then raised a gloved hand and tapped on the inside. Each knock vibrated through my living room like a muffled heartbeat. The mask's blank surface caught the faint glow of my table lamp, making it flash like a blade. The next day, I tried to go about my trading routine, but every time I looked at the screen, I was assaulted by intrusive thoughts. I kept remembering that reflection, the silver visage and the uncomfortable precision of the figure's movements. My trades that day were still profitable, but I felt no joy. My heart pounded so hard I worried about fainting when I blinked. I thought I saw flickers of that reflective face in the black screen after the trading software closed. Then the culminating moment happened 2 nights ago. My profits had reached a new high, an unimaginable number that should have made me proud or at least relieved. Instead, I found myself pacing around my apartment, feeling the walls closing in. In the silence, I heard a whisper like the faint scratch of metal on glass. It was not my voice and did not seem to come from any identifiable direction. The sound surged in volume, a scraping squeal that hurt my ears and my mind. It resembled a demand, a command for me to approach the mirror. My throat went dry as sand. My hands trembled uncontrollably, yet part of me couldn't resist. I trudged to the living room steps, heavy with dread in the mirror. The same haunting scene reappeared, my office. Devoid of me, but occupied by the figure in my clothes. This time the figure held up a hand, beckoning me forward, pressing that silver face right to the glass. My heart banged so hard it hurt. Every muscle in my body was screaming to flee, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. The figure rapped on the inside of the mirror, a gesture that vibrated through my chest. Its stance told me everything it wanted to switch places. It wanted me on the other side, looking out at the world through a barrier I might never break again. I stumbled backward, nearly knocking over a side table. The overhead light flickered, plunging the room into a strobe of brightness and shadow. I felt a swirl of panic in my gut, as though I might vomit my reflection. Or rather, the figure wearing my reflection continued to knock the motions growing more urgent. Streams of silvery liquid oozed inside the glass, swirling around that dreadful shape. My eyes burned and my vision blurred with tears, or maybe with that strange reflection dancing in my periphery. In a moment of raw desperation, I grabbed the nearest object, a dusty cloth from the table, and flung it at the mirror, covering the glass for a second. The knocking stopped. The hush was overwhelming, a pregnant silence that made my eardrums ring. I fell to my knees, gripping the edge of the coffee table for support, my lungs heaving. Sweat trickled down the back of my neck and my pulse pounded as though it wanted to tear free from my veins. A wave of dizziness threatened to sweep me away as I realized I had no plan. No sense of how to proceed. I spent the next day avoiding my apartment, wandering the city, aimlessly trying to choke down coffee. I couldn't taste forcing food. Past a throat that felt perpetually clenched, I ignored the trading software on my phone, though I knew that if I looked I'd see new opportunities to ride my winning streak. But the thought of increasing my fortune felt obscene now, like feeding a monstrous shadow I had invited into my life when I finally worked up the nerve to return home late that night. I found the living room dark. The cloth still draped over the mirror. I heard no sound. For a brief moment I felt a surge of naive hope that maybe, just maybe, I had broken the link. That illusion shattered when I saw my reflection in the hallway mirror. My face looked normal, but the corner of my mouth glinted with a metallic sheen as though a droplet of that silvery fluid clung to my lip. I wiped my face in a panic, but there was no moisture, no sign of anything. My heart hammered with renewed force and a scream clawed at my throat, yet I remained silent, too terrified to make a sound. Last night, my phone buzzed with message alerts. Fellow traders were celebrating some unprecedented market rally, but I couldn't focus. My gaze kept drifting to the mirror, still covered, but humming with attention. I could feel in my bones. It was as though the entity inside was waiting. I decided then that I couldn't live like this, half certain that my next breath might be stolen by something from the other side. I resolved to break the mirror, to destroy the path I had opened. I went to the closet, rummaged for a hammer, and returned to the living room, trembling with a fear so profound my teeth shattered. Standing before the covered mirror, I hesitated, my gut twisted with a dire sense of caution, like shattering that glass might unleash whatever lurked behind it, freeing it into my world. The cold metal of the hammer weighed heavy in my hand, and sweat slicked my grip. My heart raced each beat, a violent explosion in my chest. For a moment I could almost hear a voice behind the cloth, a whisper urging me to remove the covering and look into the face behind the silver mask. But I couldn't bring myself to strike. Instead, I took slow shaking steps backward, then sprinted out of the apartment. Adrenaline blasting through me, I jumped in my car and drove aimlessly until dawn. Heart pounding against my ribs, tears of desperation burning my eyes. Now I sit in a motel on the outskirts of the city writing this. With trembling hands, my laptop. Flickers on the chip table, the screen displaying the market's opening bell. I can't bring myself to trade my mind. Replays that reflection over and over, I keep imagining the silver mask pressing against the glass. Each knock a summons, I wonder if the old mirror, dusty cloth still draped across it, is waiting for me at home, or if it already found a way to slip out of the confines of the glass. Occasionally I glance at the cheap mirror above the motel sink, half expecting to see a glimmer of mercury or that faceless figure in my clothes. Every part of me feels clenched and raw, as though electricity crackles just beneath my skin. My pulse hasn't slowed. My breath is shallow. I taste bile in my throat each time I consider returning to face that monstrous reflection, but I can't avoid it forever. The longer I stay away, the more I sense an invisible tether pulling me back. This was my doing. I practically scrolled an invitation with that stolen lipstick, offering a piece of myself for the fleeting thrill of unstoppable profits. And now I have to pay. I'm not sure what I'll do next. I'm torn between destroying the mirror once and for all or trying to break the agreement in some other sure way, assuming sanity has any place in what I've become entangled with. I replay mental images of me raising that hammer, smashing the glass, and being showered in shards that slice through my clothes in diagonal perfect cuts. No one perishes in that vision, but something about the aftermath is always too disturbing to endure. One thing is certain, I can't continue the money in my accounts. Feels poisonous, a ticking bomb that underscores my bargain. My entire body vibrates with dread at the thought that the reflection might succeed in taking my place. Wearing my suit, sitting at my desk, living my life on the outside while I'm trapped behind the glass. Even writing these words triggers a surge of nausea, and I feel my heart surge in panic. I glance at the motel mirror again and see only my own terrified face, but I no longer trust it to remain that way. This is my confession, or perhaps my testament to whatever cruel cosmic forces toy with mortal greed. I may walk back into that apartment tonight and find the cloth on the floor, the mirror beckoning me, the silver mask waiting, or I may gather the courage to break it in one swing, risking whatever that unleashes. Either way, I sense there's no true victory here. The best I can hope for is an uneasy standoff between me and the haunted artifact I unleashed with my own hand. Even as I type these final words, the hair on my arm stands on end and a cold sweat slicks my brow. The motel room seems darker than it was a moment ago, and I can almost hear a faint tapping as if from the hallway mirror or the antique glass so many miles away. My pulse pounds loud in my ears, and a hollow ache constricts my chest. The breath I take now feels like it might be my last gulp of free air before something tries to claim me. Yet I cling to the hope that I haven't completely lost control, perhaps. Acknowledging my folly is the first step to escaping it. I've survived these past weeks without succumbing fully. If there's any resolution ahead, it won't come gently. I brace for the possibility that when I finally confront that mirror again, I'll see my office once more empty except for a masked entity that taps on the glass commanding me to trade places, and I will resist with every shred of will I have left, hoping that's enough to sever the link and reclaim my own reflection for good. If I fail, I'll remain in that endless echo of silver eyes and dripping mercury, haunted by the reflection I conjured in my moment of desperate greed. If I succeed, I may find peace, though the memory of that entity's hollow tapping will haunt my nights forever. Story 6, I still remember how the overhead lights seemed to flicker when I stepped into the plane's cabin. For the first time on that fateful trip, the air felt thick, as though something heavy clung to every molecule, making my skin crawl. Even the usual hum of the engine sounded slightly off, warbling like a chorus out of tune. Maybe it was just my anxiety playing tricks on me, but deep down I sensed it was more than that. Something about that flight, about every flight. Since made the hairs on my arms stand at attention, made my heart pound so hard I thought everyone around me could hear it. It was as if the plane itself was exhaling a long, low groan of warning. I've never liked flying, but for years I managed to keep that fear at bay by staying awake during the flight and distracting myself with movies or reading. Whenever I felt the panic rising, I'd snap open my laptop or stream a random film. I absolutely refused to sleep on a plane, convinced that if I let my guard down, something terrible would happen. That first time I dozed off mid-flight was the spark that ignited my current nightmare. I only nodded off for a moment, but it was enough to unleash the most vivid dream I'd ever experienced, and since then it keeps haunting me. Every time my eyes close at cruising altitude in that dream, I see a flight attendant with a navy blue uniform, the style straight out of 1969. Her hair is neatly pinned under a tiny cap. She walks down the aisle with this measured, almost mechanical grace. When she stops at my row, she leans in as though about to offer me a drink. Instead, she gently takes a small plastic badge and pins it to my shirt pocket. My breath always catches in my throat because I immediately notice that this badge is slick with a dark, pungent fluid that smells like fuel. She then leans in close enough that I can feel her breath against my ear. She whispers, "Now you're responsible." Every single time, those three words make my heart lurch in my chest, and that's when the turbulence hits. I'd awake in a jolt of panic, convinced the plane was falling out of the sky. The first time it happened, the flight was smooth until that exact moment. Without warning, we were thrown around by violent air pockets, belongings shot into the aisle overhead, bins rattled, people shouted. But the strangest part was that after landing, a few passengers claimed they had seen me get up during the turbulence, apparently in some kind of trance, pointing toward the exits. As if I were a part of the cabin crew, I couldn't remember any of it. Yet the details they gave matched the plane's safety routine perfectly to make it worse. I found an actual flight attendant's badge stuck to my shirt when I finally staggered off the aircraft. It was pinned so firmly that I almost tore my clothing trying to remove it. The plastic was damp and the smell of kerosene or something similar clung to it. My hands trembled while I dropped it into my carry-on. I found it again later, and the slick fuel-like substance had stained the fabric of my shirt pocket. The badge looked retro with bold lettering for the airline's old logo, something you'd expect from decades ago. I tried brushing off the entire incident as an overactive imagination colliding with actual turbulence, but during subsequent flights the pattern repeated. I'd give in to exhaustion for a moment, slip into that dream, and the nightmare would unfold in the exact same sequence each time I woke up with that same old badge pinned to my pocket, reeking of stale fuel, and each time at least one person on the plane would claim I had been giving instructions or performing flight attendant duties while my eyes were shut. The airline eventually got wind of these strange occurrences. One day I received a polite but insistent request for a written report. They wanted to understand how I came into possession of what they believed to be an authentic 1969 era badge. They also asked why multiple passengers kept describing me as assisting the crew in some half-sleepwalk state. I sat in an office in their corporate headquarters staring at white walls and stale fluorescent lights, while an official tried to reassure me I wasn't in trouble. They just wanted answers. I tried to explain the dream, tried to convey how vivid it felt when I handed them the badge, still faintly damp with an oily residue. I heard the official draw a sharp breath through her teeth. I noticed her recoil slightly as the chemical odor hit her nostrils. The atmosphere in that room was suffocating. I began to sweat. My mouth went dry and I had to swallow several times before continuing. My voice sounded weak even to my own ears. It was as if every memory was becoming real. Right there in that office, I felt lightheaded, recalling how the seat shook, how the overhead panels vibrated under invisible stress, how the flight attendant's ghostly presence seemed to blend into my nightmares and then seep into my waking life. They asked if I needed medical help or if I wanted to see a therapist. I admitted I was already seeing someone about my phobia of flying. Then they told me their radar systems never indicated the extreme turbulence that I kept describing. Officially, those flights were logged as smooth with only minor bumps, yet passengers had filmed overhead bins popping open, food carts sliding seat belts straining. Something was always happening the moment I fell asleep, and yet not a single black box or flight instrument recorded any anomalies. That was the detail that unsettled everyone the most. The airline decided to do something unprecedented. They gave me a lifetime upgrade, presumably as a gesture of goodwill or to keep me content, so I wouldn't go to the press with these bizarre stories. The seat they offered was always 17. A window seat, supposedly because it was special for legroom on certain planes, but the flight attendant from my nightmares had whispered a final phrase. The last time I fell asleep, she said the next landing would be final. I had no idea what that meant. Part of me wondered if it was a direct threat. Another part of me feared it was a cryptic warning urging me to avoid flying altogether. Yet my job and the demands of everyday life often required air travel no matter how much I tried to dodge it. Every time I approached a boarding gate, my heart rate spiked. My palms were so damp with sweat that I constantly wiped them on my pants. My neck felt taut muscles trembling with tension. I could hear my pulse in my ears, that maddening whoosh that drowned out every other sound. Even the voices of gate attendants calling out boarding zones sounded muffled. Distant people in line seemed oblivious to my inner turmoil, shuffling forward as though everything was normal on my most recent flight when I first glimpsed my seat 17. I hesitated in the aisle. The overhead lights flickered again like they did on that original flight that started everything. It felt like the plane was exhaling a silent threat for a moment. I was sure I smelled something acrid and familiar, a faint odor of kerosene or old machine oil. I touched my shirt pocket, reflexively bracing myself for that jolt of confusion and fear. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a hammer against my ribs. I lowered myself into the seat, trying to breathe slowly so I wouldn't pass out. I vowed to stay awake no matter the cost. I ordered the strongest coffee the flight attendant, a regular modern-day attendant, could offer and clutched the paper cup in both hands. Drinking sip after scalding sip, my throat felt raw and sweat rolled down the back of my neck as the engines roared for takeoff. My fingernails dug into my armrests. I could feel every bump and shift in altitude. My mind started playing tricks on me again. Every creak from the cabin sounded like footsteps approaching. The overhead light seemed to glow too brightly before dimming unexpectedly, as if the electricity was surging in uneven pulses. At some point I must have blinked too long or let my guard slip. I didn't even realize I was drifting until the dream surfaced, pulling me under like a riptide. The navy blue uniform from 1969 came into focus immediately. It was the same flight attendant, her expression disturbingly neutral. I wanted to scream that I wasn't responsible for anything, that I just wanted to survive the flight, but my voice wouldn't work. She reached forward and grabbed my shirt pocket. I felt the pin of the badge pierce the fabric like a needle through skin. Then she leaned in that same whisper, "Now you're responsible." In the dream, I sensed a violent jolt. The plane rattled as if we had hit a wall of turbulent air. My seatbelt seemed too loose, and I felt myself lifting off the seat for a second before slamming back down the dream, and reality overlapped in a dizzying haze. My stomach lurched, and I tasted the acidic bite of coffee mixed with bile. I was drenched in sweatshirt sticking to my body. My fingers twitched uncontrollably, trying to brace for the next drop. But there was no brace to be found in a world that felt so unreal. When I opened my eyes, I saw people around me clutching their seats, faces frozen in fear. One man to my left had an expression of absolute shock, as though something impossible had just occurred. Several overhead compartments hung open, luggage peeking out. My seatbelt was buckled, yet I felt as if I had been on my feet mere moments earlier. My ears rang with a high-pitched hum, and the main cabin lights flickered again. The pilot's voice crackled over the intercom, stating that the flight should have been smooth, and he had no explanation for the sudden turbulence. There was a weird hush among the passengers. It felt like we had all experienced something unexplainable, but no one dared speak of it. After the plane landed, a couple of people timidly approached me in the jet bridge. They said they had watched me stand up during that horrendous bout of turbulence with my eyes half shut, calmly pointing out the nearest exits. They insisted it was like I was in a trance or under someone else's control. I felt shaky, my legs barely supporting me. My chest felt so tight I could hardly breathe for an instant. I glanced at my shirt pocket, and sure enough, the battered old badge was pinned there, shining faintly under the harsh fluorescent lighting of the airport corridor. The smell of fuel made my stomach churn. I tried yanking it off, nearly tearing the cloth people who saw me do it. Backed away uneasy, but not sure why. I felt compelled to alert the airline again when I showed up at the support desk. They passed me along to a manager who recognized my name. That recognition sparked a bit of panic in his eyes. He asked me about the flight, about what I'd experienced. I answered in halting, shaky phrases, feeling my pulse throb in my temples. The manager seemed both nervous and oddly excited. He muttered that they'd do more research, but in the meantime, my seat assignment for future flights would remain 17. The way he said it as if there were no alternative, made my heart skip a beat. My palms felt clammy and I wiped them on my pants again as if trying to erase the entire experience days past. And I'd smell that pungent kerosene in my apartment, even though I lived nowhere near an airport. I started to suspect it clung to my clothes or my skin whenever I tried to shower it off. The water felt too cold, piercing my skin like needles at night. Shadows in the corners of my bedroom seemed to move when I wasn't looking. I'd hear faint whispers, and sometimes I'd catch the reflection of that 1969 flight attendant in a darkened window, her eyes boring into me like a silent accusation. My therapist tried to assure me that these experiences could be a manifestation of my phobia. I was taught coping mechanisms, breathing exercises, grounding techniques, even suggestions about hypnosis to break the cycle. But the line between dream and reality had already blurred too much each time I boarded a plane. I felt the oppressive weight in the cabin as though the seats and the walls held secrets from decades past. I'm scheduled to fly again soon, once again assigned to 17. The airline says it's an upgrade, the best seat for a fearful flyer, as if that makes sense after everything that's happened. But I can't shake the dread clinging to me. My heart speeds up whenever I even think about walking through the jet bridge. I've been trying to interpret that final whisper from the dream, the part where she said this landing would be the last I'm terrified of. What that implies, I've contemplated canceling the trip, driving instead, or even quitting my job if they insist on flying me out. But some force, whether internal or external, keeps drawing me back to that seat right now. I'm sitting at home passively staring at the confirmation email for my flight that departs tomorrow. My chest is tight with dread. I glance at the small badge sitting on my kitchen table, surrounded by plastic zip bags and paper towels. In a failed attempt to quarantine the smell, the stale week of fuel hasn't dissipated. The battered airline logo from 1969 has begun to peel at the corners, revealing a thin layer of rusted metal beneath the plastic. There's an itching sensation at the base of my skull that tells me I have to see this through or it will haunt me. Indefinitely, the sense of responsibility weighs heavily on my shoulders, exactly like she said in the dream. I don't know what will happen when I take my seat in 17. My hands are trembling just from typing. That perhaps I'll resist sleep by flooding my system with caffeine, refusing to close my eyes for even a second. Or maybe I'll let it happen, let the dream unfold and see if it offers any answers. The unspoken threat in her voice, the next landing will be final echoes through my thoughts. I imagine the ground rushing toward me or the possibility of stepping off that plane forever changed yet again. But I will board the plane because the alternative is living in perpetual dread, never knowing what it all means. My fear of flying has morphed into a deeper terror of the unknown. There's no guarantee I'll find peace after this, but I can't continue half awake in the corners of my own life. Even as I write these words, my heart thrums like a jackhammer, sending jolts of anxiety through my chest. My mouth is so dry it's painful to swallow and my fingers quiver on the keyboard. Tomorrow I'll walk down that jet bridge pinned between other travelers chatting about work and vacations. I'll see 17A and force myself to sit the moment the engines rev up. I'll feel that oppressive pressure in my chest. Then the wheels will leave the tarmac and the seatbelt sign will glow overhead. My stomach will clench as the plane ascends into the clouds, and with every passing second, I'll be fighting the primal urge to keep my eyes open if I lose that battle. If I drift off, I know exactly who will appear in my dream, and I know exactly what she'll say. I can't tell you how it will end, only that the dread has become a tangible presence in my life. I sense it behind me like a phantom whenever I turn off the lights or pass a reflective surface, her uniform, her whisper, the smell of kerosene. They're all part of me now. This is my reality. The seat 17, the intangible turbulence, and the flight attendant who refuses to let go. Whether I can break the cycle or not, I have to try, because if I don't, the fear itself might become my new normal, an endless loop of haunted flights and dreamlike revelations. So I'm stepping onto that plane. I'm accepting this so-called upgrade, even though my breath is already ragged, even though my pulse is still pounding. I'll do it, because if there's one thing worse than confronting a terror that defies logic, it's running from it indefinitely still. As I pack my carry-on, the final words of that nightmare echo in my mind like a curse. The next landing will be final, no matter what that means. I can't run anymore. I'll face the flight seat 17A and hope that whatever outcome awaits me, it won't cast a shadow. I can never escape Story 7. I sensed an unsettling presence the moment I brought that porcelain doll home. Even before I opened the bag, I felt as though the air around me had thickened, weighed down by a quiet, watchful tension. It was as if something keenly awaited its release from a long slumber, poised to drift across the threshold of my home and settle into the shadows. By the time I placed the doll inside the illuminated glass cabinet in my hallway, my hands were trembling with anticipation. I couldn't entirely explain that was just the beginning. Now I'm left questioning every odd reflection, every flickering glow, every echo of a voice, wondering whether there's something far more sinister at play than an old curiosity from a rural fair. I found the doll at a strange little market I stumbled upon one autumn weekend. I had driven out of town to meet a friend who collected obscure knickknacks and recommended a curiosities fair he'd seen advertised. I arrived to find an assemblage of worn tents, half of them teetering in the wind on the outskirts of a dusty parking lot. It looked more like a yard sale for the bazaar than any formal event. Vendors hawked everything from antique cutlery to misshapen taxidermy. But among that disheveled display of odds and ends, a booth at the far end caught my attention. Its proprietor stood behind a wooden table, his pale eyes scanning the passers-by without saying a word. Spread across his table were porcelain figurines, each meticulously painted, each wearing a distinct expression. At first glance, none of them appealed to me. Then I noticed tucked in the corner an odd-sized doll that stood about as tall as a house cat. Its dark moss-green dress was frayed at the edges, and its glassy eyes gleamed with a lifelike quality that felt uncomfortably human, despite a sense of unease gnawing at my stomach. I picked it up. Its weight surprised me. It was heavier than it looked. The vendor named a price, and I didn't bother to haggle. I wanted it, though I couldn't explain why. When I got home, I placed the doll in my hallway cabinet, a piece of furniture with glass doors and a motion sensor light. The interior lights would normally click on whenever someone passed by, yet it seemed the doll had other ideas over the next few days. I noticed the light flickered to life even when no one was near. At first I chalked it up to a wiring glitch, but each time the sensor misfired, the doll's face appeared illuminated in a way that chilled my blood. Its eyes seemed to follow me as I walked down the hallway, those lifeless glass orbs shining behind the crystal pane. I tried to brush it off. I told myself I was just imagining things because of the unnerving expression on that porcelain face. Then something new started happening. If I so much as hummed a tune under my breath, I'd hear a faint click from the cabinet, as though the doll's head moved to follow the melody. I tested it with a friend who came to visit. One evening, he hummed a snippet of an old song, half joking that my creepy doll might enjoy some music. I pretended to laugh along, but inside my heart pounded. Then I heard a small, almost imperceptible crack in the doll's porcelain neck, the sound of it pivoting to align with him. The cabinet light shone even though he stood a good 5 feet away. My friend didn't notice, but the dull ache in my gut told me this was no coincidence. Later that night, a sense of unease kept me from sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I envisioned those glass pupils shifting on their own. I pictured that green dress swaying softly, the doll turning to stare at me with a silent admonition. My body was tense, my heart thudding so loudly I wondered if the neighbors could hear it when I finally drifted off. I dreamt that the display cabinet door opened on its own. I dreamt of faint, deliberate footfalls stepping out into my hallway, but worse than the footsteps was the image I got of the doll crawling onto my bed, its porcelain limbs scraping against the mattress. That dream left me with a clammy film of sweat clinging to my forehead. By morning, I tried to banish my fears by confronting them. Logically, the next day I set a radio near the cabinet and turned the volume low. I switched stations rapidly from classical to talk shows to static-laden channels. Each time a different melody or voice popped up, I detected an impossibly sharp snap coming from inside the glass. The doll was twisting its head to face the radio, the porcelain joints cracking like stiff bones. After the fifth switch, I had to turn the radio off. My pulse was thundering in my ears and my hands were damp with sweat. I couldn't decide if I was losing my mind or if something truly unearthly was happening in my own home that evening. The sensor light activated on its own about 4 times in the span of an hour. Each time my eyes would dart toward the cabinet, though the doll remained perched on its little stand. It never quite seemed to be in the same position. I remembered its posture was subtly altered. Maybe the head tilted at a slightly different angle, or the arm shifted in an almost imperceptible way. I convinced myself it was just my frazzled perception messing with me, but the tension in the house was suffocating, and I found it hard to swallow, as if my throat was constricted by the intangible fear settling in every corner. By the third night of this bizarre dance with the doll, my paranoia grew to the point where I could hardly bear to walk past the cabinet at all. I began taking detours around my own home to avoid that hallway. Each time I was forced to pass by, my pulse would spike, and I'd have to remind myself to breathe. My breath would become shallow and my chest would tighten. The air felt stale, as though no fresh breeze had crossed the threshold in years. I was convinced someone or something was watching me from inside the glass. If I lingered a second too long, I'd see my own reflection in the cabinet door, and it unsettled me how my eyes seemed more sunken than usual. Wide with fear, part of me couldn't believe I was letting a mere object rattle my nerves. So completely, another part of me recognized that something genuinely inexplicable was happening, and ignoring it might only make things worse. That's when I decided to test a theory. If the cabinet light and the doll's movements were triggered by any source of sound or melody, then maybe depriving the house of power would offer me some measure of control. I cut the power to my entire home. Late one afternoon, flipped the breakers, no electricity coursing anywhere. The refrigerator would keep things cool for a while. So I wasn't too worried. The house plunged into a soft gloom. Pale evening light filtered through the windows, casting distorted shadows on the walls. Without the usual hum of the appliances, the silence pressed on my eardrums. It felt as if I had stepped into some oppressive bubble where time had slowed to a standstill. Then I began to hum a low, trembling melody, the kind of tune that feels more like a frightened whisper than a song. It occurred to me how bizarre this was: a grown man standing in the dark, provoking a porcelain doll. The rational side of me insisted I was being ridiculous, but the fear in my stomach was more real than any denial I could muster. My voice quivered as I continued humming, sweat already pooling on my temples. That's when I heard it, a sickening crack, like the sound of bones snapping under pressure. The cabinet's interior light flared up, though the house had no power, except this time the glow was an ominous red bathing. The glass in a sinister hue, my pulse rocketed. I could practically feel the blood drain from my face. The doll's head swiveled, following the melody as I held my breath. My eyes darted to the glass doors and I caught my reflection. Only it didn't match my actual face. My reflection's mouth was sewn shut with thick green thread, just like the doll's dress. My lungs constricted and I could feel my fingernails biting into my palms. My reflection's eyes stared back at me in abject terror, but I couldn't blink. I was too entranced by what I was seeing. It lasted only seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Then the red glow snapped off, plunging the cabinet back into darkness. My reflection was gone. My mouth was free of any thread. Yet I could taste a metallic tang like copper on my tongue. Shaking, I fumbled for a flashlight. My heart hammered so fiercely I thought it might burst, and my throat felt tight as though invisible fingers were pressing in on it. When my flashlight beam found the doll, it looked entirely unchanged, yet I couldn't ignore the darkness in its glassy eyes, as if something ancient and malevolent peered out through them. I spent the rest of that night pacing the living room, refusing to go near the hallway. A nauseating fear churned in my stomach, and each time I thought about that reflection, a wave of goosebumps prickled my arms. The worst part was the creeping sense that I wasn't alone. I kept feeling a presence hovering just outside my field of vision. Every time I spun around, the air behind me was empty. Still, my instincts screamed that something moved, darting from corner to corner, watching me with silent, predatory interest. My appetite vanished. Even sipping water felt laborious. The dryness in my mouth was unrelenting, and I could hear my own swallow echo in the hush. My legs twitched involuntarily, ready to bolt at the slightest sound. At one point, I thought I heard the cabinet door crack open. A soft shift of glass on hinges. I froze, sweat trickling down my temples, breath lodged in my throat. The only other sound was the rapid thumping of my heart. Eventually, I mustered the courage to tiptoe down the hallway, flashlight trembling in my hand. The cabinet door was closed, but that didn't console me. I had heard something. At least I believed I had dread escalated into full-blown paranoia by midnight. I wondered if I might be losing my mind. Maybe none of this was real. Maybe I was experiencing some kind of psychological break. But another part of me recalled the vendor's unwavering stare, that raw feeling of inevitability I had when I first picked up the doll. One thought echoed. In my head, I had invited this into my home. By the time dawn arrived, my nerves were so afraid I decided I had to either confront the doll or leave. But I couldn't stand the idea of fleeing my own house, so I resolved to face it with quivering hands. I switched the power back on. The normal lights buzzed faintly, and the refrigerator kicked into its routine hum, restoring some sense of the mundane. Taking a deep breath, I steadied myself and walked to the cabinet. My plan was to remove the doll from its place, wrap it in cloth, and lock it away. Somewhere inaccessible. Maybe I'd drive it to a storage unit across town. Maybe I'd bury it in the ground. I hadn't decided yet. I just knew it had to go. I opened the cabinet door slowly, the glass making a soft whoosh as it separated from the frame. The doll stared ahead, unblinking. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My heart was going so fast that I could barely hear anything over the rush of blood in my ears. I reached in, cautiously, half expecting the doll to move on its own. My fingertips brushed the moss-green dress. The fabric felt rough, almost prickly. An intense wave of cold radiated through my fingers the moment I touched it. Forcing me to jerk back, it felt like plunging my hand into an ice bath undeterred. I tried again this time, pulling the doll out of the cabinet. It sat limp in my grasp, its limbs limp, but oddly heavier, as if resisting. The porcelain felt unnaturally cool, and I struggled to maintain a grip because my palms were slick with sweat. I wrapped the doll in an old blanket and placed it into a cardboard box. Each time the blanket's fold shifted, I caught a glimpse of those glass eyes, and a jolt of dread coursed through me. Once it was secured, I sealed the box with duct tape, creating multiple layers as if trying to hold back some malevolent power. My breath was ragged, and I could almost feel my heart pulsing in my throat. That evening, I drove the box to a storage facility on the outskirts of town. The entire ride, I kept the radio off, too afraid of what might happen. If a tune spilled out of the speakers, my hands were slippery on the steering wheel, and I stayed hyper-aware of every little noise the car made, half expecting the box to shuffle or the doll to whisper. My neck muscles were bunched up tense from the anxiety gnawing at me. Each red traffic light felt like an eternity, the shadows of passing cars stretching across my windows in unsettling shapes. Once at the storage facility, I rented a small unit. The place was dimly lit, the overhead fluorescents flickering every few seconds. My gut churned as I set the box down, but the overwhelming sensation was relief-locking. That padlock felt like sealing away a fragment of nightmare. I told myself it was over, that the doll would remain there powerless. Yet my relief was cut by the persistent question, had I truly escaped? I wish I could say the story ended there, but even after I returned home, I found the hallway felt claustrophobic, as though the walls had inched closer. The display cabinet stood empty and dark, yet the space was still suffused with that same unsettling hush. At night, I occasionally heard the distinct click of the motion sensor light as though it flicked on for just a second and then died out. Each time it happened, a burst of panic surged through me. I would lie still in my bed, covers drawn up to my chin, a cold sweat dampening my pillow. In those moments, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere behind that locked door in the storage facility, the doll was still listening. Still waiting. Worst of all are the reflections. Though my mirror reveals no threads across my mouth and my glass cabinet is empty, I sometimes catch a glimpse of my reflection in a dark window in that fleeting glance. I swear my lips appear bound by green stitching. My throat locks up and my skin crawls with the memory of that red light. Every beat of my heart hammers home the realization that this encounter has left a permanent mark on me. I didn't destroy the doll. I merely confined it. For all I know, it can exert its influence from afar even now whenever a stray melody passes my lips. I pause, listening for that telltale crack of porcelain. I can never be entirely sure I won't hear it. I still struggle to sleep through the night without trembling awake. Convinced I heard the sound of a small figure moving under the bed. The gloom that has fallen upon my home weighs me down. An ever-present reminder of what's out there in that storage unit. There are nights I toy with the idea of retrieving the box, of burning the doll to ash, but I can't bring myself to do it. A nagging dread whispers that destroying it might invite something worse, so I remain here in a house that feels both mine and not mine, captive to shadows in the corners and faint flickers of light that dance across my walls. Every day I fight the creeping sensation that I'm never truly alone. I've managed for now to outrun the presence that haunted my hallway, but the scars linger in my psyche, reminding me that there are forces we can't easily comprehend, and that sometimes curiosity is more than just a weakness, it's an invitation. I remain poised in the hush of my own living room, eyes darting toward the hallway, ears straining for any hint of motion. The line between reality and nightmare has blurred, and I'm left with the haunting certainty that the doll's gaze may yet pierce the silence again. Nothing has died here. No child's laugh has echoed. No final heartbeat stilled, but a different kind of horror has taken root. A silent dread that prowls the edges of my life, and whenever I see my own reflection in the corner of my eye, I wonder if my lips will be free or stitched tightly shut in a vision of Green Thread Story 8. A low hum filled the bathroom the moment I first switched on the new overhead light, a faint buzzing that reminded me of an electrical short or distant static. It made the corners of my vision flicker as if shadows clung to the walls and floor just beyond where the light could reach. That sense of a presence lurking right outside my field of view hit me with an unexpected force of foreboding, and I felt an instant urge to glance over my shoulder. The mirror was brand new, tall, sleek, spanning nearly the full length of one wall. Something about its polished surface, shining too brightly, unsettled me. It felt like a window to somewhere else, as though someone on the other side was staring back. I'm not the type to jump at every creaking floorboard or breeze rattling the shutters, but this mirror was different from the start. Every time I stepped onto the tiled floor and caught my own reflection under that harsh overhead light, a tingle shot through me. My breathing would go shallow, and I had to steel myself against a sudden chill on my neck. I dismissed it as the natural unease that comes from a big renovation. Stress can do strange things to one's mind. Yet it wasn't just stress that made me shiver. Even then, I felt the mirrored surface pulling at me like a silent invitation to see something I shouldn't. It was about a week after I installed it that I truly began to notice her the first morning it happened. I remember standing in front of the mirror towel around my waist, brushing my teeth. I caught a glimpse of movement behind me, only a flicker. At first, barely more than a suggestion of motion. When I glanced over my shoulder, there was nothing. The uneasy buzz in my ears got louder, and I felt my pulse spike with a sudden jolt of adrenaline, but there was nowhere for anyone to hide in that tiny space. I tried to reason that maybe it was my reflection, or the reflection of a reflection bouncing off the shower door. It almost worked until I realized I had seen a silhouette that did not match mine at all. My silhouette was broad, muscular around the shoulders with a short haircut. The shape behind me was slender, tall, with an elegant pose that suggested a woman. I chalked it up to fatigue too many late nights. The next morning, however, it happened again, and this time I could see her more clearly. She stood close behind me in the mirror, so close that if she had been real, I would have felt the brush of her arm. Her face was turned slightly away from me, half lost in shadow, but I noticed she wore a bow, a dark navy blue ribbon tied neatly around a length of hair. My heart hammered so hard I felt it in my fingertips. My throat went dry and a cold sweat broke out along my spine. Turning around, I found nothing but steam rising from the hot shower in the bare walls. Yet when I looked back at the mirror for just half a second, the reflection lingered as though the woman had not vanished. Then it blinked out. From that point on, each morning introduced a new layer of dread. I began to dread walking into my own bathroom. I started leaving the light off, flipping the switch only when absolutely necessary, as if darkness was safer. But every time I flicked the light on, I felt that presence. My hands trembled when I reached for the door or knob and my breathing turned shallow. Often I would just see the faintest impression of that figure, a pair of slender arms, the outline of a torso, a glimmer of that damn bow in her hair. Always behind me, always adjusting the ribbon as if fussing over her reflection. Then if I turned the light off, the mirror would keep glowing with her image for a second longer, like the afterimage of a flashbulb behind my eyelids. One evening I confided this strange phenomenon to a friend over the phone. I avoided direct details, though. For fear of sounding completely unhinged, he told me it was most likely a trick of the mind, some reflection of a fixture or a curtain. He insisted that I just needed more sleep and to get out of the house more, maybe see a doctor. If the visions didn't fade, his well-meant reassurances only gave me a brief respite, because as soon as I hung up, I realized how truly alone I was in my house. Every corner seemed charged with anticipation. The light in the hallway flickered, a heartbeat pounded in my ears. I avoided using the bathroom's overhead light, sticking to a small nightlight plugged into the outlet, as if that would drive away whatever waited behind the mirror's surface. A few days later, real bows began to appear on my bathroom floor, bows identical to the one I saw her wearing. I found the first one lying next to the sink, the dark blue ribbon neatly tied, exuding a sweet, cloying scent. Unlike any perfume I had ever encountered, something about that sugary fragrance made my stomach churn. I bent to pick it up, and the moment my fingers closed around the ribbon, a surge of numbness shot up my hand. My fingertips tingled, turning cold as though I had plunged them into ice water. My vision clouded, and for a split second I saw an ornate ballroom illuminated by golden lights, filled with couples gliding in perfect unison to distant, haunting music. It felt like the 1930s or some bygone era, elegant attire, polished floors, the echo of refined chatter. Then the image vanished, leaving me shivering and gasping for air in my drab bathroom. I convinced myself that I must have misplaced an old ribbon, or that perhaps a friend had left it there as a prank. But a new bow showed up the next day, and then another. The day after that, each had the same sweet perfume that made my head spin. The same silky texture, the same navy hue every time I touched one. The numbness and visions returned. The glimpses of that 1930s ballroom became more vivid, more detailed, as if I was recalling a memory that didn't belong to me. I'd see people dancing, hear the soft murmur of conversation, taste the swirling haze of perfume in the air. My heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest, and I would inhale sharply as if waking from a feverish dream. I found myself becoming more paranoid. My senses sharpened at every sound, a creaking pipe, a dripping faucet, a gust of wind against the window. I began to suspect that the mirror's reflection followed me beyond the bathroom. Out of the corner of my eye, I'd see that dark blue ribbon trailing around a hallway corner, or a flash of movement in the reflection on my phone screen. I would spin around, feeling my nerves tighten like overdrawn wires, only to find empty space. I couldn't sleep well. Jolting awake in the middle of the night with my pulse racing, the house felt too big, too quiet. My own breathing sounded too loud in the darkness, and I felt as though someone else was in the room watching, sweating, trembling. I would reach for the lamp on my bedside table, half expecting to find that woman from the mirror standing at the foot of my bed. But she never appeared outside that glass barrier. At least not yet. Each time I gathered enough courage to face the bathroom mirror, I could sense a tension in the air as if it thickened around me. My lungs drew tight. My mouth went dry when I mustered the nerve to look straight into the mirror. The woman's figure would flicker in and out of the reflection. Always behind me, she seemed more detailed. Now I could see the shape of her face in partial profile, the subtle arch of an eyebrow and that elegant bow. Sometimes her lips would twitch into a half smile, and a wave of lightheadedness would wash over me. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck would rise. My skin prickled as though brushed by electricity after a week of this torture. I woke up one morning with a dull ache in my left wrist. My head felt heavy as though I had barely slept. Yet my bed was rumpled as if I had thrashed around all night. When I sat up, I noticed a band of dark blue tied around my wrist. It was exactly the kind of ribbon I'd been finding on the floor. My heart dropped. I pulled at the knot, but it was taut, constricting the blood flow. My fingers tingled, and I felt my pulse pounding against the ribbon's grip. A wave of nausea hit me, and I broke into a cold sweat. My hand shook as I managed to loosen the knot. When I finally got the bow off, I saw that the skin underneath was bruised, reddened in the exact shape of the ribbon. The mark looked almost like a brand, as if my flesh had somehow bonded with it. I felt as though I'd been claimed desperate for answers. I marched to the bathroom mirror again. I couldn't contain my panic. My breaths came in short bursts, and my knees felt weak. The overhead light buzzed and flickered as it always did, throwing the room into a stuttering half-D darkness. When my reflection came into focus, I saw my own arm raised, wrist still red, but the actual movement was delayed by a fraction of a second. My eyes looked terrified and uncertain, yet behind that reflection she was there. Her form rose out of the murky darkness in the mirror, that sweet perfume thick on the air. She lifted her own slender arm, but it wasn't mirrored to mine. Instead, she held out her hand as if inviting me to dance. Her lips curved into a knowing smile. My whole body broke out in goosebumps, and an invisible pressure seemed to squeeze the air from my lungs. The reflection persisted, even when I switched off the bathroom light for a full heartbeat, maybe two. I could still see her smiling face in the glass. Then the darkness swallowed her. The sense of suffocation remained, and I had to step out of the bathroom to catch my breath. My skin felt clammy, my heart thudding so loudly in my ears that it blocked out all other sounds. I steadied myself against the hallway wall, feeling the cold plaster beneath my shaking hand. I told myself to stay rational, that I was not losing my mind, that there had to be a logical explanation for it all. But deep down, my instincts screamed. Otherwise, my nights became plagued by dreams of that 1930s ballroom. In these dreams, the floor was polished to a mirror sheen, and couples drifted gracefully, all wearing dark blue accents or ribbons. I was always there, trapped in the corner, unable to move my feet properly. Forced to watch, sometimes a tall figure in a dark, elegant gown would approach me, and I would see the glint of a navy bow in her hair. She would extend her hand, and just before our fingers touched, I'd wake up gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Each time I awoke, I caught the faintest whiff of that sweet perfume, as if the dream had seeped into reality as my anxiety escalated. I tried to cover the bathroom mirror duct tape cloth. Even a small sheet of plywood at one point, none of it stayed in the morning. I'd find the coverings in a heap on the floor, as though they had been carefully removed each time I discovered them there. My stomach lurched. I recall pressing my ear to the mirror's surface, hearing nothing but my own frantic pulse echoing inside my head. Yet I couldn't shake the impression that somewhere on the other side faint music played. Eventually, I realized I had to confront this haunting one final morning, with the overhead light flickering erratically and the familiar hum vibrating in my skull. I found myself staring once more at that cursed reflection. The woman stood behind me, closer than ever, her features half shrouded in darkness, but her expression unmistakable. Her lips parted in what looked like delight. Her eyes narrowed as if in anticipation she reached out. But rather than tapping my shoulder, her hand seemed to pass through my reflection. All at once, the overhead light sputtered, dimming just enough that her image became sharper. Then the reflection changed. I saw only my arm raised to the side as though holding an invisible partner. She moved in unison, swirling behind me, that bow in her hair. Bobbing gracefully, my heart hammered so violently I could scarcely breathe. A cold, prickling sweat broke out across my forehead. I felt a force pulling at my wrist. The same one I'd found tied by the ribbon. The air felt heavier, thicker. My ears roared with the rush of blood and my vision blurred at the edges. Despite every instinct telling me to run, I remained rooted to the spot, compelled by a strange inertia. At that moment, the power went out entirely. The bathroom was plunged into pitch blackness. Yet in the darkness, I saw her smile, an eerie glimmer of teeth, and the suggestion of eyes fixed on me. My own reflection had vanished, replaced by a swirling mass of shadows. I heard a hushed whisper, almost a sound of fabric shifting on a dance floor. The sweet perfume enveloped me, filling my nostrils until I felt like choking. My stomach twisted in fear, and something else, an inexplicable pull and almost longing to follow her into that swirling darkness. I don't know what exactly happened next. All I recall is a wave of dizziness and a single blink of light, like a camera flash. When the power returned a minute or so later, I found myself alone. The bathroom mirror was intact, its surface reflecting only my trembling figure. My arm was lowered, the bruise from the ribbon was throbbing, but no new mark appeared. The woman was gone for a moment. I just stood there, hands braced against the sink chest, heaving tears burning at the corners of my eyes. Then I noticed something off. The sweet perfume was still lingering, thick and undeniable, yet there were no bows on the floor, no hints of ribbons or swirling illusions in the glass. I felt my limbs shaking uncontrollably. My breathing came in shallow gasps and my heart thumped like it was about to jump out of my ribcage. I touched my left wrist and winced at the raw pain. Though I could see no one in the mirror, I felt as if something or someone had left a presence on my skin. Now, days later, I still avoid that mirror as much as possible. I keep the overhead light off and rarely step foot in the bathroom except when absolutely necessary. Still, I can't shake the sense that she is there, waiting beyond the reflection, ready to continue the dance. If I let my guard down, sometimes I catch that fleeting shape in the mirror. Sometimes I sense her next to me as I wash my hands, bowing ever so slightly in the watery reflection. And every so often, a stray navy bow appears somewhere in the house, on a windowsill beneath my pillow, on the staircase, filling me with dread and a trembling curiosity. I try not to touch them anymore. My fingers still ache from the last time I tried. I often wonder if I've been chosen or claimed by some spirit bound to that mirror, if the woman in the reflection is a specter from another time who sees me as her partner, or maybe it's all in my head, a product of mounting paranoia. Yet the physical evidence remains: the ribbons, the bruises, that nauseating perfume every day. I resist the temptation to smash the mirror, to rid myself of it once and for all. But some part of me worries that destroying it might only open a door, unleashing whatever stands on the other side. I don't believe I'll ever truly feel at ease in my own home again. Every time I see my reflection, I hold my breath, waiting for her face to emerge behind me. The real horror is that I've grown used to it. In a twisted way, fear has become my routine. My heart still pounds, my palms still sweat, but I no longer question whether I'm awake or dreaming. The woman is there, whether I want to acknowledge her or not. And sometimes late at night, when the house is silent except for the faint hum of electricity in the walls, I imagine I hear soft music drifting through the mirror. It calls to me like a distant memory of a grand dance floor, urging me to return. And as much as I dread it, a tiny part of me wonders what it would feel like to finally give in and let her lead me into the darkness. Story 9. Even now, I still taste the grit on my tongue, and every so often I catch a phantom scent of singed hair drifting through my memory at night. When I lie awake in the dark, I can almost feel the weight of an unseen presence leaning in. Close listening to my panicked breaths, that feeling never quite disappears. It clings to me like the damp chill that seeped into my bones. During my last weekend at my uncle's watchtower, I thought I knew what fear felt like before, but that trip made my heart pound in ways I didn't think possible. I felt my every nerve straining, expecting something terrible around every corner, and perhaps worst of all, I was forced to question the boundaries of reality, wondering if my mind had finally betrayed me, or if something unspeakable truly lurked in that dilapidated tower. I always considered my uncle's old property an oddity, even when I was younger, but there was a strange charm to it. A vast countryside with rolling fields, a weather-beaten barn, and that watchtower looming over everything. The structure itself was built in the 1970s, complete with a rickety spiral staircase and a massive analog TV perched up top. My uncle had rigged that television in a way that baffled me. He claimed it helped him monitor the cattle. Some contraption of cameras and signals that let him watch over the pastures in real time. It was like stepping back in time when I visited with a static-laced image, crackling and ghostly lights dancing across the screen. I never thought twice about it until a few months ago when the television started turning itself on every night at exactly 11 o'clock. I remember the first time it happened. I was alone in that musty tower reading by a flickering lantern. The sudden burst of static made me jump. My pulse throbbed in my ears and I flicked off my lantern in an instinctual reaction. Startled by the TV coming to life on its own, the screen glowed a pale green that sent dancing shadows across the walls. And then came the strangest part. The news broadcast, it wasn't some vintage rerun, but a crisp program announcing events that hadn't happened yet. Lottery numbers, small-town accidents, details about upcoming events. I was immediately unsettled. There was a half-second where I rationalized it as some glitch or a bizarre coincidence. But then I saw the date. It was plainly typed at the bottom of the screen. 3 days in the future. At first I tried ignoring it. My hands were shaking as I debated what to do. The remote was nowhere to be found, so I went for the plug the instant I pulled the cord. The screen inverted into a negative image, and there I was, bright and distorted, crouched in front of the TV. It showed me staring right back, covered in mud. Up to my neck, eyes half shut and sunken in the hair on my arm stood up and a chill shot down my spine. I shoved the plug back in reflexively as though that could make the eerie vision vanish. The broadcast resumed, now describing in chilling detail a minor road collision that, according to the text scrolling across the screen, would happen on a weekday afternoon. I remember swallowing hard, a bitter taste of panic rising in my throat. I almost bolted out of the tower right then, but my curiosity and stubbornness got the better of me. That was just the start each time I visited at precisely 11 at night. The TV would snap on the newscaster, would calmly report future headlines, some about freak accidents, others about trivial community announcements or lottery results. Nothing too catastrophic, yet always phrased with an eerie certainty. My fear grew along with my fascination. I started keeping notebooks. I'd jot down lottery numbers, check the news in town, verify events when even the little details turned out to be accurate. I felt my heart race with each confirmation. My palms would sweat as I realized I was glimpsing days ahead of reality, and I had no logical explanation. My uncle, when I asked him about it in a roundabout way, just shrugged and mentioned he'd never seen such a thing. Then asked if I was getting enough sleep. I avoided telling him everything. I didn't want him thinking I'd lost my mind. Instead, I told him the TV was acting up and he suggested I bring a new cable or maybe replace a fuse. At no point did he seem surprised, which disturbed me more. Maybe he knew something that he wasn't sharing, or maybe he truly had no idea. In any case, I was left alone to deal with it. Each night in that tower, my heart would pound whenever the clock neared 11. Sometimes I tried to stay downstairs, but I would hear a faint click and the hum of the screen flickering to life, drawing me back in like a moth to a flame. Last Sunday was when everything escalated to a point I could no longer handle. That evening, the sky was bruised with deep gray clouds and the air smelled like an oncoming storm. My entire body felt tense as I climbed the spiral staircase to the tower room. I was dreading the moment the TV would spark to life again. The wind rattled the windows and faint squeaks echoed in the old beams overhead. making me feel as though I was being watched from every corner. Sure enough, at 11 sharp, the screen lit up. This time, the newscaster's voice was calm, almost soothing in its droning tone. I found myself leaning forward despite my better judgment, my heart thudding in my chest. Then the banner appeared at the bottom. Breaking news barnfire, 3:18 a.m. My stomach dropped as the image on the screen switched to shaky footage of flames. It looked like the very barn on my uncle's property. My breathing grew rapid and shallow. I could feel beads of sweat forming on my forehead. According to the telecast, this fire would happen that very night. Well, 3 days in the future from the broadcast perspective, but for me it was only hours away. I tried to calm myself, but my thoughts sped in circles. I remember clenching my fists until my nails dug into my palms, desperate to figure out if this was some trick or a terrible omen. Midnight passed with agonizing slowness. My muscles tensed with every creak in the tower. The walls felt too close, as though the room were shrinking around me. I found it hard to breathe, and the air ryer of stale dust and something foul almost like wet fur. The temperature seemed to drop. I could see my breath in front of me, and my heart pounded so hard it reverberated in my ears. I forced myself to sit there checking the time, every few seconds growing increasingly anxious as 3 a.m. approached, finally unable to contain my unease. I stormed down the staircase into the yard. At first, everything was eerily calm. The night was quiet, except for the faint rustling of wind through dry grass. Then at 3:17, something changed. The barn seemed to glow from within as if bathed in an unnatural light. I thought I smelled smoke, and my lungs constricted. My hair stood on end the next moment. An intense wave of heat assaulted me as if I'd stepped right into the mouth of a roaring furnace, but I saw no flames. My heart thundered, and I instinctively raised my arms to shield my face from heat that shouldn't have been there. My eyes watered, and I gasped for air. A swirling panic took hold of me, and sweat rolled down my back. The barn remained intact, yet it felt like I stood mere feet from a raging inferno. Suddenly, a chorus of frantic lowing cows bellowing in distress echoed across the field. Except it didn't come from the barn, it came from the tower behind me. That single illogical detail made my blood run cold. My stomach churned as I whirled around. The tower windows were dark, but the unmistakable sounds of terrified cattle reverberated from inside. I tried to swallow, but my mouth had gone bone dry. My heart pounded so hard I felt dizzy, and my legs threatened to buckle beneath me overhead. The night sky flickered with distant lightning illuminating the watchtower in brief strobe-like flashes. I stood there stunned, listening to the impossible. When I worked up the courage to move, I sprinted back into the tower, determined to silence that horrifying sound inside. I climbed the stairs 2 at a time. My legs burned with lactic acid, and I could feel my pulse throbbing in my temples. The mooing had stopped by the time I reached the top, and the sudden silence was even worse. It felt like the walls were absorbing all sound, leaving me alone with the drumbeat of my own heart as I approached the TV. I smelled something acrid. The screen was still glowing faintly, flickering with white noise. Then out of nowhere, the image of the newscaster reappeared, face contorted by static. There was no sound, just the faint hum of static. My spine tingled, and I took a step back, nearly ripping over a loose floorboard. Without warning, the TV let out a loud pop, and the screen went dark. An overpowering stench of burned electronics and singed hair filled the small room. My eyes watered, and I covered my nose and mouth, fighting back a wave of nausea. The television set crackled one last time as if letting out a dying breath, then exhaled a thin wisp of smoke into the air. A profound sense of dread clutched at my chest. Though I felt a shred of relief that the infernal broadcast had finally died, yet it was too soon to celebrate the second I turned to leave. I noticed a damp, muddy footprint on the floor. It was shaped like a boot print, my boot size leading away from the TV toward the narrow window on the north side of the tower. My stomach flipped. I lifted my own foot to compare, and though the shape matched my boots were clean and dry, I followed the muddy prints across the room. Each step more ominous than the last. They stopped at the window, where the glass had been smeared with what looked like brown sludge. From the outside, my heart hammered as I tried to process the implication that something or someone had manifested footprints, as if I had been trudging through sticky mud trying to regain composure. I leaned against the wall, panting sweat dripping down my face. The swirl of fear and confusion made my head spin. I could still feel an undercurrent of heat in the air, though the barn outside looked quiet and dark again. My body trembled from exhaustion and fear. The scalding wave I'd experienced near the barn and the bizarre vision of negative images on the TV felt like fragments of a nightmare. I might have suspected I was sleepwalking if not for the pungent smell of burnt hair still assaulting my nostrils. Desperate to escape the suffocating atmosphere of the tower, I rushed downstairs, my lungs heaved with each breath, and my hands trembled so badly that I had trouble unbolting the heavy tower door outside. The night air felt unnaturally still, but at least I could breathe. I stood there letting the soft breeze cool the sweat on my skin. There was no hint of smoke, no crackle of embers. The barn stood silently in the moonlight, its old timbers untouched. My heart rate gradually slowed, but I remained jumpy. Flinching at every rustle in the grass, I finally retreated to my truck. My uncle's house was just a few miles away, but I didn't bother going there. I couldn't bear to explain what had just happened, or maybe I simply lacked the courage to confront the possibility that he might confirm my worst fears or dismiss me entirely. Instead, I ended up behind the wheel engine, idling while I tried to steady my breathing for a moment. I considered driving straight home, leaving the farmland behind for good, but something told me I needed to close the loop, make sure the barn wouldn't suddenly burst into real flames once I was gone, so I waited minutes past in painfully slow increments. Each second thick with tension, I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. The air inside the truck felt heavier than the humid night. Outside, my eyelids began to sag from adrenaline crash, but I kept forcing myself to stay awake to watch the barn. In case those invisible embers reignited by dawn, nothing had changed. The horizon glowed with a hazy orange and the farmland looked peaceful again. No flickers of supernatural fire, no frantic mooing echoing from strange places. I finally allowed myself to drive away, convinced that I had to leave. Before my mind unraveled further in my rearview mirror, the watchtower receded into the distance, silent and brooding. I shuddered, remembering the negative image of my mud-drenched form on the TV screen. A few days have passed since then, and I'm still jumpy in my own apartment. The slightest noise, a creak of the floor. The static burst of a faulty radio makes my heart thump uncomfortably. My throat goes dry every time I think about that distorted broadcast, the acrid smell of burned plastic and those impossible footprints. I'm half afraid I'll glance at my own reflection one day and see mud caked to my shoulders, the same vacant eyes I saw in that negative image. I haven't told my uncle all the details, only that I left early due to some urgent errands. Part of me suspects he already knows that something deeply wrong resides in that old watchtower. Perhaps he once saw the same phenomenon and chose to ignore it, or he's simply too used to the bizarre to question it. Either way, the final moments in that tower have shaken me to my core. Now late at night, I catch myself peering at my phone's clock when it's near 11. My pulse quickens. I wonder if somewhere on that deserted farmland the old analog TV tries to flicker back to life, broadcasting future tragedies or impossible illusions. And I wonder if in those transmissions my face might still appear sinking into dark, slimy earth. The thought alone is enough to make me break into a cold sweat. My hands tremble and my heartbeat resonates in my skull. Every so often I replay that final night, searching for an explanation that will make it all less horrifying. No explanation comes. I'm left with the memory of that scorching heat and the echo of distressed mooing in a place. It had no business being. The watchtower may still be standing silent for now, but heavy with secrets waiting to resurface. I doubt I'll ever feel at ease again. Not with the knowledge that some boundaries of nature were twisted in front of me like a cheap illusion. The terror I felt that night lingers in the corners of my mind, impossible to brush away. And so I stay far from that tower, yet in my dreams I still see its silhouette against a lightning-streaked sky. I smell the burning inside the cramped room, feel the muddy floor under my feet, and see the flicker of a news anchor predicting events that haven't yet unfolded. I don't sleep well anymore some nights. As the clock ticks toward 11, I jerk awake, heart-hammering, convinced I hear static emanating from a distant television. I stare into the darkness, trying to slow my breathing, uncertain whether something waits for me in that farmland or if my own mind has become the real prison. Either way, the sense of impending dread remains an invisible bond tying me to that tower, reminding me there are forces at play I may never fully understand or escape. Story 10. The air in the Victorian studio felt stale from the moment I stepped inside, as though something thick and ancient clung to the walls. The corridor leading to the main room smelled of dust and faint mold, and every footstep I took seemed to echo longer than it should. It was late afternoon when I arrived, but the dying light through the tall, narrow windows did little to chase away the shadows pooling in the corners. My heart was already pulsing a bit faster than usual, unsettled by the atmosphere but trying to brush it off. As travel fatigue, I had rented this place for a 3-day conference. I was organizing thinking the lavish Victorian design would impress potential clients. The listing photos showed ornate wallpaper, heavy drapes, and a grand display cabinet filled with porcelain dolls, an odd touch I assumed would be a quirky conversation starter. In reality, the place felt more like a museum frozen in time. The caretaker had led me in briefly, but left soon after, handing me a thick guest book and pointing out the main features inside the main room. That display cabinet immediately grabbed my attention. It stood about 7 feet tall against the far wall, locked tight with a small brass keyhole behind the glass. 20 porcelain dolls in frilly dresses and elaborate hats stared outward, their painted eyes strangely reflective in the dimness. I'm not someone who scares easily, but there was something about those dolls so perfectly still, yet each with a delicate expression that seemed to shift whenever I glanced away, that made my spine tingle. I chalked it up to nerves about the conference. The first day went by in a rush of setting up. I stayed in the studio alone that night, double-checking the equipment for presentations, although the day had been filled with normal tasks, arranging chairs, testing audio greeting. A few early arrivals, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched once. While I was adjusting the projector in the main room, I swore I heard a faint tapping on glass. I paused, heart thumping against my ribs, listening, but it never repeated. I thought it might be the old building settling or a branch scraping a window when I walked past the cabinet, though the dolls seemed angled just a little differently than before. My breath caught, but I convinced myself that I must have bumped the display somehow, or that the caretaker had repositioned them during the second night. I finally shut everything off and got ready for bed. It was almost midnight, and the hallway light flickered as I headed to my small rented bedroom at the back of the studio. The bed was an antique four-poster with a headboard carved into swirling patterns that vaguely reminded me of twisted faces. The sheets were clean enough, but every time I moved, I heard the old wood creak with unsettling groans that made me think of hushed voices. My mind wouldn't settle, and my pulse drummed in my ears. Eventually, I dozed off. Sometime later, I was jolted awake by my phone vibrating. My room was pitch dark, the only light a vague glow from the phone screen. I squinted at the time, 3:06 a.m. A cold wave of anxiety washed over me. I have a meditation app that sometimes plays gentle ambient sounds, but I never leave it on yet. Here it was automatically launching itself, blasting some archaic French chanting through the tiny speaker. The voices were shrill and hollow, clashing and overlapping in a hypnotic hum, confused and still half asleep. I tried to pause or mute it, but my screen showed no signal and the on-screen controls were unresponsive. My heart pounded and I felt a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck. I managed to force close the app. Letting the room fall silent again for a few seconds, I listened for any explanation, maybe a random glitch or a known bug, but out in the corridor I heard a soft noise like sliding glass. It was such a distinct, careful sound that I jerked upright. Blood thawing in my ears, I stepped out of bed, legs shaky, and crept toward the door. My mouth was dry, and when I tried to swallow, my throat felt raw. The corridor was drenched in darkness, so I fumbled for the light switch there. At the far end stood the display cabinet. My stomach dropped. when I realized its glass door was slightly ajar, reflecting a thin strip of ghostly light from a wall sconce. My breathing quickened. That cabinet had been locked. I remember checking it on the first day because the caretaker insisted it must remain sealed. It definitely hadn't been opened before. I felt each beat of my heart hammering against my chest as I walked closer. The door squeaked softly when I nudged it inside. The cabinet was empty. All 20 porcelain dolls were missing before I could even process that shocking realization. I heard a slight shuffle from behind me near the direction of my bedroom. My entire body tensed, and I spun around. The faint overhead light revealed them. The dolls arranged in a loose semicircle on the floor around my bed. It was as if they had assembled for a quiet gathering. Their tiny porcelain bodies faced the mattress, and each head was tilted at an odd angle like a line of metronomes about to start ticking for a moment. I felt sure I was still dreaming, trapped in some kind of twisted nightmare. My vision blurred and I had to blink hard. Stepping back, I felt my skin crawling, beads of sweat trickling down my temples. My legs wobbled and I nearly fell against the wall. Summoning every bit of courage, I reached for my phone. Wanting proof of what I was seeing, I opened the camera, but the feed on my screen didn't match the room instead of the wide shot I expected. All I saw were extreme close-ups of grinning porcelain mouths, the image zooming in and out in a rapid, dizzying fashion. No matter how I angled the phone, the display refused to show a normal perspective. It was as if the dolls themselves were controlling the camera's focus, forcing me to confront their tiny, unsettling smiles. One by one, adrenaline flooded my system. I could hardly breathe, each inhale ragged and shallow. The walls felt closer, as though they were shifting inward in a rush of panic. I dashed to the bed, sweeping the dolls aside with frantic swipes of my arms. They clattered to the floor but did not break in the back of my mind. I heard the brittle impact of porcelain on wood, yet not a single doll chipped or cracked. My hands were trembling so hard I could barely keep my phone from slipping out of my grip. Staggering back, I slammed the bedroom door shut, as if that could contain whatever force was animating those grotesque figures. I don't know how long I stayed awake. Lights on back pressed against the headboard. Panting, minutes felt like hours. My heart never seemed to slow down. It was a frantic drumming metronome in my chest, mirroring the silent bobbing of those porcelain heads. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me when I woke. The morning sun was streaming through the windows, and I had to summon all my courage to peek around the bedroom door. The dolls were back in the cabinet, lined up neatly as though they'd never moved. The glass door was shut, locked without the faintest sign of tampering. I almost convinced myself it was a hallucination. Stress can play tricks on the mind, especially in an unfamiliar environment, but the memory felt far too vivid. Every detail was etched into my thoughts. The archaic chanting, the camera's bizarre glitch, the doll's unnerving presence. I decided I would leave that day. It was supposed to be my final day hosting any lingering business. But I resolved to cut it short. I called the caretaker, or tried to explain. There was some malfunction in the cabinet lock, and that it terrified me. My phone had no signal again, even though it had worked fine earlier in the day. Anger and fear churned in my stomach as I realized I was essentially trapped with no easy way to report this. I forced myself to walk back to the main room, determined to gather my conference materials and meet any final visitors in a public cafe nearby. Instead, the place was silent, aside from the faint creaks of old floorboards. The dolls stared at me through the glass unchanged, but I felt their presence as a tangible weight in the air. My heart pounded, and a cold film of sweat coated my neck and underarms. I could practically taste the tension, metallic and bitter at the back of my throat. While clearing my notes from a side table, I heard that same archaic chanting from the phone speaker. My phone lit up from across the room on a chair, flickering as if stuck in a short loop. The chanting was louder than before, layered with overlapping voices. It sounded like a recording from a centuries-old ceremony. The French words archaic and elongated, almost a moan that curled at the edges of hearing. My pulse skyrocketed. I approached my phone slowly, dread building with every step. The screen displayed an indecipherable symbol, Not an app icon, just a swirling pattern that pulsed with the chanting breathing heavily. I snatched the phone and tried to power it down. The button wouldn't respond. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. Maybe everything around me was conspiring to unravel my mind. The chanting cut off abruptly, leaving a silence so thick it made my ears ring. Then, for no apparent reason, the phone rebooted, returning to its normal home screen with no sign of what had just happened. I rushed around collecting all my belongings, yanking cords from outlets and cramming them into my suitcase. My sweat-damp shirt stuck to my back, and every so often I'd catch a glimpse of those doll eyes reflecting the overhead lights. Even behind the glass, they felt too close. My body trembled with the tension of knowing that in this place the ordinary rules didn't seem to apply by the time I reached the front door. Early sunlight glowed outside, but it was far too weak to feel comforting. The caretaker had instructed me to check out in person, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to find her in the rambling estate. I was ready to leave the key on a table and never look back yet. I found her in the foyer wearing a polite expression that seemed disconnected from the building's oppressive aura. She gestured casually toward the guest book, which lay open on a wooden podium, through clenched teeth. I admitted I hadn't filled out the guest book. The caretaker mumbled that the property owner strongly preferred every guest do. So she mentioned in a distant tone that the cabinet's lock had a persistent glitch. It sometimes unlocked on its own if the guest refused to write an entry. My breath caught in my throat instantly. The sensations of last night glass sliding the dolls clustering around my bed surged back, sending adrenaline spikes into my bloodstream. I could barely maintain composure. My heart hammered and I felt my palms sweating as I struggled to handle the keys. She seemed to sense my agitation but didn't press. She simply repeated that it was an unfortunate defect. I scribbled a few forced sentences in the guest book. My mind, too, frazzled to think straight. It felt like completing some archaic ritual rather than a polite practice. My signature looked shaky and my pen nearly slipped from my sweaty grip as I wrote. A single porcelain doll seemed to peer at me from the main room entrance. Though I couldn't be certain in my peripheral vision, the caretaker thanked me. Her voice calm and measured. I managed to nod a wave of dizziness crashing over me. I bolted outside without another word, my suitcase banging against the old wooden steps. The instant the door closed behind me, I felt like I could breathe again. The morning air was crisp and it tasted of freedom, but the memory of that chanting still buzzed in my ears. My heart was pounding so fiercely that I had to lean against my car for a moment before I could steady my shaking hands enough to find my keys driving away. The distance from the studio felt surreal, as if I were escaping some hidden realm, rather than just a piece of real estate. Every bump in the road made me jump, and every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I half expected to see one of those porcelain faces staring at me from the back seat. But the car was empty. No chanting, no mechanical glitch on my phone. Eventually, the normal world swallowed me up again with its traffic lights and convenience stores, a jarring contrast to that suffocating edifice of Victorian finery and strange phenomena. Yet even now my hands get clammy when I recall the moment I realized all 20 dolls had found their way out of the cabinet. I still feel that prickle on the back of my neck, the sensation that a silent crowd is gathering just beyond my field of vision. Sometimes I wake at 3:06 a.m. with my heart pounding, expecting to hear that haunting French chanting or see a reflection of a porcelain grin in the dark. I never did submit my review of that place online. Despite the caretaker's request, something in me recoils at the idea of revisiting the memory in such a public forum, as if speaking too openly about it could reignite whatever force lurked behind those painted eyes. Rationally, I tell myself it must have been some elaborate prank or a bizarre glitch in the building's wiring. But late at night, logic doesn't stand a chance against the pounding of my heart and the creeping dread that those dolls aren't merely lifeless collectibles. In the end, I escaped without any physical harm, but I can't quite shake the feeling of having brushed up against something beyond my comprehension. The caretaker's serene explanation about the lock's defect left me more disturbed than any hysterical apology could have. It was as though this phenomenon was not a malfunction, but an expected quirk of the house itself, a test of sorts that I had unknowingly failed by not writing in the guest book quickly enough. even though I'm safe. There's a lingering unease inside me as if some part of that Victorian studio clings to my psyche. I see porcelain dolls in store windows now and feel my breath catch when I close my eyes. In the deep hours of the night, I sometimes envision them crowding around my bed, heads tilting in unison, mouths forever stretched in those cryptic smiles. No matter how many days or nights pass, I'll never forget the disembodied chanting or the sensation of sliding glass at an hour when no one else was awake. I told myself I'd never speak of this again, but I also can't stop the nightmares. Perhaps I could have avoided it all by simply scribbling in that guest book right after I arrived, but I hesitated. And in that hesitation, something slipped free in the old Victorian studio, a presence that witnessed my refusal and responded in kind. I keep my phone on silent at night. Now just in case, and when 3:06 a.m. rolls around, I can still feel my heart racing like a drumbeat echoing through a dark corridor, summoning that eerie chanting from the threshold of memory. Even months later, a sense of being watched clings to me, a private haunting that offers no closure. I think that's the true horror. Not the sight of the dolls moving or the cryptic apology at checkout, but the persistent weight of the unknown that follows me like a shadow I can't outrun. It stands behind every glance in the mirror. It rustles in every late-night silence, and it reminds me that sometimes in places too old for our modern comforts, there are forces that exist beyond doors, behind glass cabinets waiting to be acknowledged or to punish those who refuse. Story 11, I remember the first time the television flickered to life on its own. It was exactly 10 p.m. and the living room lights were off, except for the bluish glow of the standby LED. I had always slept with the TV on. No signal, mostly because I found the faint static oddly comforting. It lulled me into a drowsy state, making my studio apartment feel less lonely. But that night, the soothing hiss suddenly transformed into something so loud it felt like a burst of thunder in my ears. I jolted upright, my heart hammering against my ribcage, sweat instantly breaking out across my forehead. I stared at the screen, which was no longer showing static, but rather some grainy footage of an empty street, one I vaguely recognized but couldn't quite name. That's how it all began, an unsettling routine that would transform my life into an unrelenting nightmare. I live in a city where all the streets seem identical. At night, they're lined with repetitive storefronts, old lampposts, and flickering neon signs that could pass for each other from block to block. The footage on my TV that evening was so mundane that I might have dismissed it as some random broadcast glitch, if not for the unmistakable arrangement of a particular stop sign at an oddly steep angle a few days later during my morning commute. I walked by that exact street. The stop sign was bent in precisely the same way my stomach lurched, as if I had missed a step descending a staircase. I felt a wave of vertigo, and for a moment I thought I was about to pass out. The air felt too thick to breathe, and my heart pounded as though it might burst. I remember gripping a lamppost to steady myself while I tried to rationalize what I had seen by the following week. The TV had developed a mind of its own. Every night at 10 p.m. sharp, the volume would crank itself to a deafening level, and a new location would appear on the screen. Each scene was more unsettling than the last familiar crosswalks, corner stores I frequented, even back alleys I passed on my way to work, all displayed with harsh lighting and ominous emptiness. At first I thought it might be some twisted prank, maybe a hidden camera feed from an unknown source, but each time I tried to track down the signals on my TV's menu, I found no channels registered. It was always set to the standard, no signal input. Everything in me told me to stop watching, to move out, or maybe to smash the cursed device to pieces. Yet inexplicably, I stayed. I told myself it would sort itself out, or perhaps I was too afraid to confront whatever was behind it. Part of me refused to accept that this was something beyond the realm of electronics. I reached a breaking point a few weeks in after I dismantled the TV's motherboard in a desperate attempt to end the nightly broadcasts. I removed the back panel and unplugged every cable I could see, scattering screws all over the floor. In my frustration, when I stepped back, I realized I was panting, my hands trembling so hard I could barely grip the screwdriver. The entire apartment felt oppressively silent, as if the walls were holding their breath. I left the TV's disassembled innards in a heap, turned my back on it, and went to bed that night with a sense of triumph. Certain I had finally taken control, but at exactly 10 p.m., a searing light forced my eyes open. I felt my chest tighten as I realized the screen was lit again, blazing white against the darkness. The cables were still on the floor, yet it was on a sizzling static, poured from the speakers loud enough that I thought my eardrums might burst. My throat went dry and I tasted copper on my tongue as if adrenaline had flooded my system so intensely I could taste fear itself. I rolled off the bed and skewered toward the living room legs, shaky from panic. When I peered into the screen, I saw not a street this time, but something else. There was a warped silhouette behind the flickering light, as if someone stood behind the glass, pressing forward like it was some flexible membrane. I saw the shadow of what appeared to be a man's arm straining as though trying to push itself through the CRT tube. My entire body broke out in chills. I heard a faint scraping from the inside of the set like nails on metal. In that moment, I couldn't breathe. My mind refused to process what my eyes were showing me. I felt a wave of nausea twist my stomach, and I barely managed to stay on my feet. After a few seconds, the figure receded and the screen went black. The silence that followed pounded in my ears, making every ticking second stretch into an eternity. The events escalated from there every time the clock struck 10 p.m. My television would flare to life, cycling through terrifying images. Sometimes it was a lonely parking lot I'd pass the next morning where I'd notice the same cracks in the asphalt that had appeared on the screen. Other times it would show me unfamiliar corners of the city I'd later stumble upon by accident, but nothing compared to the night it displayed my own building. I stood transfixed as the grainy footage panned slowly up the external walls, capturing each window with eerie clarity. The camera angle was all wrong. It was as if someone was filming from above, maybe from a crane or rooftop across the street. My heart thudded so violently that I thought I might faint on the spot, and then it zoomed in on the 7th floor, my floor, and highlighted a solitary door with an arrow drawn in something that looked like red paint. It was my apartment. I felt my knees weaken and a cold sweat trickled down my back. Even though it was only an image on a screen, it felt like a direct threat. Something or someone telling me it knew exactly where I lived the next day at work. I tried to maintain composure. I avoided direct conversation with colleagues unless absolutely necessary, and even then I kept it curt. Inside, I was a spiral of anxiety. I could still see that arrow flashing on the door in my mind, accompanied by the echo of static. My manager asked if I was feeling all right. I only nodded and mumbled something vague about lack of sleep when I finally trudged home. My pulse quickened the closer I got to my building. My footsteps echoed on the pavement as night fell, blending with the hum of distant traffic. I half expected to see something horrifying in the lobby, a silhouette lurking behind the reception desk or the elevator opening by itself, but everything was mundane, almost insultingly normal. That is, until I reached my apartment door. It was ajar. My key trembled in my hand and I hesitated before stepping inside. My pulse throbbed in my ears and my breath turned shallow. The hallway beyond my door was dark, as if every light bulb in my apartment had decided to give out at once. I could smell something unusual in the air, an electrical odor mixed with stale, musty notes of dust. Immediately I reached for the light switch, but nothing happened. My heart was drumming in my chest so frantically it almost hurt. As I inched forward, I caught sight of the TV. It was flipped around its exposed tubes and wires facing outward, and the dark screen was turned to the wall. It was still plugged in, flickering faintly against the paint. My mind reeled. I knew I had left the set disassembled days ago, and the motherboard had been lying on my coffee table. Yet there it was reassembled in this twisted position as if someone or something wanted me to see it. From a new angle, I heard a faint buzzing from behind the screen like static, traveling through live wires. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. It felt as if an unseen presence hovered in the darkness. My breathing grew ragged and I struggled to keep my composure. I reached out to touch the back of the CRT, but it was cold, shockingly cold. Like a block of ice, I felt a jolt of adrenaline surge through me, forcing my hand away. Then the screen flashed, illuminating the wall in front of it with the silhouette of that same humanoid figure. I watched paralyzed as the shadow pressed close, the glass bowing outward as if it were pliable. My chest tightened in a spasm of terror. I wanted to shout, but my voice refused to surface. The shape lingered, pressing with agonizing slowness. I could almost feel the pressure in the air as it attempted to breach the boundary between its world and mine. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. The rest of that night was a haze of fear I sat in. A corner knees drawn up to my chest, eyes locked on the reverse television. My body shook with tremors that refused to subside, and beads of sweat traced down my temples. The entire apartment felt claustrophobic, as though the walls had inched closer in the silence. Every creak of the floor and distant rumble of a passing car made my heart lurch. Eventually, I convinced myself I had to move, that I couldn't just remain in that paralyzed state. My thoughts were erratic, veering between the possibility that I was losing my grip on reality and the dreadful notion that everything I had experienced was all too real. I rummaged for my phone, nearly dropping it from my sweaty grip. My instinct was to call someone, maybe the building manager or a friend, but the thought of explaining this situation made my mouth go dry. How does one describe the impossible? I gave up on the idea of a call and resolved to get out of the apartment. I fled that night to a cheap motel on the other side of town. The relief of being away from my place was immediate but incomplete. My sleep was tormented by half-remembered images of static and silhouettes. I woke up every hour, heart pounding. Certain that I would see the TV in a corner of the motel room the next morning, I headed back to my apartment in broad daylight, telling myself that everything would appear less horrifying under the sun. The moment I stepped inside, I saw the TV was no longer reversed. It was in its usual spot. The cables still scattered on the floor exactly where I'd left them after dismantling it. The first time for a minute I doubted my own recollection of the previous night. Perhaps the fear had played tricks on me. Perhaps I had dreamed that I found it reassembled and facing the wall, yet that cloying smell of burnt dust still hung in the air, and a part of me knew I hadn't imagined it in a last-ditch effort. I dragged the set into the hallway, determined to discard it altogether. I had fantasies of hauling it to the dumpster behind the building, but the instant I tried to push it past my threshold, the screen flared to life again, showing me a live feed of my own corridor. My knees buckled and I stumbled backward on the screen. I saw myself standing in the hallway with my hands on the TV, eyes wide in shock. It felt like some impossible feedback loop, an image reflecting my exact position in real time. My body became as rigid as stone. Then the camera panned over my shoulder, revealing an empty corridor behind me. Yet in the real hallway, I was sure I sensed something right at my back. The adrenaline spike made my hands clammy and my heart hammered so fiercely I thought I might black out. I dropped my grip on the set and scrambled back into my apartment, slamming the door shut. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I felt a bizarre tingling sensation in my limbs as if they were losing circulation. It became clear to me that this entity, whether a manifestation of my own madness or something genuinely supernatural, did not want me to remove the television. Trapped, trembling, I leaned against the door, my mind churned with possibilities from the rational to the absurd, but each thought collided with the next. Leaving me disoriented and numb, the only certainty was that I felt watched, perpetually observed and vulnerable, determined not to let this thing dominate my life. I devised a plan. I would record the events on my phone, capturing any nightly anomalies, then show them to someone I trusted. But every time I tried to film the screen at 10 p.m., the camera on my phone would glitch, freezing with digital artifacts that made the footage useless. My phone would reboot on its own, erasing the file before I could view it. My nights became a cycle of fear and resignation. The images on the TV continued. More streets I'd see days later, more glimpses of the shadow man pushing against the glass, more ominous angles of my apartment building. I noticed that in each new broadcast, the perspective came closer, as if it was slowly zeroing in on me. Finally, I reached a point where I had to make a choice. either abandon my apartment or face whatever was happening. I decided in a bout of desperate courage to confront the thing. On the following night, I sat down in front of the TV at 9:50 p.m., heart-racing sweat dampening the back of my neck. I focused on my breathing, determined not to run. 10 minutes later, the set crackled and roared to life. The volume was as loud as ever, and the picture was of a dimly lit corridor. The inside of my building approaching my door, I forced myself to watch, hands shaking uncontrollably. Step by step, the footage advanced until it was right outside my apartment. There was a moment of static, and then the silhouette appeared again, pressing forward from the inside of the screen, its hands stretching toward the glass. My chest tightened. My mouth felt parched and my lungs fought for air, but I didn't look away. For once I refused to recoil. I must have been trembling so hard my vision blurred, but I remained there staring. Then, everything went dark. Not just the TV. My entire apartment lost power. I was plunged into total darkness, the kind that makes you question if you've suddenly gone blind. My heart hammered in my ears and I braced myself, expecting some horrific touch or a whisper in the blackness. Instead, I heard a gentle hum of electricity returning and the lights flickered back on the TV was off the screen. Black and lifeless, just as it should have been. I waited chest-heaving, expecting the worst, but all that greeted me was an unnerving silence. I don't know what changed in that moment, whether my refusal to flee broke whatever hold it had on me or if the entity simply decided it had toyed with me long enough. All I know is that after that night, the television never turned on by itself again. I eventually disposed of it in broad daylight, hauling it piece by piece to an electronics recycling center. For the first time in weeks, I slept without the piercing dread of a sudden broadcast. The images of deserted streets and contorted silhouettes still haunt my dreams, and a static hiss can send my heart fluttering in an instant. But the nightly assault ceased to. This day, I can't fully explain what happened. Sometimes I question whether it was all a slow descent into paranoia, maybe some psychological break from stress and isolation. Yet every time I walk by a location that once appeared on my screen, I'm struck by an unshakable certainty that something beyond understanding reached into my life. The residue of that terror remains. Every flicker of a street lamp can make me jump, and every faint hum of electrical equipment in a quiet room sends a chill through my bones. I feel as though I've touched the edge of something indescribable, and I can't help but sense it might be lingering somewhere, waiting to reclaim my attention. Even now, if I glance at a blank screen, I sometimes imagine I see a shadow behind the glass pressing forward, waiting for the right moment to break through. And despite my attempts to move on, I'm not entirely sure that moment won't come again. Story 12. The fluorescent kitchen light hummed with a cold, harsh glow, casting elongated shadows across the linoleum floor. I remember feeling my stomach clench the first time I turned it on at an ungodly hour, expecting to make a simple late-night snack. There was something off about the quiet at that hour, like the walls were holding their breath. The metallic taste of dread spread across my tongue before I even registered. Why, then I saw it leaning against the refrigerator, a flickering red shape as if illuminated by a distant fire. My heart lurched, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. I blinked hard when I opened my eyes. The shape vanished, only the echo of crimson remained burned into my retinas like an afterimage that was the first night I live alone in a modest apartment. The kind of place with thin walls and squeaky floorboards where the simplest noise can take on a sinister edge. Past midnight, I used to appreciate my solitude. I enjoyed cooking late when everything was silent. No traffic outside, no footsteps in the hallway. Those were the moments I felt most at peace. Now every time I flip on the light in the kitchen, my pulse spikes because I know I might see that red silhouette again the second time it happened. My knees shook so intensely that I had to hold onto the counter for support. That time it appeared behind the fridge door. I caught its reflection on the handle, a dim, ember-like glow that pulsed in time with my panicked heartbeat. Then as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. I was left standing there panting, laded and drenched in cold sweat. Whenever this thing showed up, it left behind a clear sign of its presence. The magnets on the fridge would tumble off in random patterns. Sometimes the letter magnet spelled out nonsense. Other times numbers clattered onto the floor. On one particular night, I stooped down to pick them up and I realized they formed coordinates. I typed them into my phone, immediately feeling a crawling sensation at the back of my neck. The primal awareness that I was being watched. Those coordinates pointed me to a cafe across town. I nearly dismissed it as some glitch in my mental state, perhaps the product of my overactive imagination, but something compelled me, some mix of curiosity and dread, to visit that location. The following afternoon, the cafe sat at the end of a narrow street. It had large windows that reflected the sky, making it look almost ethereal. As soon as I stepped inside, a wave of unease rolled through me. The place looked perfectly normal, a scattering of tables, chalkboard menu, and a faint smell of freshly ground coffee. Yet my stomach twisted with the same cold tension I felt in my kitchen at night. I noticed a faint chemical odor. It was so subtle I had to step closer to confirm it. Natural gas or something close. I questioned myself, wondering if anyone else smelled it. I considered mentioning it to an employee, but the sense of imminent dread made me hesitate. Instead, I told myself I might be imagining it. I left unsettled that night. I dreamed about the cafe in the dream. Everything was tinted a deep carmine. I walked in again only to see the entire interior engulfed in flames. There was no screaming or chaos, just walls of fire and that chemical smell. I woke with my heart hammering against my ribcage, drenched in perspiration. My ears rang as if I'd actually been inside a roaring blaze, shivering. I got up for a glass of water. The overhead light in my bedroom felt too bright, too accusatory, as if it were judging me for entertaining these fears. I stood in front of the mirror, staring at my reflection, trying to steady my breath. A dull throbbing started behind my eyes, and I couldn't decide if I was losing my mind or if I had stumbled onto something dangerously real. The following morning, an envelope arrived in my mailbox. It contained a receipt timestamped for a future date, indicating I had purchased a coffee from that same cafe at 2:17 p.m. The transaction total was circled in red ink. My heart skipped a beat. I checked the date. It was several days away. How could I have a receipt for a moment that hadn't happened yet? My first instinct was to tear it to pieces and pretend it never arrived, but the compulsion to know the truth burned in my gut. I pinned the receipt to my corkboard in the hallway, telling myself I'd decide later whether to confront that day head-on or stay as far away from that cafe as humanly possible. That night I turned on the kitchen light with dread swirling in my chest. My spine tingled, anticipating the red silhouette. It appeared again, pressing against the fridge door as though it were leaning into it, trying to listen. My breath caught in my throat as the bulbs flickered. Once the silhouette twisted and seemed to shift position, I felt my mouth go dry and the faint hum of the refrigerator motor. I thought I could hear a distant crackling like a fire raging just out of sight. My legs started trembling, sweat dribbled down my forehead, and I blinked rapidly to dispel the illusion. The figure disappeared, leaving behind a row of fridge magnets clattering to the floor in a suspicious pattern. Once again, they formed a sequence of letters and numbers. Another set of coordinates pointed me to the same cafe by the time the date on the receipt arrived. My nerves were on edge. I hadn't slept well in days, jerking awake after nightmares, feeling my chest tighten with dread. My appetite vanished. Every noise in my apartment, from the whining pipes to the creaking boards, put me on high alert. I was hyper-aware of my own heartbeat, a frantic pounding that refused to settle when the day finally came. I almost couldn't bring myself to leave the apartment. Part of me was convinced something catastrophic was about to happen at 2:17 p.m., just like my dream of the fiery explosion. Another part of me insisted I had to be there to learn the truth. I arrived at the cafe early and chose a table. Outside, the sky overhead was a dull gray, and a light breeze carried the faint smell of exhaust from passing cars. My anxiety spiked with every tick of the clock on my phone. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting to see a spark or flicker of red just beyond the threshold. I felt an odd pressure behind my eyes, and my lungs seemed to tighten as though the air was thinning. As 2:17 p.m. approached, my heart pounded so loudly I could practically hear it over the murmured conversations of strangers. Then right on cue, there was a sharp echoing noise from within the building like a pipe snapping. My entire body jerked in response and I braced myself, expecting an eruption of flames or a toxic smell of gas, but nothing happened. The noise subsided and the cafe patrons hardly noticed. I felt like I was about to pass out from sheer tension. My armpits prickled with sweat and my fingers twitched on the surface of the table. A surge of relief mixed with confusion left me dizzy. I forced myself to stand up, blood rushing from my head as I did. One of the employees inside peered out curiously, probably wondering why I looked so pale I couldn't muster the will to walk in and ask about the gas smell. I simply turned on my heel and stumbled back to my car, shaky and nauseous. That night I walked into my apartment with the uneasy realization that I had no closure, no answers. Perhaps the future receipt was a sign that I had changed events by refusing to go inside, or maybe I was never at risk in the first place. None of it made any sense. The taste of lingering dread coated my mouth, and I found myself consumed by the need to check the kitchen. There in the silence, I flicked on the light. My heart seized at the vision that greeted me. The silhouette was no longer near the refrigerator. It stood at the open oven, bathed in that same sinister red glow as if it were stepping out of a furnace. My breath stuttered, and I realized the oven door was ajar, the interior light flickering in an ominous way. The figure seemed larger now, its edges more defined in the unnatural light. My muscles locked and I couldn't move. A sudden wave of heat radiated from the oven, or at least I imagined it did, enough that my skin felt clammy and overheated. At once I recalled the dream of fire in the cafe, and for one delirious second I pictured my kitchen erupting in the same crimson flames. The silhouette raised an arm like a silent chef, beckoning me closer or offering some guidance. My stomach churned. I could hear my own pulse thudding in my ears. I tried to inhale but only managed shallow gasps. My throat constricted by an invisible pressure and a flash of clarity. I remembered that I had left some raw chicken in the fridge intending to cook a late lunch. Could the silhouette be pointing toward it? My thoughts spiraled and I felt unsteady on my feet. Still trembling, I approached the figure each step forward. Made my chest tighten further, but something compelled me not to flee. The red glow flared momentarily as if acknowledging my presence. Then almost tenderly, the silhouette seemed to retreat into the oven, leaving the door open. I stood there uncertain whether to slam it shut or peer inside. My eyes stung from the dryness as if I had forgotten to blink for too long. The overhead fluorescent flickered again, the hum of electricity merged with my frenzied heartbeat, forming a crescendo of tension in my mind. I inched forward, swallowing hard, and reached for the oven door. My palms were slick with sweat, making my grip unsteady when I leaned in. It was just the interior of the oven, lit by a small bulb. There was no sign of the silhouette. The temperature inside was only mildly warm, as if I had preheated it earlier and forgot. My stomach lurched when I recalled I hadn't used the oven in days. I backed away, breath shuddering, and nearly tripped over the kitchen mat. Suddenly, the overhead light buzzed again, and everything seemed painfully bright and mundane, except for the stench of my own sweat and the frantic hammering of my heart. I told a close friend about these encounters in a hushed, indirect manner without revealing every uncanny detail. I admitted I kept seeing a figure in red, described how the fridge magnets fell, and how I felt compelled to visit a cafe at the exact time indicated on a mysterious receipt. They suggested I was suffering from stress-induced hallucinations. It was the most rational explanation, and yet a stubborn part of me refused to believe it was just in my head. For the next few weeks, I avoided the kitchen light after dark. I used a small desk lamp when I needed something from the fridge. If I had to cook, I did so at normal hours, always with the main lights on, music, playing anything to dispel the suffocating quiet. Still, there were moments when I sensed a presence behind me, a flash of crimson in my peripheral vision, or the subtle odor of smoke that dissipated before I could prove it was there. My paranoia skyrocketed. I began to suspect every hiss in the pipes as a harbinger of a gas leak. Every time I turned a corner, I half expected to encounter that shape waiting for me. My hands shook whenever I handled anything flammable, and I kept checking the stove burners, obsessively making sure none were leaking gas. My reflection in the mirror each morning looked gaunt. My eyes sunken with worry, I caught myself listening for that distant crackling sound I had imagined near the fridge, as though it might sneak up on me if I let my guard down. Finally, I resolved that if the red silhouette was some kind of warning or a spirit, perhaps I should face it again on my own terms. One late afternoon, I stood in my kitchen with the overhead light off, letting dusk shadows fill the small space. I set a pot of water on the stove and turned the burner on low. A faint hiss accompanied the blue flame. My heart pounded in my throat, but I forced myself to remain calm. The pot began to heat, steam curling in lazy tendrils. I kept glancing at the oven, half expecting the door to swing open as the evening deepened. The fluorescent light overhead flickered, then clicked on by itself with a harsh buzz. My breath caught the reflection in the stainless steel surface of the oven door, revealed that same faint shimmer of red thyme slowed. My arms prickled with goosebumps, and I felt the air press against my lungs like a lead weight. I fought the urge to switch the light off instead. I squared my shoulders and let the figure materialize. In the reflection, it seemed to occupy the space behind me. Bending at an angle as though peering over my shoulder, my hands shook violently. The pot on the stove began to boil water, sputtering over the edges and sizzling against the hot metal. I felt a sudden wave of panic, imagining scalding water splashing onto my skin. At the same time, I was seized by the fear of missing whatever the silhouette intended to communicate. The reflection's fiery glow intensified momentarily, and I had the strangest thought it looked almost protective, as though it wanted to help avert some disaster turning around. Slowly, I encountered empty space, yet my heartbeat refused to slow and my forehead was damp with sweat. I managed to switch off the burner, taking the pot away from the heat before it overflowed. The sense of relief lasted only a second. When I looked back at the oven, I found the door ajar again. I stepped toward it, breath quivering in my chest. Inside lay a single magnet from the fridge shaped like a tiny letter S placed on the middle rack. My head throbbed and the dryness in my mouth made it impossible to swallow. I couldn't imagine how it got there unless something or someone had placed it deliberately. I shut the oven door gently, feeling an undercurrent of unreality. My entire body trembled and a chill cascaded down my spine. Outside, the night was quiet, the world oblivious to the turmoil in my kitchen. No matter how hard I tried to rationalize it, I knew there was something impossible happening here, an entity or force far beyond the scope of my everyday life. Lingering at the edge of my perception, it hadn't harmed me, but it had led me to the cafe, shown me glimpses of potential disaster, and now hovered in my home as if it were trying to guide me. I realized I was breathing in shallow gasps, the taste of copper strong on my tongue from gnawing the inside of my cheek. In fear, I wasn't sure if I was meant to be grateful or terrified, but I knew I wasn't ready to face a final confrontation. Each new manifestation felt like an escalation, pushing me further toward a cliff of understanding that I wasn't certain I wanted to reach. Maybe it was a warning system protecting me from accidents or tragedies yet to unfold. Maybe it was something else entirely playing with my mind as I flicked off the kitchen light for the night. The afterimage of that crimson shape lingered in my vision, leaving me on the threshold between fear and a twisted sense of comfort. Sleep, when it finally arrived, brought no real peace. I tossed and turned, half expecting the sound of crackling flames or the hiss of gas in the morning. The uneasy stillness in my apartment was almost more unnerving than the night had been. All I could do was carry on, uncertain when or if that red silhouette would appear again, but convinced it would never truly be gone. Even now that knowledge keeps me on edge, I continue to cook late at night, drawn to the solace of a quiet kitchen, even if it means confronting the disturbing presence that might be lurking there. My palms still get clammy when I reach for the light switch, yet there's a strange part of me that finds comfort in knowing I'm not entirely alone in those dark hours. The terror is real, and so is the possibility that this force, whatever it may be, could be trying to shield me from a fate I can only guess at. But the dread remains a constant pulse in the back of my mind, reminding me that the boundary between safety and chaos is disturbingly thin and easily crossed by something as simple as the flip of a switch story. 13, I still remember the exact moment I first laid eyes on those two Inca jars. They seemed inconspicuous among the dusty relics at the anthropological auction, yet they were the only items that felt unmistakably alive. There was an unsettling presence around them, a low hum nearly imperceptible like a distant wind, moaning across a canyon at dusk from the second they were placed on my fireplace mantel. My home felt changed, the air pressed in a little tighter. The shadows looked more angular and a vague unease started to coil inside me. I had purchased them almost impulsively, swayed by the curator's stories of their supposed ceremonial significance. Supposedly, these jars were used by an ancient Andean culture to store offerings, gold dust, dried cocoa leaves, or even personal tokens given in exchange for blessings. My rational mind told me it was just folklore designed to drive up bids, but some part of me, perhaps that primal instinctual side, wasn't so sure. After all, the moment the hammer came down and the jars were officially mine, a jolt of nervous excitement shot through me as though I had just committed to something I didn't fully understand. I placed them on the mantel in my living room, facing each other like two silent sentinels. Their surfaces were rough clay etched with faint patterns reminiscent of mountain peaks and winding paths. The one on the left had a jagged imperfection near its base, almost like a crack that had been sealed ages ago. The one on the right displayed a faintly visible symbol, a serpentine line wrapping around the circumference. Neither jar was very large, perhaps the height of a standard coffee thermos. Nonetheless, they seemed heavy, as if carved from compacted earth rather than molded from fired clay. In the first week, I tried to ignore the feeling that they were watching me. I would wake up and walk into the living room, blinking the sleep from my eyes, only to sense a shift in the air. It felt as though someone had been whispering, and I had interrupted. My heart would pound a little harder at these moments, dismissing it as nonsense. I'd continue with my morning routine, but that tension under my skin never quite went away. It was a Monday afternoon when I first heard the jars make the sound. I was on a video call with a colleague discussing the logistics of working remotely indefinitely. Suddenly, a soft clicking reached my ears like nails tapping on thick glass. The noise was so faint I thought I was imagining it. Then it intensified, becoming a rapid snapping, as if the clay itself were fracturing from within. My pulse quickened, and I forced myself to keep a calm tone with my colleague, even though sweat prickled at my hairline. When I glanced toward the mantel, I saw no visible movement yet. The sound persisted for another agonizing few seconds, then abruptly stopped. A few days later, I declined a promotion offer from my supervisor via email. The workload was too high. I explained in my message, and the benefits weren't enticing enough to justify it. Moments after hitting send, I felt a stirring in the air. The living room lights flickered, the walls seemed to contract. A fine dust drifted through the space, swirling in miniature cyclones near the ceiling. Before settling onto the carpet, my eyes itched. My throat went dry and my heart hammered in my chest as though warning me something was very wrong. I knelt down to examine the dust, only to notice tiny glinting specks mixed in small grains of what appeared to be gold. I began picking them up, my fingers trembling, and realized there were exactly as many grains as the dollar amount in the salary increase. I had just refused the next time I discussed remote work with a friend, casually mentioning my preference for flexible hours. I heard that same snapping from the jars, but this time I caught a faint moaning layered beneath it, as if distant voices were rising from the clay. It reminded me of an old documentary I once saw about mountain fighters in the Andes, their rhythmic chanting echoing off the ridges. My stomach churned, a metallic tang hovered in the room, reminiscent of oxidized copper. There was no rational explanation for this, and that was what frightened me the most. I started to avoid talking about anything related to my job at home. My living room, a place that was once my refuge, became a stifling stage for bizarre phenomena each time I so much as thought about job offers or remote setups. The hairs on my arms would stand on end, my breathing grew shallow, and I'd watch the fireplace out of the corner of my eye, bracing myself for more snaps, moans, or swirling dust at night. I would often dream of climbing steep mountain passes, weighed down by an invisible force. In these dreams, I carried a small pouch of gold dust that spilled whenever I took a wrong step. Figures in elaborate headdresses marched beside me, Chanting in low, haunting tones, their faces were obscured, but their voices reverberated. Resonating with my own panic, I would wake up drenched in sweat, heart galloping in my chest, the taste of copper clinging to the back of my throat as if I had been breathing in metal fumes all night. The tension escalated noticeably. One morning, after finishing a simple phone call about scheduling a meeting at the office, I entered the living room and immediately sensed the air was different. It had a density that made me feel like I was stepping into a chamber sealed for centuries. My lungs struggled to draw breath and a chill crept along my arms as my gaze landed on the jars. I noticed something off about the left one. It was angled slightly toward me, though I could have sworn I had left it facing forward. I approached carefully, my hands cold and clammy. The jar's opening now pointed in my direction as though challenging me to peer inside. I didn't dare look too long. My mind told me I was being superstitious, that clay jars couldn't move on their own. But my gut, tied in knots, insisted something else was happening when I reached out to rotate the jar back. My fingers brushed against its rough surface and a tingling sensation shot up my arm. It felt like static shock, but colder. My entire body tensed and I reeled back, nearly losing my balance. I left the jar as it was and rushed out of the house, locking the door behind me with shaky hands. That evening I returned home to find a scattering of gold dust on the coffee table, enough to form a thin layer that spelled out a number in faint lines. The number matched the new promotion package that Human Resources had emailed me that afternoon. My vision blurred and my throat constricted. Forcing me to gulp for air with trembling fingers, I tried to wipe the dust away, but it clung to my skin. I rubbed my palms together, but the gold wouldn't fully come off, leaving a shimmering residue that sparkled under the overhead light. I felt nauseated, both disgusted and hypnotized by this eerie spectacle. Over the next few days, I became hyper-aware of every subtle shift in my home's atmosphere. Every time I walked into the living room, my skin prickled as though unseen eyes were tracking my every move. My nights grew restless, plagued by more elaborate visions of mountainous terrain and ghostly Inca processions. Sometimes I could almost smell the cold altitude air mingling with that ever-present hint of copper. I considered throwing the jars out or locking them in storage, but some gnawing dread stopped me. It felt like I would be tampering with a force that demanded respect or at least caution. Instead, I tried to ignore them. I stopped discussing anything job-related at home. I also began to accept more tasks and promotions just to see if that would stave off the dust storms. Yet the phenomena continued, though in smaller, almost mocking increments. I would wake to find a single golden grain in front of my bedroom door or hear the faint rattle of clay shifting late at night. Then on a particularly cold and drizzly evening, something happened that shattered whatever illusion of control I still clung to. I was returning from the kitchen with a glass of water, my bare feet sinking into the carpet. The living room was dark, save for the glow from a street lamp outside. As I turned on a side table lamp, I froze. The left jar had rotated a full 180 degrees from its usual position. My pulse skyrocketed and my breath came in ragged bursts. The jar's mouth no longer faced the fireplace. It pointed straight into the room, mustering the courage to approach. I found that its interior looked different. At first, it seemed like an endless shadow, but as I leaned closer, I saw faint shapes inside the jar. There was a swirling darkness that gradually cleared, revealing something that made my heart clench, a miniature version of my own office. I recognized the desk, the chair, even the little lamp I kept on the side. At that moment, my palms grew sweaty and a tremor rippled through my arms. I wanted to convince myself it was just my overworked mind playing tricks, but the details were too precise to dismiss. Then I saw movement within that tiny office scene, a small clay figure hunched over the desk, tapping away at a microscopic keyboard. It moved with a jerky mechanical quality as if propelled by some ancient force. I could almost hear the echo of keys clicking, though the jar's interior remained silent. The figure's posture was painfully familiar. It mimicked the way I leaned in my chair, especially when I was neck-deep in spreadsheets and reports. My stomach knotted and my throat felt too tight to swallow. I backed away, my pulse pounding in my ears, and shut off the lamp darkness. Overtook the living room, but I could still sense the jar's presence. I found it impossible to sleep that night. Instead, I sat upright in bed, my breath shallow. My mind spinning with horrifying questions. Was the figure in the jar an echo of me bound to work endlessly like some damned soul? Or did it represent an alternate version of my life? One enslaved by the demands of corporate obligations I kept trying to dodge. Over the next several days, every time I passed the mantel, I noticed that the jar remained turned. I couldn't bear to look inside again. I felt the phantom weight of it on my consciousness, a constant presence that eroded my peace of mind at work. I was jumpy, double-checking doorways and mirrors, half expecting to see that clay figure lurking somewhere behind me. My nerves were shot, my skin was always clammy, and I started getting pounding headaches that pulsed in my temples. Even coffee lost its taste, replaced by an odd metallic bitterness on my tongue. The final, most harrowing moment came one night when I tried to confront the jar directly. I walked into the living room feeling my heart thud like a drum in my chest and approached the mantel with determined steps. A single overhead light cast jagged shadows across the walls, giving the impression that the jars were enormous. Reaching far above me in elongated shapes, my hands shook so hard I nearly dropped the flashlight I carried. I aimed the light into the dark opening of the left jar, expecting to see that miniature office again. But at first I saw only pitch-black emptiness. The air around me turned colder, and a faint rasping breeze seemed to emanate from the jar's mouth. Making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, I forced myself to look deeper, my breath catching in my throat gradually as scene began to coalesce. It was the same tiny office, but unlit, strewn with papers, as if some frenzy of work had left the place in disarray. The clay figure was still there, hunched at the desk, tapping away. This time, though, it was turned slightly to the side, as if aware it was being watched. A flickering suspicion crawled through my mind. Was that figure larger now? It seemed more defined with finer details. Where before it had been a crude shape, its clay arms moved in a disturbingly realistic motion, each finger pressing down keys that seemed to produce no sound but carried an uncanny weight in my chest. My breath came in short gasps and I felt lightheaded. Everything in me wanted to run, but I stood frozen, transfixed by the impossibility unfolding right in front of my eyes. Then the clay figure paused slowly. It swiveled in its tiny chair, turning toward me. I couldn't see a face, only a smooth, shapeless protrusion, but I sensed it was looking at me. My entire body tensed, my lips parted in a silent scream as a wave of cold dread washed over me. I stumbled backward, the flashlight clattering to the floor. Darkness rushed in as if the shadows themselves lunged forward to swallow me all at once. The living room felt suffocating. My lungs fought for air and my throat burned with each swallow. I managed to pick up the flashlight, though my fingers were numb and stiff, without wasting another second. I sprinted out of the room, flicking on every light switch along the way. My chest heaved and my heart pounded so forcefully that I worried it might give out. I ended up on my porch, breathing in the cold night air, eyes brimming with tears of raw terror and relief. As I stood there trembling, I felt an unshakable certainty that I could no longer live under the same roof as those jars. It wasn't just a matter of disposing of them. There was something binding me to their bizarre, otherworldly pull, something that wouldn't simply vanish. If I tossed them in a landfill, my life had already intertwined with their silent demands and horrific illusions. I suspected that if I stayed, I'd eventually find myself pulled deeper into that miniature world, locked in perpetual labor at a ghostly desk. Just like that clay figure, I made a spur-of-the-moment decision to escape. I packed a single suitcase, grabbed my essentials, and left the house, leaving the jars behind on the mantel the entire time. My heart raced and my forehead broke out in a cold sweat. My mouth felt parched and my hands trembled uncontrollably. Every footstep toward the door felt heavier, as though invisible hands tugged at my ankles, but I kept moving in my rearview mirror. The house stood dark against the cloudy sky, its windows reflecting a dull, lifeless stare. I drove away, trying not to think about the snapping sounds or the dust that had once coated my carpet. I can't say I've left the fear behind entirely. Even now, the memory of those jars gnaws at my sanity on occasion. I wake in the middle of the night, certain I hear the faint crackle of clay shifting or the echo of distant chanting in the wind outside. Sometimes an inexplicable metallic tang fills my mouth, and I'm hurled back into that suffocating dread, half expecting to see gold dust forming cryptic numbers on my floor. The terror is a stain on my psyche that no amount of distance seems to erase, and whenever I glance at my laptop or think about the promotions and remote opportunities I once considered, I feel a chill sweep over me as though the jars have found a new place to lurk in my own reflection, waiting to remind me that some deals once made can never be fully undone. Hello everyone, I am the narrator and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The shadows in my study have grown teeth. I first noticed it 3 weeks ago when the darkness pulled in. The corners began to shift independently of the light sources that cast them. Now they stretch toward me when I'm not looking directly at them, retreating to their assigned places only when I turn my head. My rational mind, the mind of a historian trained to question, to seek evidence, tells me this is impossible. Yet the same rational mind can no longer explain the gaps in my memory or the foreign handwriting that fills my notebooks with impossible knowledge. I should never have touched the board. My colleagues at the university would laugh if they knew I'd purchased a Ouija board. Professor James Blackwood, respected medieval historian, tenure-track position at a prestigious institution, consulting with the dead like some Victorian spiritualist. But my research on the Black Death had hit a wall. Contemporary accounts were fragmented, contradictory, and the archaeological evidence was scarce. I needed something, anything, to break through. The antique shop where I found the board was tucked between a laundromat and a boarded-up electronics store. The proprietor, an elderly woman with cataracts clouding both eyes, told me the board dated back to the 1890s. Her milky gaze seemed to follow me as I examined the planchette, its 3 felt padded feet worn from decades of use. The wood felt unnaturally cold beneath my fingertips, as if it had been stored in a freezer rather than the dusty shop I paid in cash and left without giving my name. For 2 nights the board sat untouched on my desk. I would wake to find myself standing over it in the dark with no memory of having left my bed. On the 3rd night, I finally sat down with a glass of whiskey and placed my fingertips on the planchette. I felt foolish, a grown man playing at parlor games. But desperation makes fools of us all. "Is anyone there?" I asked, my voice sounding hollow in the empty apartment. The planchette remained still for so long that I nearly abandoned the exercise. Then it began to move slowly at first, then with gathering confidence. My heart hammered against my ribs as it spelled out a response. Yes, James. The chill that ran through me had nothing to do with the draft seeping through my poorly insulated windows. I hadn't spoken my name aloud. I considered removing my hands, ending whatever this was, but curiosity, the historian's greatest virtue and most dangerous vice, kept me in place. "Who are you?" I asked. "Someone who knows you watched your mother die and said nothing." My hands jerked away from the planchette as if it had burned them. My mother had died when I was 19, a sudden aneurysm while we were alone at home. I'd frozen in panic, unable to call for help, watching as the life drained from her face. I'd never told anyone. The official report stated I'd found her already gone. My breathing came in short, painful gasps. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the chill in the room. It took me almost an hour to work up the courage to place my hands back on the planchette. "What do you want?" I whispered. "Partnership." The planchette moved with decisive confidence now, as if the entity on the other end had been waiting for precisely this question. "I have knowledge you seek. I need a place to stay temporarily." I should have ended it there. Every horror story I'd ever read or heard screamed in warning, but the promise of knowledge of answers to historical questions that had eluded scholars for centuries was too tempting. I asked what knowledge it possessed, and the planchette spelled out details about the spread of the plague that contradicted accepted historical narratives but aligned perfectly with anomalous evidence I'd recently uncovered. I asked for proof for something I could verify. The entity directed me to a specific manuscript in the university archives citing a page number and passage that had been mislabeled and overlooked. The next morning, with shaking hands, I found exactly what it had described, a first-hand account from a physician containing details about the plague's transmission that hadn't been incorporated into historical records. That night I agreed to its terms without fully understanding what a place to stay meant. The planchette moved in a figure 8, then spelled out, "Thank you for your hospitality." I woke the next morning on my living room floor a full 12 hours unaccounted for. My mouth tasted of copper and soil. In my study, my research notebooks were filled with pages of handwriting similar to my own, but with subtle differences. The loops tighter, the crosses on TEs made with a downward stroke rather than my habitual horizontal line. The notes contained detailed accounts of plague outbreaks with names and dates and mortality, figures that couldn't possibly exist in any surviving record. I spent days verifying what I could finding, corroborating evidence in obscure sources that aligned perfectly with the mysterious notes. My research was advancing by leaps. I began drafting what would surely be a groundbreaking paper. The gaps in my memory grew more frequent. I would find myself in rooms with no recollection of entering them. Books opened to pages I didn't remember reading. My colleagues commented on conversations we'd apparently had that I couldn't recall. Professor Winters thanked me for my insights on her research into 15th century maritime trade, a subject I knew nothing about but had apparently discussed with her in great detail. My reflection in the mirror began to look wrong somehow. My face seemed subtly altered as if viewed through warped glass. When I spoke, there was a microsecond delay between my intention to speak and the words leaving my mouth. The notes continued to appear. They expanded beyond the plague, documenting historical events across medieval Europe with impossible precision. Descriptions of castle interiors that had been destroyed centuries ago, verbatim accounts of conversations between historical figures, the intimate thoughts of people long dead. I began setting up recording devices in my apartment, my phone propped against books to capture video voice recorders hidden in drawers. Most mornings I would find them disabled or mysteriously malfunctioning, but occasionally they captured fragments. My body moving with a gait, not my own. My voice speaking in cadences I didn't recognize. Sometimes in languages I had studied but never mastered. One recording caught me standing motionless in front of my bathroom mirror for over 3 hours, mouth moving in silent conversation with my reflection. When I played it back, I had to rush to the toilet to vomit. Sleep became my enemy. I would fight to stay awake, but exhaustion would eventually claim me and I'd wake to new gaps, new notes, new alterations to my life. I began to leave messages for myself, desperate questions scrolled on Post-its and taped to my bathroom mirror. Who are you? What do you want? When will you leave? Sometimes I would wake to find responses in that almost my handwriting. You know who I am. Knowledge as agreed. Temporary was the agreement. Temporary is relative. I started to lose time even while awake. One moment I would be grading papers. The next I would find myself standing in my kitchen. Hours later, a half-eaten meal I didn't remember preparing congealing on a plate before me. The sensation was like being pushed underwater, a pressure building behind my eyes until I slipped beneath the surface of consciousness. My research paper on the Black Death was published to widespread acclaim. Colleagues marveled at the depth of my research, the previously unknown primary sources I'd seemingly uncovered. Department heads from other universities began calling with job offers. I was invited to speak at conferences. My career was ascending, rapidly built on knowledge I hadn't earned. I tried to dispose of the Ouija board. I broke it into pieces and burned them in my fireplace, watching the flames turn an unnatural blue-green as they consumed the wood. The next morning, the board sat intact on my desk. Not a mark on it, I sought help from a psychiatrist, careful to frame my experiences as possible dissociative episodes. After 2 sessions, she referred me to a colleague who specialized in more severe cases. When I called the number she provided, it was disconnected. When I returned to her office, the receptionist had no record of my previous visits. The entity became bolder, my blackouts grew longer, entire days lost. I would wake to find emails I'd sent, meetings I'd attended, phone calls I'd made. Once I regained consciousness in a restaurant across town in the middle of dinner with a woman I'd apparently been dating for several weeks. She looked at me strangely when I excused myself, her expression shifting from concern to fear when I couldn't recall her name or how we'd met. The notes in my research journals expanded beyond medieval history. I found detailed accounts of the Roman Senate, of Sumerian religious practices, of Chinese dynastic court intrigues, all written with the same authoritative certainty, the same impossible first-hand knowledge. In one particularly lucid moment, I returned to the antique shop where I'd purchased the board. The storefront was now a trendy cafe with no record of the previous business. The barista, a young woman with bright blue hair, told me the cafe had been there for at least 5 years. My apartment began to change in subtle ways. The shadows grew longer regardless of the time of day. The temperature dropped in random patches. I would walk from my living room to my kitchen and feel the air temperature plummet by 20 degrees for the 3 steps in between, then return to normal. The mirrors began to show glimpses of a figure standing behind me, visible only in my peripheral vision, gone when I turned to look. The pressure behind my eyes grew constant. I felt as if my skin had become too tight, like a suit, tailored for someone just slightly smaller than myself. When I spoke, my voice sounded distant, as if coming from the next room rather than my own throat. I tried one last desperate measure. I used the board again, placing my trembling fingers on the planchette. "What are you?" I asked. "Historian like you. When will you leave?" "When I finish my research." "What research?" The planchette moved to spell out a date, tomorrow's date, and then perfect subject, perfect vessel. "Thank you for your cooperation." I felt the pressure behind my eyes build to an unbearable level. The room tilted sideways as I felt myself slipping beneath the surface of consciousness. Once more, I made one final effort. I grabbed a pen and paper, fighting to maintain control of my hand long enough to write, "My name is James Blackwood. I exist, I am real. I am here." I woke this morning feeling strangely light, as if a great burden had been lifted. My research has never been clearer. I understand now what I must do, how to proceed with my work. The board sits on my desk, a tool like any other. The mirrors show only my reflection, my true reflection. In my study, I found a crumpled paper with a single line of messy, desperate handwriting. "My name is James Blackwood. I exist. I am real. I am here, poor James." So concerned with his individual identity, so attached to his limited perspective, he doesn't understand the gift I've given him. Access to history as it actually happened, not as it was recorded by the victors or the survivors. I am a historian in the truest sense of the word. I have witnessed what he can only study from a distance, and now I will continue my work through him. Documenting what I have seen across the centuries, this body will serve my purposes well enough. It's young, healthy, with a promising academic career ahead. The brain contains useful knowledge of modern historical methodologies, and no one has noticed the change. Humans are remarkably unobservant when it comes to the subtle shifts in those around them. The transition is nearly complete. Just a few fragments of James remain like bubbles trapped under ice. Soon they too will fade. His fear was unnecessary. I've kept my end of the bargain. I've given him the historical knowledge he sought. The fact that he's no longer present to use it is merely an unfortunate detail. After all, I did say my stay would be temporary. Temporary for me simply means something different than it did to him. A century or two in this form. Before I need to find another vessel is but a moment in the span of history I have witnessed. I run our fingers over the smooth wood of the Ouija board. Already I can feel other historians reaching out through similar objects seeking knowledge, willing to make bargains. Time to begin my work. So much history to record, so many secrets to share eventually. Story 2. The first time I noticed it, I dismissed it as a trick of light. A smudge on my lens, perhaps in the corner of a wedding photo I'd taken for the Morrison account. A dark silhouette, blurred but unmistakably human. Shape standing apart from the guests, I deleted it and reframed the shot, blaming my equipment. A professional photographer for 15 years, I'd seen every kind of technical glitch. But this was something different, something I would soon learn to fear. My name is Daniel Weiss. I document people's happiest moments, weddings, anniversaries, graduations, and for most of my career, that's all my camera ever captured until 3 weeks ago when everything changed. After the Morrison wedding, I noticed similar anomalies appearing in my work, a dark figure always distant, always watching. Each time I spotted it, my chest tightened and a chill ran through me. At first it lingered at the edges of crowded scenes, barely noticeable among groups of people. I could rationalize it away, but with each new photograph the figure appeared closer, more defined. Its featureless face became the focal point of images where it had no right to exist. I spent hours examining my equipment, searching for some technical explanation. I took my camera apart, cleaned every component, replaced the lens, but the figure persisted. One evening, sorting through photos from a corporate event, I noticed the figure had moved from the background to stand directly behind a group of executives. My hands trembled as I zoomed in. Though still blurry, I could make out what appeared to be a tall, thin man in dark clothing. His face remained a smudge of shadow, but I sensed he was looking directly at the camera, directly at me. My apartment felt suddenly cold. The hairs on my neck stood up as I glanced toward my darkened living room windows. For a fleeting second, I thought I saw a reflection there. Not my own, but something elongated and dark. When I blinked, it vanished. My heart hammered against my ribs as I closed all the blinds and checked the locks twice. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the building, every passing. Cars' headlights casting shadows across my ceiling jolted me awake. My mouth was dry, my sheets damp with sweat. By morning, exhaustion had left me groggy and paranoid. I canceled my appointments for the day and dedicated myself to reviewing every photo I'd taken in the past month. The pattern was undeniable. The figure, whatever it was getting closer in each successive image. In the most recent photos, it stood just behind the subjects, towering over them. Yet somehow unnoticed by everyone except my camera, I contacted my colleague Lisa, asking if she'd ever encountered anything similar. She laughed off my concerns, suggesting I was overworked or that someone was playing an elaborate prank. I wanted to believe her, but the cold weight in my stomach told me otherwise. As we ended our call, Lisa mentioned that I looked terrible and should get some rest. She asked if I was sleeping well lately. I admitted I wasn't, carefully omitting why. That night I took a sleeping pill and collapsed into bed. When my alarm blared at 7 a.m., I felt a momentary relief at having slept through the night. But as my vision cleared, I noticed my laptop was open on my desk. I distinctly remembered shutting it down before taking my pill. My body felt like lead as I forced myself out of bed. Each step toward the desk filled me with increasing dread. The screen displayed my photo management software, open to a folder I didn't recognize. With trembling fingers, I clicked on the first image. It was me asleep in my bed. The photo had been taken from the doorway of my bedroom. My lungs constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand. The timestamp showed 2:17 a.m. I clicked to the next image. Another shot of me sleeping. This one closer, taken from the foot of my bed. Timestamp 3:02 a.m. I scrolled through dozens of similar images, each one bringing the photographer closer to my unconscious form. The final photo, timestamped 5:43 a.m., showed me from directly above, filling the frame. And there at the edge of the image was a long, dark finger reaching toward my face. I stumbled backward, knocking over my chair. My breaths came in short. Painful gasps as I searched my apartment, throwing open closets and checking behind furniture. I was alone, but the sensation of being watched pressed down on me like a physical weight. I called in sick to my afternoon wedding shoot and spent the day researching similar phenomena online. I found nothing conclusive, just paranormal forums filled with dubious accounts and amateur theories. The rational part of my brain insisted there must be a logical explanation, a security breach in my computer sleepwalking, or perhaps a mental health issue triggered by stress. My friend Marcus, a computer security specialist, agreed to look at my laptop. He found no evidence of hacking, but seemed troubled by my demeanor. He suggested I see a doctor, mentioning words like paranoia and possible hallucinations in a carefully measured tone. I nodded along, knowing how it all sounded, but also knowing what I'd seen. That evening, I set up motion-activated security cameras around my apartment and took a stronger sleeping pill. I left all the lights on and fell into a chemical sleep. The piercing alarm of my phone woke me at 3:17 a.m., a security alert with my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I checked the footage. The camera in my living room had detected movement. The video showed my empty living room, the shadows from streetlights creating patterns on my walls. Then something shifted in the corner, a darkness deeper than the surrounding shadows. It moved like smoke fluid, yet purposeful, toward my bedroom door. The footage ended abruptly. I sat frozen. Sweat beading on my forehead, my mouth so dry I couldn't swallow. The bedroom camera hadn't triggered. Whatever had entered my room hadn't registered as movement. Morning arrived after hours of sitting upright in bed, back pressed against the wall. Eyes fixed on my bedroom door, sunlight diffused through my blinds, revealing an ordinary room. No evidence remained of my nighttime visitor. Exhaustion clouded my judgment. I needed to work to maintain some semblance of normalcy. I had a session booked with the Clarks for their anniversary portraits in the park. My hand shook so badly I struggled to mount my camera on its tripod. The shoot proceeded without incident until I reviewed the first batch of images on my camera's display. Behind the smiling couple, partially hidden by a tree, stood the figure. No longer just a shadow, I could make out a tall, gaunt form in what appeared to be an outdated black suit. Its face remained obscured, but I sensed its attention fixed firmly on me. "Is everything okay?" Mr. Clark asked. Noticing my sudden pour, I made some excuse about the lighting and quickly wrapped up the session, promising to send them their photos soon. As they walked away, I frantically scanned the park, no sign of anyone matching the figure in my photo. Driving home, I checked my rear view mirror compulsively. Twice I thought I glimpsed something. Dark in the back seat, but when I pulled over to check, I found nothing. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. My shirt soaked through with sweat. By the time I reached my apartment, I locked the door behind me and immediately transferred the Clark photos to my computer. The figure appeared in every shot, though from different positions. In the final image, it stood directly behind me, visible in the reflection of a decorative park fountain that had caught the edge of the frame. My legs gave out. I collapsed into my chair, tremors running through my body. The room seemed to tilt and sway around me as I stared at the screen. In the reflection, the figure's hand rested on my shoulder, though I'd felt nothing. At the time, I called Dr. Reynolds, an old client who'd given me his personal number. After I photographed his daughter's wedding, he agreed to see me immediately. Throughout the drive to his office, I felt a presence in my peripheral vision, a dark shape that vanished whenever I turned to look directly at it. The doctor listened patiently to my account, his expression betraying nothing. He examined my eyes, checked my blood pressure dangerously high, and ordered blood tests. He spoke carefully about stress-induced psychosis and prescribed medication that would help me rest. I never mentioned the photos. I knew how it would sound. That night, I swallowed the pills he'd given me before sleep claimed me. I remembered to turn on my camera and place it on my nightstand lens facing the bedroom door. A desperate plan formed in my sedated mind. If I could capture clear evidence of the entity, I could prove I wasn't losing my mind. I woke to sunlight streaming through my windows. For a brief, beautiful moment, I felt normal until the memory of recent events crashed back. My camera, I grabbed it from the nightstand and checked its memory. 27 new photos had been taken throughout the night. My hands shook violently as I viewed them one by one. The first few showed my empty doorway, then a darkness gathered at the edge of the frame. In subsequent images, the figure took shape, tall, unnaturally thin, wearing what I could now clearly identify as a black suit from another era. Its face remained obscured, not by shadow, but by a strange distortion, as if reality itself warped around where its features should be. The sequence showed it approaching my bed in agonizing increments. In the final image, it stood over me, one long-fingered hand reaching toward the camera. The distortion around its head had partially cleared, revealing what might have been eyes' dark hollows that seemed to swallow light. I hurled the camera across the room with a hoarse cry. It shattered against the wall pieces, scattering across my floor. I spent the day in a daze, jumping at shadows, flinching at every unexpected sound. By evening, I'd convinced myself to leave my apartment. I booked a hotel room downtown under a false name, packed a bag, and drove through the city in a meandering route, constantly checking to ensure I wasn't followed. The hotel room offered temporary relief, new surroundings, no history. I took a long shower, ordered room service. I couldn't eat and sat watching mindless television until midnight. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. The sound of my phone camera's shutter woke me. My eyes snapped open to darkness. My phone hovered above me, held by a hand that wasn't mine. The screen illuminated a small portion of my hotel room, enough to see that I wasn't alone. I lay paralyzed, unable to scream or move, as the phone lowered toward my face. Behind it, I caught a glimpse of the now familiar distorted visage. The phone's screen showed a photo it had just taken, of me wide-eyed with terror looking up at the camera. With a surge of desperate energy, I lunged for the bedside lamp and switched it on. Light flooded the room, revealing nothing. I was alone. My phone lay on the bedside table where I'd left it. When I checked it with trembling hands, I found no new photos. Had I dreamed it, the line between reality and nightmare had blurred beyond recognition. I checked out at dawn and drove aimlessly, eventually finding myself at the city library when it opened. Hidden away in a quiet corner, I researched photography and the paranormal. Most accounts were obviously fabricated or easily explained, but one article caught my attention. A piece about spirit photography from the late 1800s. It mentioned a particular photographer who claimed his camera could capture entities from the other side. His descriptions of these entities matched what I'd been seeing. According to the article, the photographer eventually disappeared under mysterious circumstances. His final journal entry, partially quoted, mentioned a presence that had crossed over through his camera's lens, an entity that had found a way in through the aperture's eye. My blood ran cold. The article included a blurry image of the photographer himself, a thin man in a dark Victorian suit. The revelation hit me with physical force. I wasn't being haunted by some random entity. The figure in my photos was the photographer himself, or what remained of him. Somehow he had become trapped between worlds using cameras as a portal, and now he had found me. Another photographer, another potential vessel. I drove to a remote overlook outside the city. My mind racing, the sun set in a blaze of orange and red as I contemplated my options. I could destroy my cameras, abandon photography altogether. But would that stop what had already started? The entity had already manifested in my phone and security cameras I didn't own. It had found a way through. As darkness fell, I noticed a strange glow from my bag. My backup camera, I'd forgotten I had it with me. I approached cautiously and unzipped the bag. The camera was on its display screen, glowing. It showed a live view of the overlook where I stood, but from a position several feet behind me, I spun around. Nothing was there. When I looked back at the screen, the image had changed. Now it showed me from the front, as if the camera shooting the image was floating in the empty air before me. A notification appeared on the screen. Transfer all images to new host. Win. My finger hovered over the display. In that moment, I understood the photographer hadn't just found a way to manifest through cameras. He was looking for a replacement, someone to take his place in that liminal space between worlds, allowing him to fully cross over. I picked up the camera, feeling its weight in my hands. Years of my life dedicated to capturing moments, preserving memories. Had I opened myself to this, somehow created a connection through my obsession with seeing what others missed? The screen flickered, the question still waiting for an answer. Behind it, I caught my first clear glimpse of the photographer's face, gaunt, desperate, with eyes that had seen too much. I raised the camera to eye level, pointing it out toward the darkened landscape. Through the viewfinder, I could see the city lights in the distance, bright against the night. Beautiful, worth capturing. My finger moved to the shutter button instead of the screen. If the aperture had let something in, perhaps it could also let something out. I began taking photos, dozens, hundreds of the night sky, the distant city, the trees around me. With each press of the shutter, I felt a subtle shift in the air. The weight of observation that had pressed on me for weeks began to lift. When I finally lowered the camera, I was alone on the overlook. The screen had gone dark. When I turned it on again, the strange question had vanished. Just my camera responding normally. I don't know if what I did that night freed me or merely bought me time. Sometimes reviewing my recent photos, I think I catch a glimpse of something in the background. Not the photographer, but something else. Something watching from much farther away. I still practice photography. But differently now, I understand the responsibility of the lens, the portal it opens between observer and observed. Some moments aren't meant to be captured, some things aren't meant to be seen. And sometimes when I raise my camera to my eye, I can't help but wonder what exactly is looking back through the aperture. Story 3. The first symbol appeared on the third night of my rotation. A crude etching in the bark of an ancient oak, still fresh enough that sap wept from its edges like amber tears. I traced my flashlight over the intricate pattern, concentric circles bisected by jagged lines that didn't seem random. Something about it made my skin prickle. I told myself it was just kids. Bored teenagers from the nearby town defacing park property. But even then, in those first innocent moments, something whispered in the back of my mind that I was wrong. Terribly wrong. My name is Michael Harlow, and for the past 11 years I've worked as a night guardian at Blackwater State Forest. The job suited me. The solitude, the quiet, the gentle communion with nature at its most vulnerable hours. I've always preferred the company of trees to people finding peace in their silent wisdom. Most nights passed in comfortable routine, patrolling the marked trails, checking the camping sites, documenting wildlife activity, and occasionally redirecting lost hikers or shooing away rowdy youngsters. Nothing in my experience had prepared me for what began that autumn. The symbol bothered me more than it should have. I photographed it, reported it to my supervisor during the morning handoff, and tried to put it out of my mind. Vandalism happened occasionally. It was part of the job. But that night back in my small guardian cabin, I found myself sketching the symbol from memory, unable to shake the sensation that I'd seen it somewhere before. 2 nights later, I found another one carved into a different tree nearly a mile from the first. Same pattern, same depth, same fresh cut, sweeping sap. This time, standing before it in the crisp night air, I felt watched. The back of my neck tingled, hairs standing at attention like silent sentinels. I swept my flashlight through the surrounding darkness, but the dense forest swallowed the beam after 30 feet. Something moved at the edge of that light, a shadow shifting against shadow. My heart rate accelerated, pounding against my ribcage like it wanted escape. I called out, voice sounding thin and unconvincing even to my own ears. No response came, but the silence itself seemed charged attentive. I backed away, maintaining sight of the symbol until I reached the main trail. That night I slept poorly, awakening repeatedly to phantom noises outside my cabin windows. By the end of the week I'd found 7 symbols. Management sent someone to remove them, but each carving was replaced within days, appearing in the exact same location but cut deeper more deliberately. I began recording my nightly patrol's standard procedure for documenting unusual occurrences. At first, the recordings captured nothing but my breathing footsteps, crunching on fallen leaves, and occasional commentary. But reviewing them the following morning, I caught something I'd missed. Beneath the ambient forest, Sounds barely audible were whispers. I enhanced the audio straining to make sense of the faint sounds. They weren't English. They weren't any language I recognized. The syllables slithered and twisted, consonants stacking impossibly upon each other. I played them for Ranger Martinez during shift change, but she heard nothing unusual. Just wind and distant animals, she said. The concern in her eyes wasn't for the recording, but for me. She suggested I take a few days off. I didn't. Instead, I began sleeping with my recorder running. The first arrangement appeared the next morning. I discovered it upon opening my cabin door, a careful construction of twigs, pine needles, and what appeared to be small rodent bones, arranged in a pattern that mirrored the tree carvings. My hands trembled as I photographed it, then swept it away with my boot. The violated feeling that washed over me was visceral. Whatever was doing this had been at my door while I slept. That night the shadows seemed deeper. The forest sounds muted, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. 2 hours into my patrol, I heard it. Footsteps behind me on the trail matching my pace. When I stopped, they stopped. When I moved, they followed, always maintaining the same distance. I spun around repeatedly, flashlight beam cutting desperate arcs through the darkness, but found nothing. Then I saw it for the first time. Between two ancient pines, perhaps 50 yards off the trail, stood a figure, tall, impossibly tall and thin, with skin so pale it seemed to absorb my flashlight's glow rather than reflect it. It didn't move. It simply stood watching. I couldn't make out its face, but I knew with sickening certainty that it was looking directly at me. My body reacted before my mind could process what I was seeing. I ran, breath tearing from my lungs in ragged gasps, branches whipping against my face as I abandoned the trail for a more direct route back to my cabin. Inside doors locked and curtains drawn, I huddled on my bed, shaking violently, clothes soaked with cold sweat. My heart hammered so hard I feared it might rupture. I played back the night's recording. Through my panicked breathing and footfalls came that whispered language again, closer now, clearer, and at the moment I'd seen the figure. The whispering stopped, replaced by a single, clearly enunciated phrase that made my blood freeze in my veins. I couldn't understand the words, but their meaning reached some primal part of my brain. I see you now. The arrangements grew more elaborate each morning. Twigs and bones gave way to complex sculptures incorporating feathers, stones, and unidentifiable organic matter. They appeared not just at my doorstep, but at every entrance to the cabin windows, the rear service door, even the small bathroom skylight. I documented everything meticulously, sending daily reports that received increasingly delayed and dismissive responses. Management suggested wildlife cameras, which I installed only to find them disabled. Each morning, memory cards wiped clean, my sleep deteriorated until I existed in a half-waking state of perpetual exhaustion. The dreams, when they came, featured the pale figure standing motionless at the foot of my bed or leaning over me, face always obscured but somehow communicating intense hunger. I began taking stimulants to stay awake during my shifts, caffeine pills washing down my throat with lukewarm coffee. The third week brought escalation. The symbols now covered entire sections of forest, every tree in a 100 radius marked with the same intricate pattern. The night recordings captured not just whispers, but a low melodic humming that seemed to come from the earth itself, and the figure, the pale watcher, grew bolder, appearing multiple times during my patrols, each sighting closer than the last. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was testing boundaries, learning my routines, my reactions. My supervisor suggested it might be a local playing an elaborate prank. When I showed him the recordings he claimed to hear, nothing unusual. The frustration tightened my chest like a vice. Even Martinez, previously sympathetic, began avoiding my gaze. During handoffs, I installed additional locks on my cabin doors. I lined the windows with salt, an old superstition from my grandmother. I kept a hunting knife under my pillow and a heavy flashlight within arm's reach. None of it helped the feeling of being constantly observed, even inside my supposed sanctuary. My mouth remained perpetually dry no matter how much water I drank. My hands developed a persistent tremor that made even simple tasks difficult. The night everything changed. I was halfway through my patrol route when every sound in the forest ceased simultaneously. The sudden silence hit like a physical blow, disorienting in its completeness. Even the persistent autumn wind died, leaving the trees motionless, expectant. My flashlight flickered, dimmed, then went out entirely. The darkness pressed against my eyes like a living thing. I fumbled for my backup light, fingers clumsy with dread. Before I could activate it, I sensed, rather than heard movement behind me, a displacement of air, the subtle shift of weight on forest soil. Hot breath touched the back of my neck, carrying an odor of decay and something else, something ancient. My muscles locked in primal terror. Fight or flight response short-circuited by the overwhelming certainty that turning around meant death. The whispers came directly into my ear, no longer requiring recordings to be heard. The language remained incomprehensible, but the intent behind the sounds reached me clearly. A litany of promises, an invitation, a claim being staked. My consciousness began to fray at the edges, the world dissolving into static and shadow. I don't remember running. I don't remember reaching my cabin. My next clear memory is sunrise, finding myself curled in the center of my bed, still fully dressed, clutching my knife so tightly my fingers had cramped into claws. On the floor surrounding the bed was a perfect circle of that same arrangement, twigs, bones, stones, and feathers, but this time incorporating scraps of fabric I recognized from my own uniform. I called in sick the first time. In 11 years, I spent the day researching, obsessively searching for meaning in the symbols for any record of similar occurrences. Local indigenous folklore mentioned forest spirits that tested the resolve of those who entered their domain, but nothing that matched what I was experiencing. Anthropological texts described ritual markings used in rites of passage or territorial claims by ancient cultures, some bearing superficial resemblance to my symbols. It was in an obscure academic journal that I found something truly relevant. A case study from 1978 documenting similar phenomena experienced by a forestry worker in northern Michigan. The article included crude sketches of symbols identical to mine. The worker had been found wandering miles from his post, severely dehydrated and suffering from acute psychosis. He spoke only in fragments of a language no linguist could identify and died 3 days later from what doctors termed sudden and catastrophic organ failure. The article's conclusion suggested environmental factors, possible, hallucinogenic fungal spores or contaminated water, but noted the case remained largely unexplained. My stomach clenched as I read the final paragraph, which mentioned the worker's journal containing repeated references to the Pale One who watches and the claiming ritual. That night I broke protocol. I was supposed to patrol, but I barricaded myself in the cabin instead. Windows and doors secured with everything movable I possessed. I set up my phone to record the entire night from multiple angles. Then I waited, knife in hand, back against the farthest wall. The whispers began at midnight, seeping through the walls as if the cabin itself was speaking. My recording equipment malfunctioned, batteries draining instantly. The temperature plummeted until my breath clouded before me. Outside, something circled the cabin slowly, deliberately, its footsteps heavy yet precise. At 3:17 a.m., every arrangement I'd swept away over the past weeks appeared simultaneously inside the cabin, materializing like time-lapse photography. They formed a pathway from the door to where I stood. The door handle turned slowly, the multiple locks disengaging one by one with soft clicks. I raised my knife as the door swung open, revealing nothing but darkness. A darkness deeper and more absolute than the night should allow. From within that void, the pale figure emerged, unfolding into the doorway like something being born. It was taller than should be possible, its limbs two long joints bending at unnatural angles. Its face remained in shadow despite the proximity. My knife clattered to the floor, my legs gave way. I pressed against the wall, a whimper escaping my throat as the figure took one impossible step forward, crossing the threshold into my final sanctuary. It spoke not in whispers now, but in a voice that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly within my skull, though I still couldn't understand the language. Images flooded my mind. Ancient forests untouched by human hands, rituals performed beneath moonlight by people long turned to dust, the same pale figure watching from the trees across centuries, and most disturbingly myself, seen through eyes not my own, being observed, evaluated, and finally selected. I understood then this wasn't random. I hadn't stumbled upon something by accident. It had been waiting, watching. All the years I'd worked these woods, biding its time. The symbols were not warnings, but preparations. The arrangements were not threats, but components of a larger working. The whispers were not meant to frighten, but to acclimate me to hearing them. The realization brought neither comfort nor greater fear, only a strange clarity I had been chosen for something. The claiming ritual, the journal had called it. As the figure reached for me with impossibly elongated fingers, time seemed to stop. In that suspended moment, I made a choice born not of courage, but of the sudden understanding that I had always belonged to these woods, far more than to the world of men. I raised my own hand to meet its reaching grasp. Morning found me walking the forest paths, physically unchanged, yet fundamentally altered. The symbols remained on the trees, but now I understood their meaning. Boundary markers, signposts, a language older than human speech. The arrangements still appeared outside my cabin each dawn, but I recognized them as offerings, acknowledgement steps in a process still unfolding. I continue my patrols each night. I file my reports. I maintain the appearance of normalcy during shift changes. Martinez has stopped looking concerned and started avoiding me entirely. I don't blame her. Something in my eyes has changed. I've caught glimpses in mirrors and still ponds. The recordings now capture only forest sounds, no whispers, no footsteps. I don't need technology to hear what speaks directly to my mind. The pale figure walks with me now rather than watching from afar, teaching me things. No human was meant to know, showing me paths through the forest that didn't exist. Before I understand, I'm becoming something other than what I was. The process is gradual but irreversible. Soon I will leave symbols of my own for the next guardian to find. I will stand motionless among the trees watching. I will whisper in a language older than time, and perhaps if they are worthy, if they belong to the forest as I did, they too will be chosen. Until then, I walk my paths. I tend my woods. I guard boundaries far more significant than those drawn on any human map. The forest has always needed guardians. Now I understand why. Story 4, from the moment I set foot in that isolated Italian village, an unsettling heaviness seemed to settle between my shoulders. The air felt charged, as though infused with secrets whispered by the ancient stone houses pressed close against one another. I remember looking up at the narrow windows, each casting a dim, skewed light onto the cobblestone paths. A faint breeze hissed in the cracks of the walls, and I could swear it carried the echo of a sigh, something forlorn and strangely charged with foreboding. My heart pounded with a disconcerting rhythm, and I felt a sudden dryness in my mouth, like I had swallowed a handful of dust. Little did I know that this sense of looming unease would only intensify once I reached my new residence, a centuries-old home perched at the far end of the village. There, the boundaries between sanity and impossibility would begin to blur as the silent gloom of the house revealed the bizarre manipulations of gravity that threatened my understanding of reality. I traveled to that remote region of Italy with the intention of escaping distractions and finishing my latest manuscript. The house I rented was rumored to have once belonged to an astronomer obsessed with forces invisible to the naked eye. I had seen photos online, tall, narrow windows, thick stone walls that might keep out any noise, and a small tower that supposedly once held a rudimentary telescope. At first glance, it struck me as charmingly eccentric, the perfect setting to inspire the final chapters of my novel. Yet, as soon as I arrived, something in the atmosphere weighed on me. I still recall how my hands trembled slightly when I first gripped the doorknob. It turned with a harsh squeal, releasing the odor of damp stone and old wood. I stepped inside and shut the door behind me, feeling a momentary rush of vertigo as if the floor dipped half an inch. My head spun, breath catching in my throat. I told myself it was just the fatigue of travel and the echoing hush of an unfamiliar house. The hallway stretched out in front of me, illuminated by a single weak bulb that sputtered against the thick darkness. I remember letting out a shaky exhale and wondering if perhaps I needed fresh air. But some strange magnetism drew me further in. I soon discovered the bedroom on the upper floor just below, the old observatory tower. It was fairly modest. A single wooden bed, a dresser with tarnished handles, and a small rectangular window that offered a view of the main square. There was a large wooden beam across the ceiling that looked worn and scuffed, as if it had been struck repeatedly by something heavy over the years. The bed's mattress sagged in the middle. The sheets smelled faintly of stale air, and yet I felt oddly compelled to stay there, perhaps in part because I had heard the rumors that storms in this region brought with them peculiar atmospheric disturbances. Since I was writing a work of fiction that toyed with the boundaries of the supernatural, I thought a front-row seat to dramatic weather might spur my imagination. That first night as I lay down, the house was eerily silent. Even the creaking that old houses often make seemed subdued, like it was holding its breath. My pulse was a persistent throb in my temples, and my skin broke out in a cold sweat. Though I didn't feel hot, I drifted into a shallow, agitated sleep. At some point I felt pressure at my shoulders, a sensation so sharp that it jolted me awake. It felt like a firm hand had shoved me downward against the mattress. My heart slammed in my chest. I opened my eyes in the darkness, unable to see anything but the vague outline of the ceiling. Adrenaline flooded my veins, my breathing ragged and too loud in my ears. The pressure vanished as suddenly as it appeared. I rubbed my eyes, struggling to calm the pounding in my chest. In the morning, I told myself it had been a dream. I wandered the house searching for any sign of intruders. Every footstep echoed against the stone floors. Eventually, I found a stack of ancient documents in a room I presumed was once a study. The pages were tattered, yellowed by time, scribbled in thick, spidery handwriting that I recognized as Latin. My knowledge of the language was minimal, but I could decipher a few phrases referencing astral forces and manipulation of gravity. The name of the astronomer, Vittorio Benedetti, was repeated often. I spent the next few days trying to settle in. I wrote for hours in my makeshift study, but my focus continuously slipped. My nerves refused to settle, like 1,000 insects crawling just beneath my skin. I often heard faint scraping noises late at night. And once, while walking across the living room, I felt a subtle lift in my body, as though my next step was lighter than it should have been. For a brief moment, my stomach lurched like it does when an elevator drops too fast. My heart hammered so violently that I had to steady myself against a wall. Another day, I watched a pen roll off the table onto the floor. Instead of bouncing and settling under a chair, it wobbled once on the wooden planks, then hovered a few inches above the ground before dropping. My immediate reaction was disbelief so strong I felt chilled to the marrow. My arms erupted in goosebumps, and a peculiar ringing filled my ears. I blinked several times as though my eyes might have played a trick on me. But deep inside, I knew I had just witnessed a breach of physics. By the end of the week, the strangest event yet occurred. I woke in the middle of the night to the deep rumble of thunder. Rain battered the windows. A howling wind pressed against the walls, and sporadic flashes of lightning illuminated the bedroom. I felt an intense vibration in the air, something that prickled against my skin. All at once, I realized that some of my belongings were drifting off the tabletop: a small notebook, a water bottle, even a pen. They hovered as though suspended in thick liquid, rising slowly, then bobbing downward. My jaw clenched so tightly I could feel my teeth grinding. For a moment, I simply stared in shock, sweat beading on my forehead. Then, with a pulse of lightning, everything crashed to the floor, leaving me trembling in a wide-eyed horror. My pulse raced so fast it hurt. I retreated to the corner of the room, unable to tear my eyes away from the scattered objects. Rain hammered the roof, and with every flash of light, I sensed the room tipping sideways. The door rattled, and I felt as if some unimaginable force was turning the house inside out. Each inhale felt tight and forced my lungs struggling to fill with air that seemed electrified. I didn't sleep again that night. I just sat there with my back pressed to the wall, drenched in cold sweat. watching and waiting for the next impossible occurrence. A few days later, I discovered more writings hidden in a small chest. These pages spoke explicitly of Benedetti's experiments. He had dissected mathematical theorems, scrolled star charts, and recorded what looked like instructions for ritualistic procedures. Some lines mentioned binding Earth's power to the celestial sphere. Another referred to an inversion of natural laws during storms, and there were repeated references to invisible hands. One note mentioned that gravitational anomalies were strongest in that house and that lightning seemed to trigger them. I felt a deep chill, reading it as though my very blood had turned to ice. My body trembled and I realized my breathing was shallow. Anxiety nagged at me, telling me that perhaps I should leave. But a strange fascination tethered me there. My sense of time grew distorted. The gloom pressed in constantly, and I found myself peering out the narrow windows at the villagers outside. They went about their days under drizzling rain and low gray skies. I tried to speak with a local in the small cafe about the weather, but he only lowered his gaze, murmuring that in storms the old house had its peculiarities. I recall how his voice shook almost imperceptibly, as if there were things better left unspoken. The conversation left me with a crawling sensation along my spine, my stomach twisting. One evening, while I tried to work on my manuscript, I heard a sound like metal scraping against metal. My heart lurched. The lights flickered, and I realized they cast odd, twisted shadows on the walls as though something was warping the angle of illumination. The house seemed to groan. The overhead beam creaked like it might split in two. A rush of nervous energy propelled me out of my chair. I stumbled, nearly losing my balance when the floor felt like it tilted beneath my feet. My breath came in ragged gasps and my head pounded with dread. That's when I noticed water dripping from the kitchen faucet, but not downward. The droplets slithered upward toward the ceiling. I stood there, mouth parted, unable to form a coherent thought. Sweat dampened the back of my neck. My mind raced, searching for logical explanations that would not come. The water collected in a shimmering pool against the ceiling, defying every natural law I knew. Suddenly, the lights winked out. Darkness swamped the house. My breathing roared in my own ears. In a flash of lightning from the window, I caught a glimpse of the water now swirling along the ceiling, defying gravity. The house itself quivered as if it were alive and responding to the storm's electricity. Thunder cracked so close it shook the windows. Without conscious decision, I found myself scrambling up the stairs, clinging to the rail as the steps seemed to shift under my feet. My entire body felt shaky and weak. I was drenched in sweat, mouth dry with fear. Reaching the top, I flipped the light switch, but nothing happened. Lightning illuminated the corridor, revealing the door to the bedroom slightly. Ajar inside, I glimpsed something that made my heart flutter with raw terror. The bed was pinned to the ceiling, or more accurately, it appeared the ceiling had become the floor for certain pieces of furniture. I can't forget how my hands trembled, how my breath caught painfully in my chest. Another flash of lightning lit the space, and I realized I had my feet planted on the ceiling too. It took a second for my brain to register the impossibility. My vantage point had inverted, my insides twisted. I felt disoriented, as though stuck in a nightmare. I tried to step forward only to stagger sideways. The entire world had flipped, but my mind still screamed that this could not be happening. A deep thrumming sound coursed through the walls. My vision blurred momentarily and my stomach lurched with nauseating force. I don't recall exactly how I managed to steady myself, but after several disorienting moments, the gravity shift snapped back. I fell, landing hard on the actual floor with a jolt that rattled my teeth. Every muscle in my body spasmed and I let out a sharp animalistic grunt. My heart pounded so loudly I could swear it echoed in the corridor. The bed crashed down, thudding violently. Objects scattered in all directions and the floorboards vibrated as if in protest. A primal fear took hold. I thought about abandoning the house right then, but the raging storm made the idea of running blindly into the night. Horrifying as well, I cowered in a corner, gasping for air. the sour taste of panic thick in my mouth. My vision spotted with black dots from hyperventilating. My mind teetered on the edge of disbelief and terror, replaying those moments of inversion over and over. Hours might have passed in that dark corner. At some point, the storm began to relent and the house grew still again. I dared not move until faint dawn light seeped through the windows, illuminating the carnage of upended furniture and scattered belongings. In the following days, I tried to make sense of it all. The documents I'd found hinted that Benedetti had discovered a way to warp gravity triggered by Storm's electrical charges. I felt convinced that his experiments had imprinted themselves on the very structure of the house. Yet a part of me wondered if I was suffering from some form of hysteria or neurological breakdown. Paranoia plagued me. I second-guessed my every step. Whenever a breeze rattled the shutters, my heart would leap. If a flickering shadow crossed the walls, sweat would break on my brow and I'd whip around, lungs tight with dread. There were moments when I couldn't trust the simplest sensations. If I put a cup on the table and heard it clink, I half expected it to float away or smash against the ceiling. My sleep became a twisted battleground of half-formed nightmares. I'd jolt awake to the slightest sound, my skin, clammy ears ringing. The taste of bile in the back of my throat. I started scribbling notes in the margins of my manuscript describing the precarious line between reason and madness, the feeling of being stalked by forces that recognize no rule of nature. I saw shadows move where there were no people. I felt a presence behind me in the corridors, as though invisible hands were reaching out close enough to graze my skin. Sometimes I told myself these were panic-induced hallucinations. But deep down, I believed the house was responding to my fear, feeding off it, twisting it into sharper claws. One stormy afternoon, the sense of looming danger became too much to bear. I felt the walls closing in, and I swore I could hear whispered equations in the wind. My clothes clung to my sweating body, and my pulse hammered in my skull. I paced the living room in a state of mounting agitation. Anxiety coiled in my gut like a venomous snake. When thunder shook the foundation, I let out an unsteady breath and made the decision to leave. I stuffed some belongings into a bag, grabbed my key, and yanked the door open. Rain whipped against my face, but I barely felt it. I raced down the steep path, my skin prickling with the maddening sensation that gravity might invert again at any second. Reaching the edge of the village, I glanced back at that ancient house. Lightning silhouetted the old observatory tower, and for an instant the entire structure looked like it was bending in on itself, as though drawn by a powerful vacuum from above. My heart thundered and goosebumps rippled across my arms. I felt dizzy, almost compelled to watch, but terror spurred me onward. I slipped into the safety of a small inn at the far side of the village and huddled there, breathing in short, uneven gasps, teeth chattering from more than the cold. The innkeeper, noticing my ashen face, asked if I was all right. I must have mumbled something incoherent about the storm in the house. My voice unstrained, though I kept direct conversation minimal. I hinted that the building was not fit for habitation. The innkeeper's expression told me he'd heard it before, yet he offered no solution, only a solemn shake of his head. In the aftermath, as the storm subsided and the gray morning light filtered through the cracked shutters of the inn, I realized I could not return to that place. Even if my manuscript remained unfinished, even if my belongings lay scattered across the house's floors and ceilings, I couldn't risk another night there. The memory of water crawling upward toward the rafters and furniture pivoting in midair was lodged in my mind. I felt a constant tremor in my hands and my lungs still constricted with the phantom fear of suffocation. Yet as I sit here recounting these events, I am left with a lingering, unsettling question. Did I experience genuine distortions of the physical laws, or did I unravel under isolation and relentless storms the village's history? Benedetti's writings, the eyewitness anomalies, they all suggest something real, something monstrous in its defiance of nature. But part of me still wonders if the house merely unlocked a latent hysteria in me, set loose by the claustrophobic hush of a small Italian village and the gloom of my own imagination. That uncertainty gnaws at me even now as I keep a solitary lamp lit through every dark hour. Sleep comes fitfully, if at all. Every thunderclap brings me back to that lonely bedroom pinned to the ceiling, praying for a world that remains upright. Though I manage to flee the house, its imprint shadows me. My nights are plagued by images of objects floating in silent defiance, by a suffocating tension that wraps around my chest until my breath shudders. And the worst part is not knowing if I escape for good, because sometimes I catch the reflection of a door or a chair in the corner of my eye. And for a split second it seems to hover at the edge of vision, just a few inches off the ground, suspended there by a force older than reason. Every storm that passes overhead makes my pulse hammer in my throat, a cold sweat slicking my palms. Even miles away from that cursed house, I can't shake the feeling that my grasp on gravity is fragile. It's a disquing thought that during the next tempest I might find myself once again treading the ceiling, powerless and consumed by the impossible. Perhaps that is Benedetti's final legacy, an enduring terror that logic cannot dispel, leaving me to question each breath, each step, each beat of my racing heart. Story 5. I still remember how my heart pounded the first time I realized something was wrong with that old radio. It was late at night, and a sickly orange glow spilled through the cracks of my dusty curtains, casting twisted shadows on the walls. The air felt uncomfortably still, as if the house itself were holding its breath. I was sitting at my workbench tinkering with a small circuit board when I heard static sputter to life from the corner of the living room. At first I thought it was my imagination, but then it came again, distinct crackling and all too real. I bought the radio at an estate sale a few weeks before, drawn in by its vintage design. Its polished wooden casing reminded me of something from an old family photograph, and as an electrical engineer, I'm always intrigued by older technology. Initially, I planned to restore it as a personal project, maybe replace some tubes, fix the dial, and see if I could get it running on modern power. I didn't anticipate that it would power itself on, and I certainly didn't expect the warnings, the strange voices, and the overwhelming sense that I was no longer alone in my own home. The first real sign that something was off happened the day after I brought it in. I was in the basement, testing a new amplifier design, and I heard faint music floating down the stairs. It sounded like an old swing tune playing from the living room. Naturally, I assumed I just left the radio plugged in. But when I went upstairs, the radio was indeed switched off. No lights on its panel, no tubes glowing inside, nothing. Yet I was certain I'd heard it. My skin prickled and a chill ran down my spine as I realized the radio wasn't even connected to an outlet. Brushing off the incident as an echo from somewhere else in the neighborhood, I decided not to dwell on it. Over the next few days, small disturbances began piling up. I'd be reading on the couch and feel an abrupt temperature drop behind me, as if a cold draft had floated by. Lamps would flicker, though the wiring in my house was up to code. Doors would make subtle creaking noises when no one had touched them. My heart raced whenever these things happened, and I'd catch myself unconsciously holding my breath. There was always this unnerving sensation that something lingered in the corners of my vision, but the radio was the focal point of my growing unease. Every time I passed by, a low hum would tickle my ears, too faint to be absolutely sure, but present enough to send a ripple of goosebumps across my skin. I tried turning it on intentionally one afternoon to see if I could replicate the bizarre flickers of activity. The dial lit up, tuning into a station that played static and occasional snippets of old broadcasts. Nothing too unusual until the voice started speaking. It was just a snippet of a sentence, something about being careful, spoken in a low tone that crackled through the speakers. My throat went dry and I felt an anxious flutter in my stomach. I couldn't tell if it was a broadcast from some distant station or if it was coming from somewhere far stranger. That night I left the radio unplugged again, but placed a small recorder next to it, hoping to capture any random bursts of sound. However, when I checked the recorder the next morning, the device's battery was completely drained. This was the same recorder I'd fully charged an hour before I set it down. Irritated but intrigued, I replaced the batteries and tried again, only to find the replacement batteries dead in less than 5 minutes. My palms started to sweat as I realized something was interfering with my equipment. As a lifelong skeptic, I tried to approach the problem systematically. I wanted a logical explanation. Faulty wiring, electromagnetic interference, maybe a short circuit that caused battery drain. But the more I tested, the less sense it made. I used my multimeter to check for current leaks. Everything was normal. I dismantled the radio only to find the components worn but intact, as though they were quietly waiting to be powered. Nothing inside the casing suggested an obvious mechanical fault that would cause spontaneous activation. Each time I touched the radio's wooden frame, though, a slight shudder ran through my arm as if I'd touched a live wire. Then came the warnings. They were faint at first, like garbled static shaping itself into words. Late one evening, I heard it sputter to life on its own. At the time, I was in the kitchen checking the phone for messages. When I heard that hiss and crackle, I darted to the living room. My heart hammered against my ribs, my breathing hitched in my throat, and my hands began to tremble. Leaning in, I heard what sounded like an urgent plea, something about not letting it through. It was muffled, but the underlying desperation in the voice made my scalp prickle. I tried to record it once more, but this time my phone's battery drained from 80% to nothing in seconds. My temples throbbed with frustration and a rising sense of dread. The more the radio spoke, the more bizarre occurrences began happening around the house. The lights in the hallway started flickering in patterns like Morse code. The living room window would rattle even on a still night. I heard echoes of conversations that seemed to come from rooms I wasn't occupying. But whenever I checked, those rooms were empty. Sometimes it sounded like 2 or 3 people whispering urgently, though I could never make out their exact words. On one particularly disconcerting night, I heard a conversation drifting from the radio that seemed to originate in my own bedroom. The voices had a muffled, distant quality, as though transmitted through layers of static. I heard them discuss a presence in the house. They mentioned me by name, but the tone was frantic, as if they were trapped. My heart pounded so violently I could feel my pulse vibrating in my teeth. I raced upstairs, half expecting to catch intruders, but the bedroom was dark and empty except for the shape of my bed looming in shadows. The sense of being watched was overwhelming. My breath came in shallow, ragged bursts, and cold sweat trickled down my forehead. My attempts to ignore these occurrences only made them stronger. Something was trying to warn me, or perhaps trying to lure me deeper into this mystery. I found myself avoiding the living room at night. The radio's presence in the darkness felt like a threat, even though I had no proof of anything malicious, just an insidious sense that it was more than a piece of old technology. My dreams turned restless. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, convinced I'd heard faint whispers from behind the walls. Shadows in my peripheral vision took on the shape of tall figures in corners, vanishing the moment I turned my head. My appetite diminished, and I found myself skipping meals because my stomach was in a constant knot. Every time I tried to approach the situation logically, some new inexplicable event would shred my rational framework. One morning I heard soft thuds from the attic. It sounded like light footsteps pacing in a tight circle. I had never stored much up there, just a few boxes of old electronics. As I climbed the creaky steps, fear made my legs quiver. Each step pounded like a drumbeat in my chest. At the top, I flicked on my flashlight. The beam revealed dusty beams of wood and scattered cobwebs. The space was empty, but I felt a pressure in the air like static on my skin, causing every hair on my body to stand on end. My flashlight flickered twice, then died despite fresh batteries. In that instant, something brushed against my shoulder, an icy electric jolt that sent me stumbling backward, nearly losing my balance on the narrow steps. Back downstairs, I grabbed the radio and placed it on my workbench, determined to disassemble every last component. My hand shook as I removed the back panel. The tubes were mostly original. The circuitry looked old but functional. Something glimmered in the corner of the casing. It was a fragment of metal etched with symbols I didn't recognize, bizarre inscriptions that made my pulse pound. I tried to pluck it out, but my vision blurred and a wave of nausea swept over me. I slumped to the floor, breath-heaving ears ringing as if I'd just been exposed to an intense frequency. When the dizziness passed, I realized I was drenched in a cold sweat. The piece of metal was nowhere to be found. I could have sworn I'd seen it seconds earlier. Yet there I was alone in the workshop, feeling as though I'd lost track of time. I started to suspect that the radio wasn't simply broken. It felt as though it housed something, a presence, an energy, maybe even something sentient. Every logical bone in my body resisted that idea, but my experiences were too consistent to dismiss. I tried confiding in a friend over the phone, describing the static, the drained batteries, the frightening voices. He thought I was just stressed out from work or perhaps lonely. He told me I should get out of the house for a while. I realized that was probably a good idea, but an invisible tether kept me tied to the radio. I couldn't abandon my home, and I couldn't leave that thing unobserved. In the ensuing days, the messages on the radio became clearer. Late at night, I heard someone or something uttering phrases about darkness creeping in, about a doorway opening. The voice was labored as though it struggled to speak through layers of interference. The correlation between the radio's warnings and the incidents in my house became impossible to ignore. Right after the radio crackled a foreboding phrase about not letting it grow stronger, my bedroom light surged with a bright flash and then died. My heart hammered so hard I thought I might faint. I started double-checking door locks, leaving lamps on, and meticulously examining every corner of the house. My nerves were frayed and my paranoia grew. The sense of being watched became unbearable. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I'd hear faint breathing near my bedroom door. Other times, I'd feel a cold pressure on my chest as I tried to fall asleep, as though someone were leaning over me. Every noise, every flicker of light felt like the house was taunting me. In the pit of my stomach, I carried an unshakable dread, as if something was about to go terribly wrong. In a desperate attempt to regain control, I set up a new recorder with an external power source that theoretically couldn't be drained so easily. I positioned it near the radio and waited until the next time it flared to life. Sure enough, around midnight, static hissed from the speaker, followed by insistent whispers. Gathering all my courage, I sat there, refusing to move. My heart slammed against my ribcage, sweat trickled down the back of my neck, and my hands felt numb. The whispers continued for a few moments, then rose in volume until they were nearly deafening. Suddenly, the overhead light burst in a shower of sparks, plunging the room into darkness. My breath came fast and shallow, panic clawing at my throat. I tried to switch on a flashlight, but it refused to turn on. Fighting the trembling in my fingers, I groped around for my phone, which still had a full battery earlier in the evening. Dead. The intangible pressure in the air intensified like a wave of static electricity that set my nerves on fire. Then, just as abruptly, the whispers stopped. The radio turned silent. In that nauseating stillness, I felt an immense presence in the room, as though I were no longer the only occupant. My skin crawled with the certainty that something stood right behind me, unseen yet undeniably there. I turned slowly, my limbs shaking as if they weighed 100 pounds each. The darkness was absolute, but a faint silhouette seemed to flicker just outside my field of vision. My senses reeled, my mind struggling to process the impossible. Every breath felt like shards of glass scraping down my throat. I couldn't think, couldn't move. I was paralyzed by pure terror. Then, in a rush of adrenaline, I lunged for the circuit breaker, flipping every switch, trying to flood the house with light. When it returned, the living room looked as it always did, except for the broken glass from the overhead bulb. The radio sat there inert, mocking me with its silence. I'd had enough. The next morning, I decided to remove this sinister device from my home once and for all. But as I prepared to wrap it up, a final surge of static emanated from the speaker. My eyes darted to the dials. They were glowing faintly, even though the radio was unplugged. A voice, calm, measured, and eerily familiar, delivered one last cryptic statement. It said something about the presence being bound to the place, not the object. My entire body went cold as I realized removing the radio might not solve anything. That final message felt like a warning and a grim confirmation that whatever I'd awakened was rooted in the house itself. For a moment, I considered calling someone to bulldoze the place, or at least hiring a team of investigators to check for electromagnetic anomalies. But part of me knew that no conventional approach would drive out this insidious force. Instead, I gathered my tools and prepared to confront it. I wrapped the radio in thick plastic sheeting and locked it in the basement closet, sealing it away. The air still felt heavy, and I could sense that the house's energy had not diminished. That night, I paced the corridors, flicking lights on and off, waiting for the presence to manifest. Oddly, it never did. The oppressive feeling was still there, but it seemed distracted if such a thing were possible. Tension lingered in every corner. The next morning, I woke up with an odd calmness in my chest, as though a storm had passed but left the sky bruised and unsettled. The radio stayed silent in its makeshift tomb. Yet I couldn't shake the idea that something remained watching and waiting. I decided to leave the house for a few weeks, gather my courage, and consult some references on haunted phenomena, or at least talk to more experienced engineers who had tackled unexplainable electromagnetic issues. Before I left, I stood in the living room one last time, feeling the thick silence press down on me. Every fiber of my being urged me to run to get away from the intangible darkness that seemed to have seeped into the very walls. As I locked the front door, I glanced back through the window. My eyes were drawn to the spot where the radio had once stood. The living room was draped in half-light from the rising sun. Dust motes swirled lazily in the air, and for a second I swore I saw a shadow pass across the space. My throat went tight, and I felt that sharp chill again. There was no one inside, yet the unmistakable impression of a figure remained outlined in the dim glow I left anyway. Uncertain of what I had truly experienced, I'm still uncertain. Perhaps it was all a trick of stress and isolation, or maybe I'd truly encountered something beyond rational explanation. Even now, I feel an uncomfortable heaviness in my chest whenever I think about that house. Whatever lurked there, it had fed off my fear, revealing itself little by little through the radio's static. And though I'm far away now, sometimes I still hear faint crackling in the silence like a distant broadcast. It makes my heart race and my stomach churn. In those moments, I wonder if my attempts to contain the radio were futile, if the presence has already latched onto me somehow. I don't know if it can be defeated, banished, or scientifically explained, but its warning remains etched into my memory that it is bound to the place, not the object. That house may remain forever haunted by its malevolent occupant. My only solace is that I escaped before it could fully manifest itself. Yet the question that keeps me awake at night is whether we ever truly escape something like that, or if it finds new ways to follow us, whispering through the wires and frequencies we can't quite understand. The dread lingers in every quiet moment, every flicker of electricity reminding me that some presences simply wait in silence until they decide to speak again. Story 6, and the hallway lights flickered the moment I unwrapped that battered old code, as if the building itself recognized an intrusion from some other age. I remember the peculiar hush that fell over the corridors in that instant. A hush that felt thick and unnatural, like the air was watching me. An inexplicable sense of dread settled in my chest, as though I'd opened a portal to something that should have remained sealed. My pulse throbbed in my ears, and an odd tension stretched across my shoulders, urging me to toss that garment aside. I couldn't say why, but from the very first moment I laid eyes on it, I had this instinctive feeling. It didn't belong to me, or to any living person for that matter. I am a professor of literature, a man who makes his living parsing the nuances of novels and poems. My world has always been defined by crisp, well-organized thoughts, by rational interpretations of text, and by neat delineations between fact and fiction. But ever since I draped that vintage coat over my shoulders, my understanding of reality has begun to blur. This story might sound like the ramblings of someone on the brink of madness. Perhaps that's exactly what it is. Yet I feel compelled to tell it, if only to rid myself of the growing sense that my thoughts are no longer entirely my own. I first acquired the coat at a small antique store near the university campus. The shop was one of those cramped, dimly lit places crammed with relics from centuries past. Usually I don't bother with apparel from secondhand stores, but something drew my gaze to that faded olive green garment hanging in the corner. The proprietor, an elderly man with a distant expression, told me the coat had once belonged to someone notable. He didn't elaborate much, but his eyes had a strange glint when he handed it over. I felt a mild shiver as I slid it on, but I assumed the coat was just cold to the touch. It was only later that I began to suspect it was not the chill of the fabric, but the chill of some intangible presence latched onto it. At first, wearing the coat felt oddly empowering. The heavy wool draped over my shoulders like a regal mantle, instilling a faint but noticeable change in my posture. I found myself walking with more confidence, almost strutting through the halls of the university. Colleagues commented that I seemed more energetic. Some even asked if I'd been working out or taking new vitamins because I stood taller, spoke more assuredly. My heart would flutter with an unfamiliar excitement. It was thrilling to have my peers see me in a new light. Then the nightmares started. They were fleeting at first. Vague flashes of an earlier era, gaslit streets, people dressed in clothes from the turn of the century, horse-drawn carriages rattling down cobblestone roads. In my dreams, I was always a man of influence, someone with weight in that older society I felt recognized and disturbingly revered. Yet there was a grayness to these visions, a leaching of color that suggested something grim hovering around the edges. Each time I woke up, my mouth was parched, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest, and my sheets were tangled around me as if I'd wrestled with them throughout the night. The next morning, when I slipped my arms into the coat sleeves, it felt like an embrace from someone who wanted me back in those dreams. Strange objects started appearing in the coat pockets. The first discovery was a small envelope sealed with old-fashioned wax, inside of which I found a brittle piece of parchment. The text was nearly illegible, written in an archaic style of calligraphy. My hands trembled as I tried to decipher it. The words that jumped out were references to a binding an oath and an inheritance. I felt a bead of cold sweat on my forehead as I realized I recognized the script from my nightmares. My rational mind kept trying to tell me it was nothing more than a curious leftover from the antique shop, but a deeper intuition hissed that something more sinister was at play. A few days later, I discovered a pocket watch, ornate tarnished silver, its cover etched with swirling patterns. When I touched its surface, my chest constricted. The sense of déjà vu was so strong that I stumbled backward. It was like I had held that watch 1,000 times before. Though I knew I hadn't, I tried to rationalize these finds. Perhaps the store owner had forgotten to empty the pockets. Perhaps these items were planted as a marketing ploy to enhance the coat's mystique. But then came the biggest shock of all. I started having memories that didn't belong to me. It would happen in short bursts, always triggered by seemingly random stimuli. While standing at my office window, gazing at the modern campus, my mind suddenly replaced the view with a scene of an older courtyard. Grand arches, marble pillars, a stone walkway leading to a large mahogany door. I could feel a crisp wind on my skin, smell the distant coal fires, and hear the dull clop of hooves on cobblestone. My heart hammered violently and my breathing grew ragged, sweat trickling down the back of my neck. When the vision faded, I was left shaking, uncertain whether I had hallucinated or simply daydreamed, yet it felt so undeniably real. Soon colleagues and friends began noticing subtle shifts in my behavior. One evening, I hosted a small gathering in my apartment. I remember someone asking for tea, and I answered with a distinctly different inflection, an archaic tilt to my phrasing. The group went silent. My best friend told me afterward that I spoke with an accent that sounded like something from an old European play. I brushed it off, murmuring some excuse about being lost in my research. But deep down, I felt panic rising. My chest was tight, my fingertips tingling with dread. It was as if my body was no longer wholly under my own control. In the mirror's reflections started to distort. It began as quick flashes. I would catch sight of a figure wearing a formal waistcoat and bow tie instead of my usual shirt. The reflection for a fraction of a second had a different hairstyle slicked back as though from a bygone era. My lungs seized as if I'd forgotten how to breathe, and I would clutch the edge of the sink, dizzy and disoriented. Each time I'd close my eyes, take a few desperate gulps of air, and when I looked again, I'd see myself rumpled professor's attire, messy hair, the coat slung on the hook behind me, but the fleeting glimpses left a creeping horror in my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that the coat wasn't just influencing me, it was rewriting me. Walking through campus, I found my gaze lingering on old architecture. Suddenly, the modern library seemed garish, the neon lights of the student lounge too brash. I developed an affinity for candlelight, finding the overhead fluorescence abrasive to my senses. My speech patterns shifted too. Students looked at me quizzically when I used phrases that seemed plucked out of a historical novel. In class, my chest would constrict with dread as I realized I was referencing texts that weren't on any current syllabus books, that to my knowledge never existed in this timeline. My heart rate spiked each time, and I could barely swallow past the dryness in my mouth. I felt a wave of embarrassment, but I also felt fear at how naturally these anachronistic references rolled off my tongue. The worst moments were at night. The heater in my apartment would sputter and hiss, producing noises that made me think of footsteps creaking on old floorboards. I'd lie in bed, covers pulled up to my chin, heart thrashing in my chest as the wind rattled my window. Sometimes half asleep, I imagined an old Victrola playing scratchy melodies from another era. My breath would catch in my throat and I'd break out in a cold sweat. Uncertain if I was dreaming or truly hearing the faint echo of that music. The darkness pressed in thick and suffocating, and I would toss and turn, the coat laid across a nearby chair like a silent sentinel observing me. Its silhouette outlined against a streak of moonlight seemed watchful. My sense of self continued to unravel the day I found an old photograph tucked inside the coat's inner lining. It showed a group of people standing outside a stately turn-of-the-century building. My blood went cold when I recognized one of the faces. It was me, but not me. The person in the photo had the same eyes, the same jawline. He stood with pride wearing the very coat I had recently acquired, though the edges of his form looked faintly faded as though time itself was trying to erase him. I felt my knees buckle and I had to sit down, gasping for breath. My mind spun, trying to come up with logical explanations, maybe a distant relative, an uncanny look-alike. Yet deep down, a horrified voice whispered that this was the original owner and I was becoming him. I began to suspect the coat carried some curse, but I couldn't bring myself to destroy it. On several occasions, I attempted to throw it out. I'd stuff it into a plastic bag, seal it tight, then walk to the dumpsters behind my building, heart hammering with each step. Yet I always found an excuse to turn around. My chest would tighten with an irrational terror, and I'd break into a clammy sweat. The coat feeling heavier and heavier in my arms, I'd hurry back to my apartment, suffused with overwhelming relief the moment I hung it back on the rack. The sensation of compulsion was terrifying, like something outside my rational mind was controlling me. My breath would catch my heart pounding, and I'd stand there trembling, wondering what force had such a hold over me. One late evening, as I paced around my study, I felt compelled to try it on. Once more, I told myself it was to research the phenomenon, to understand the garment's malevolent hold. But the minute I slipped my arms into its sleeves, a wave of unfamiliar memories washed over me. I saw roaring fireplaces, tasted the bite of brandy on my tongue, and smelled the musty scent of old libraries. My entire body shook. My mind was a storm of images, some exhilarating in their intensity, others terrifying in their implications. My vision blurred and I stumbled. When I looked at my hands, they were gloved in fine leather for a moment, though in reality I was barehanded. That night I could hardly sleep. When I finally dozed off, I dreamt I was signing a ledger in that archaic script with a quill pen. My signature was not my own name, but the name of the coat's original owner, like I was relinquishing my identity. My chest felt as if it might implode from panic. The room itself in my dream was shadowy, flickering with candlelight, and something about it was suffocating. I sensed an unseen presence behind me, guiding my hand, urging me to complete that signature. When I woke with a strangled gasp, my heart was galloping and my hairline was damp with sweat. My entire body trembled and my stomach churned. It took me several long moments to remind myself I was in my modern apartment. Not some distant century. I decided I had to seek answers. One afternoon I cornered the shop owner, the same man who had sold me the coat. I asked about its history, but he was evasive. He mentioned hearing rumors that the coat was tied to an old estate across the sea, but he provided scant details. He simply offered a faint shrug, indicating he had no more information. I felt my throat go tight with frustration. My mouth was so dry that I could barely form words. I pressed further, but he merely averted his gaze and mumbled something about not prying into matters best left alone. Upon returning to my apartment, I decided on a drastic measure. I would lock the coat away in a trunk. Perhaps if it wasn't within view, its influence would weaken. For a while it seemed to work. I felt a measure of relief. My nights were less plagued by haunting visions, although I still woke up sweating and uneasy. At least I didn't see that figure in the mirror as often, but the respite was temporary. One night I found myself standing before the trunk, my fingers working frantically at the lock without any memory of getting out of bed. My heart pounded at my own actions, my breath shallow. I realized I was shaking uncontrollably. It felt like I was the puppet of some spirit that refused to be sealed away. I decided that was the final straw. I had to confront this. If the coat was cursed, it was time to break that curse. Gathering all my courage, I took it from the trunk and carried it outside, determined to burn it. I chose a desolate spot near the edge of town where no one would question a small fire. The air was cold and a biting wind cut through my clothes, but my forehead was slick with sweat. My heart felt like it might leap out of my chest. As I piled dry branches for the fire, a distant thunder rolled and the world seemed to hold its breath. I placed the coat on top of the makeshift pie, my fingers trembling so much I nearly dropped my lighter. Just as I flicked the flame to life, an inexplicable wave of dread seized me. My vision blurred and I felt disoriented, as though the ground beneath me shifted. I braced my hand on a nearby rock to steady myself. For a split second, I thought I saw that older world again looming behind my eyelids. Those cobblestone streets, the flicker of lamplight. My breathing became so shallow I thought I might faint. Yet I gritted my teeth and forced myself to set the branches ablaze. The fire crackled to life, smoke swirling in ghostly plumes. For a moment it seemed as if the coat resisted. The flames licked its surface, but the fabric did not catch as quickly as I expected. A bizarre sense of panic welled up in me, as if I were betraying something vital. The heat intensified and my eyes stung from the smoke. My heart pounded like a drum, each beat echoing in my temples. Finally, the coat began to smolder, blackening around the edges. A sharp odor filled my nostrils. Something sour like charred wool, tainted by a strange chemical tang. My skin prickled and a shiver of revulsion ran the length of my spine. In the dancing glow of the flames, I imagined I saw a figure rise from the coat shape, briefly coalescing before dissolving into the swirling smoke. My vision swam with ghostly after images, and my entire body trembled so violently that I nearly collapsed. But I forced myself to keep watch to ensure the garment was truly reduced to ashes. Long minutes passed, then gradually the coat disintegrated into charred remnants. I felt a sudden emptiness, like a severed link between me and that presence had been torn away. Afterward, I stared at the smoking remains, heart hammering. My breath was still ragged, and I realized how close I had come to being consumed by something beyond reason. As I trudged home, I was drenched in sweat despite the frigid air. I half expected the shadows to close in on me or for the echo of footsteps to follow. Yet nothing came. I was alone, and the quiet was almost unbearable. In the days that followed, I felt an extraordinary sense of relief, though the nightmares still lingered on the edges of my consciousness. My reflection sometimes flickered in the mirror, as if uncertain whether it should show my modern self or that haunting visage from another time. But with each passing night, the illusions grew less frequent and the coat's hold seemed to wane. My accent returned to normal and my old habits resurfaced. People who had noticed my strange behavior commented that I seemed more like myself again, though a bit pale and forever glancing over my shoulder. I wish I could say I found closure. The truth is, I'm not entirely convinced the coat is gone. A part of me worries that when I burned it, I only scattered its essence, releasing it into the wind to drift into unsuspecting hands. From time to time, I still wake at odd hours, heart-hammering, convinced I hear that archaic voice in my mind. I've even checked my closets in a cold sweat, expecting to see that olive green outline, but the coat has never reappeared. Whether the curse is broken or just lying dormant, I cannot say. Every so often, I still feel a flicker of that other personality within me, a faint echo of a life that's not my own. My reflection in dark windows sometimes wears a ghostly half-smile, and I sense eyes, my own eyes, scrutinizing me from another era. The tension coiled in my gut never fully relaxes, and the weight of the unknown presses on my chest. Even though I am free from its immediate influence, the mere memory of that thing is enough to keep my heart pounding in a slow, fearful rhythm. I continue on with my life, teaching my courses, grading papers, trying to reestablish the solid sense of reality I once had. But I sense that the boundary between my identity and that long-dead owner's has been permanently frayed. Maybe I escaped, or maybe I just allowed a piece of him to take root in me. Night by night, I manage to keep that part of my mind at bay, whispering to myself that I am who I've always been, that my thoughts belong to me alone. Yet sometimes late at night, I catch a glimpse in the mirror and see a different shape in my eyes, an unfamiliar glimmer that doesn't quite belong, and I can't tell if it's just my imagination or the lingering presence of a life I once feared would become my own. Story 7. I still remember the first night back in that old house, standing on the creaking porch with the wind howling as though it carried secrets. The air seemed unusually dense, as if the shadows themselves held their breath. My heart thumped once, then again, with a slow, deliberate force that made the silence feel alive. That raw awareness rushed over me, a lingering sensation that something within those walls had been waiting. I took one shaky step forward, trying to steady my breathing, yet every exhale seemed to vanish in the cold night. Swallowed by the darkness looming behind the door, I had inherited the property after it sat abandoned for several years. Coming back wasn't exactly a choice, but more of a reluctant duty. I felt an unexplainable pull, a compulsion, as if the house refused to let me ignore it any longer. Despite all the time that had passed since my youth, the layout was startlingly familiar. Even the chipped paint on the banister remained unchanged. The same pattern of cracks I once traced with my fingertips in restless moments. On that first night, I turned on the lights in the foyer and listened to them buzz and flicker. The air smelled of stale wood and dust. My chest tightened as I noted a curious sense of expectancy. The feeling that something was watching from the corners. I tried to dismiss it as mere nerves. After all, old houses often play tricks on the mind. Squeaks in the floorboards, moaning pipes, the hush of wind seeping through cracks. But that night, even the walls seemed to exhale a faint, otherworldly murmur. As I ascended the stairs, each step groaned under my weight like a plaintive whisper protesting my presence. The corridor upstairs was darker than I remembered, and the overhead light switch refused to work. My stomach nodded with a growing unease, my pulse beat against my temples, creating a soft roaring in my ears. While fumbling for my phone to use its flashlight, I sensed a faint electric hum in the air around me, like static electricity raising the tiny hairs on my arms. The phone briefly glowed before flickering off, then on again, as if it too fought against some invisible resistance. In my old bedroom, I could almost see the imprint of my earlier life, a battered desk, a narrow bed, and a closet door that never closed properly. The sight of those objects triggered a wave of nostalgia, yet that wave quickly receded, leaving behind an unsettling chill. The overhead light worked, casting harsh shadows on the walls that seemed to stir whenever I blinked. Exhaustion weighed me down, so I tried to sleep, telling myself that everything would seem less ominous in the morning, but sleep was elusive. Around midnight, I heard a faint melody echo through the house, an old lullaby that I vaguely recognized from my younger years. The notes were warped as if coming through a distorted radio frequency. My heart hammered in my chest. I got up, following the sound to the hallway only to find silence. The melody vanished the moment I stepped outside the bedroom. A cold sweat formed on my forehead, my hands trembling. I returned to my bed feeling more anxious than before, my breathing shallow and quick. The weight of unseen eyes pressed down on me, making it impossible to rest. The next morning I explored the house more thoroughly, dust coated every surface, faded wallpaper peeled at the edges. I tried to open a window for fresh air, but it was jammed as if swollen shut with time. In the kitchen I discovered that several appliances behaved strangely. The refrigerator hummed loudly, its interior light flickering. The old radio on the counter seemed to switch stations on its own, briefly catching a signal that whispered a voice I couldn't make out. Instead of direct words, it felt more like a presence breathing through static. My nerves were frazzled by the early afternoon. I decided to rummage in the attic, searching for items left behind. The attic steps creaked in protest and a cold draft seeped from above. I coughed against the dust swirling in the stale air. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, and I cautiously opened one after another, half-heartedly flipping through old photo albums and random trinkets. It was then that I found a weathered book with a cracked spine, an old diary. My pulse quickened as soon as I touched it. The cover felt oddly warm, and a tiny shock of static buzzed against my fingertips. Reading the diary was a slow, uneasy process. The handwriting varied, suggesting multiple authors had used it over the decades. Strange entries caught my attention. Accounts of voices drifting through corridors, lights flickering without cause, and a subtle force trying to communicate through seemingly ordinary household devices. A line read, "It wants someone to stay. It tries to recreate memories." My skin prickled. Another entry mentioned, "Every occupant hears echoes of their earlier life in the walls, and the static in the phones. It seeks a permanent companion." My breathing grew ragged. I could almost hear my heartbeat echoing off the cramped attic walls. I felt a swirl of fear and curiosity. Was I simply following the same footsteps as the previous residents as night fell? I kept my phone close, yet it behaved erratically. Notifications popped, disconnected landlines that suddenly rang with a voice mimicking old acquaintances, televisions that turned on by themselves to play reruns of beloved shows. That occupant concluded that the presence was desperately seeking a companion, someone who would merge with it in a timeless loop of relived moments. By the time I closed the diary, my hands were trembling so hard I nearly dropped it. My breath came in quick, shallow bursts. My knees felt weak. It struck me like a blow. The presence was systematically orchestrating events from my younger life, even if I had buried those memories. The lullaby on the phone, the flickering lights reminiscent of certain late nights spent in that same room, the hidden details from my earliest days. The entity was trying to make me feel at home in a warped, possessive sense, as though it believed this would forge a permanent bond. That evening I left all the lights on and brewed coffee to remain alert. I settled in the living room, phone at my side, determined not to be caught off guard. Around midnight, my old laptop, which I had powered off earlier, suddenly booted up by itself. The screen glowed with faint lines of text crawling across my chest, tightened as I approached it. The text repeated fragments of the diary's final entries. The lines scrolled like a silent script, culminating in a single phrase that flashed over and over. "Stay with me." I staggered backward, my heart pounding so violently that I feared it might burst. A surge of adrenaline rushed through me. My hands were slick with sweat, and I could feel my pulse thrumming in my temples. My vision blurred slightly, and I had to steady myself against the wall. It was as though the house had found a new way to speak. I slammed the laptop shut, but even then I swore I could still see the faint glow seeping from beneath the lid. A sense of nauseating dread flooded my stomach. My mind spun with questions. How long had it been planning this? Had it guided me here, or was this purely coincidence? I retreated to the bedroom, seeking at least the illusion of safety. The covers provided little comfort. I felt exposed as if the walls were pressing in or the light bulb above me was an eye fixed on my every move. When I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, my dreams were filled with distorted images of the house itself. Doors opened onto infinite hallways, flickering with the same glitchy hum as a corrupted video file. I woke multiple times drenched in cold sweat, heart-hammering mouth-bone dry, shaking uncontrollably. The question pounded in my skull. Was it just my mind unraveling, or was there truly something in the house orchestrating these horrors? A few days later, I returned to the attic with a surge of determination. If the diary contained more clues, I had to find them. My mouth tasted of stale fear, and every slow breath felt like a victory against my own galloping anxiety. Ransacking the corner where I found the diary, I unearthed more papers, old letters, and scribbled notes from earlier occupants. One letter mentioned attempts to bargain with the entity trying to leave while it slept. Another note suggested setting up cameras, but the cameras only captured static or random bursts of light. All of them spoke of a creeping terror that grew day by day until it was unbearable. One letter recounted that each occupant eventually fled, leaving possessions behind as if the house's oppression had become too suffocating. Nobody had explicitly mentioned death, but the writer's fear and desperation practically bled from the pages. My arms trembled as I read, and I had to sit for a moment. The atmosphere felt stifling, as though the attic were filling with invisible smoke. My lungs fought for air that seemed far too thin. I realized that the entity thrived on familiarity, weaving illusions from personal memories. It was feeding on my fear, my recollections of the house and every moment of electrified tension. It wasn't content with scaring me. It wanted me to stay to bind myself to it by reliving pieces of my earlier life until I couldn't distinguish reality from those phantoms. A sense of claustrophobia swelled within me and my heartbeat fluttered. My eyes darted around, half expecting the shadows beneath the rafters to shift or form an outline. I made a decision: if it wanted a companion, I would deny it. That I packed a bag, though my hands trembled so violently that it was almost impossible to zip it shut. The plan was simple: gather enough courage to walk away, to abandon whatever awaited me here. That evening, I felt the house pulsate with a strange energy, as if it sensed my intent. The lights dimmed abruptly, flaring back to life in short, aggressive bursts. My phone vibrated nonstop with no notifications. The radio switched on by itself, emitting a low hiss that modulated into a faint mocking tune. As I headed for the front door, the entire house fell silent. Too silent. No hum, no static, no creaking floors. The sudden absence of sound hammered at my eardrums. My throat went dry, and a wave of goosebumps traveled the length of my arms. I froze at the threshold, almost dizzy with apprehension. My instincts screamed that I was being watched from every side, an omnipresent gaze drilling into my back. The silence stretched taut until it snapped in a violent burst of static. My phone shrieked with feedback, and the overhead lights flickered so rapidly that the hallway appeared like a stuttering film reel. Shadows elongated, contorted, and then snapped back with each surge of light. It felt like the house's final attempt to hold me. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I could hardly keep my feet steady, but I refused to stop. I twisted the door knob and pulled, stepping out into the night air that felt surprisingly warm and vibrant compared to the tomb-like atmosphere inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, the intense flickering behind me ceased. When I turned to look, the hallway light glowed steadily as if nothing had happened. Outside, my skin still prickled with residual fear, and my legs wobbled, nearly giving out beneath me. But I felt a suffocating weight lift from my chest the instant I closed the door. My mind reeled, drifting between relief and lingering terror. The quiet of the exterior world seemed jarring, almost unreal. For a few seconds, I couldn't trust my own senses. My pulse was hammering, and the cool breeze on my sweat-soaked skin made me shiver. I didn't stay to question whether the presence would follow. I simply got into my car and drove away, unable to stop checking the rear-view mirror. Even miles down the road, my heart still pounded in my ears. Every cell phone notification triggered a fresh spike of adrenaline as though the entity might find me through digital signals. The diary now sits sealed in a plastic bag locked away in a storage unit. I can't bear to read it again or destroy it. Part of me fears that doing either would open a channel back to that house. Late at night, when I'm half asleep, I sometimes hear faint static, or I dream of flickering lights and a lullaby echoing in the distance. I snap awake soaked in cold sweat, throat clenched, the taste of dread lingering on my tongue. Even in my new place, shadows sometimes seem to move in the corner of my eye. The memory of that presence feels burned into my consciousness, and my senses remain on high alert, waiting for the next glitch in a device or a ghostly tune from the radio. No matter where I go, a nagging question tugs at the edges of my mind. Is it truly behind me, or is it only a matter of time before it finds another way in? I tell myself it's over, that I've escaped whatever ancient force dwells in those walls. Yet every so often I can't shake the feeling that I'm still part of its game. Like it's testing the limits of distance and time, waiting for an opening to reclaim what it believes belongs to it. When the night grows quiet and the electronic hum of modern devices becomes too loud, I wonder if I'm still hearing the house's distant call, and I can't help but feel that one day a single phone buzz might be all it takes for it to speak to me again, whispering my memories back to me, calling me home. Story 8. I first spotted the telephone in a dusty antique shop on the outskirts of town, bathed in the flickering haze of dying fluorescent lights. The moment I laid eyes on its tarnished brass and worn rotary dial, a strange chill prickled along my forearms. It looked like an ordinary vintage piece, cracked enamel, the faint smell of old varnish clinging to its body. But something in the air felt wrong. I remember trying to shake off the unsettling sensation, attributing it to my overactive imagination. Little did I know that my life would soon spiral into a nightmare of static-laced whispers, impossible apparitions, and the unrelenting certainty that I was never alone again. My name is Edward, and I consider myself a modest collector of unusual objects from decades past. There is a peculiar thrill in rummaging through junk stores and estate sales, searching for relics imbued with history. The old phone seemed like a perfect addition. I placed it on a shelf in my study, right next to an antique radio and a glass case of pocket watches. That night I went to bed feeling pleased with my find. Yet beneath my excitement, unease lingered like a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. The first unusual incident occurred early the next morning. I woke to a buzzing in my ears, an almost imperceptible hum. Initially, I thought it was the overhead fan or a draft through the window. When I ventured into my study, though, the hum intensified. It crackled around me almost like an old radio struggling to catch a frequency. I could feel a faint static charge prickling the hair on my arms. There on the shelf, the phone seemed just as it had the day before, silent, motionless, its rotary dial pointing to nowhere. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that the faint static was coming directly from it. I examined the phone's wires, expecting to find them frayed or poorly connected, but something was off. The phone wasn't plugged into anything. I let that realization sit in the pit of my stomach. The phone was completely disconnected from any power source, yet I could swear it was transmitting a faint ghostly static. My heart began to pound so hard it felt as though it might crack my ribs. My breath turned shallow. I told myself it was an overreaction. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was some leftover energy from a battery or circuit. I didn't understand. I placed the phone in a box, thinking that distancing myself from it would calm my nerves. But that night, as I lay in bed with the lights off, I heard the faintest ring echo through the house. At first, I thought it was my imagination. The ring was dull, muffled, as if traveling through thick walls or across a great distance. My pulse raced and a cold sweat soaked my collar. I crept down the hall, each step feeling heavier with dread. When I reached the study, I stood there in the darkness, not daring to flick on the light. The phone rang again, sharper this time. The shrillness punctured the silence, rattling my composure. Even though logic told me it was impossible, I felt my legs quiver with an inexplicable mixture of terror and fascination. With trembling fingers, I answered the phone. I expected nothing but dead air. Instead, I heard the crackle of static hiss across the line, followed by a voice so distant it was barely more than a whisper. I strained to make out words, but the distortion was intense. I could only catch fragments, references to a street corner that no longer existed, or the name of a long-defunct local newspaper. The conversation was disorienting, like hearing one side of an old broadcast. Once more, I tried rationalizing. Maybe some stray signal was crossing wires. Maybe the phone was picking up transmissions from an old radio tower. Yet the voice on the other end was warm, intimate, and undeniably human. As abruptly as it had begun, the call ended in an explosion of static that made me drop the receiver in alarm. In the following days, my anxiety built. I felt uneasy in my own home, as though the phone's presence radiated a subtle menace. When I tried to sleep, I found myself tossing and turning, haunted by the memory of that voice. Vague images taunted me, a style of clothing decades out of date. A living room with a black and white television flickering. The very air around me felt charged with electricity. The phone sat on its shelf, silent and inert, yet I couldn't stop glancing at it. My heart pounded whenever I imagined it ringing again. The fear took on a visceral quality, making my mouth dry and leaving my hands clammy. Then the phone rang in broad daylight. Even though I'd removed the connection cable entirely, my pulse hammered in my ears as I answered it. This time, the voice on the other end was clearer. It spoke about events from 40 or 50 years ago as if they were happening in the present. There was a slight delay, and I realized with horrifying clarity that I was not simply listening to a stray broadcast. The voice was reacting to me. It seemed to be able to sense when I inhaled sharply or when my voice trembled. At one point, it asked in words, I will only paraphrase, if I had any newspapers from that day's date. And it mentioned wanting to know about the state of the city. Now my stomach churned with dread. How could a voice from the past ask me questions about the present over the next week? Objects began to appear in my house, bizarre items that had no place in my modern reality. I found a vintage matchbook advertising a theater that closed decades ago, and it lay open on my kitchen table. On another occasion, I discovered an ashtray in my bedroom, reeking of stale tobacco from a brand that hasn't been sold for years. Each time I confronted these impossible artifacts, I felt my throat tighten and my skin break out in a clammy sweat. My sense of normalcy shattered further when I discovered an ancient newspaper clipping pinned to my front door mentioning an event from the past that aligned too closely with details the voice had shared. My nights devolved into a blur of restless half-sleep tormented by nightmares. In these dreams, I was in a hallway lined with peonesses, each one ringing in a discordant symphony. Whenever I lifted a receiver, the world around me flickered like I was crossing into another time. The hallways felt endless, and something heavy pressed down on my chest, making it impossible to breathe. Normally, I would often wake up gasping, my heart pounding erratically and the sheets soaked in sweat. I tried to confide in a friend, though I spoke mostly in vague terms, too embarrassed to share every detail. He suggested that stress might be affecting my perception. Perhaps I was leaving objects around without remembering. He told me not to panic, that it was all probably just in my head. I nodded along, but deep down I knew there was something truly unnatural about the phone and the calls. I could feel it each time I touched its cold metal frame. A static charge jumped between my fingers and the phone as if it were alive and hungry for connection. Soon the phone calls began coming at unpredictable intervals. Sometimes I would be washing dishes or trimming a plant and I'd hear that spine-tingling ring. My body would tense, breath catching in my throat, a wave of goosebumps rolling across my skin. Answering these calls became torturous, but ignoring them felt even worse. The voice, gradually losing its muffled quality, started demanding more information about my life, asking for proof of the modern era. Each time I tried to resist, my surroundings would flicker at the edges of my vision. Walls warping, floors shifting as if reality itself was tearing open around me. In those moments, a pure animalistic terror coursed through me. My chest felt constricted, my heart battered my ribs, and sweat trickled down my temples. I began to suspect that my phone was forging a rift in time, bridging the present to a long-gone era. With each call, the connection grew stronger. My perception of the city changed. Streets seemed to revert to older layouts. Certain buildings appeared as hollow shells of themselves. I'd pass by a corner store and swear I saw a vintage sign over the entrance, only for it to vanish when I whipped my head around for a second glance. The voice's relentless questions hinted that whoever or whatever was on the other side wanted access to my time. One night, I remember hearing the voice mention in essence that it was almost ready for the final step. That phrase sent a surge of dread that throbbed in my skull for hours. Convinced I had to rid myself of this cursed artifact, I decided to destroy the phone. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I carried it into my garage. By the time I placed it on my workbench, my entire body was shaking. I grabbed a hammer, took a deep breath, and swung down with all my might. The phone remained intact. A jolt like a static discharge shot up my arm, knocking me backward. A wave of dizziness nearly caused me to faint. I could only gape at the phone as it sat there unmarked. It seemed to hum, mocking my efforts. My pulse roared in my ears. I felt powerless against the eerie force that clung to the phone. That night, the phone rang more persistently than ever. When I answered, the voice felt like it was in the same room, its tone electric with excitement. I heard it referred to crossing a threshold, bridging the gap fully. At that point, the room around me seemed to ripple as though I was caught in a heat wave. The walls flickered between my modern furnishings and an older decor, a battered sofa, a black and white TV, the distinctive odor of moldy books. My throat was parched and I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue. The phone began to heat in my hand, searing my palm until I felt tears brimming in my eyes. I set the receiver down in panic, my breath coming in shallow gulps. As the distortion intensified, I stumbled outside for Earhart pounding like a drum. The phone continued to ring from inside the house, an unholy screech that made my skin crawl. I felt sure that if I didn't stop this connection soon, I'd be dragged into another time or lose my grip on reality entirely. Steeling myself, I rushed back in, ignoring the dizziness and the flickering illusions. My own reflection in the hallway mirror looked gaunt. Eyes wide with desperation, I forced myself into the study, yanked open the window, and seized the phone in both hands. With every ounce of strength, I hurled it into the night. It landed on the grass with a dull thud, the bell inside emitting a strangled clang. The ringing stopped abruptly. A deafening silence followed, broken only by my ragged breathing. My heart hammered so fiercely I thought I might black out. Eventually, I sank to the floor, drenched in sweat pulse, thudding painfully. An overwhelming sense of relief mingled with residual terror. I spent the night curled up in a chair, lights on eyes fixed on the empty spot where the phone had once sat. My chest felt tight, but slowly my breathing steadied. In the morning, I walked outside to check if the phone was still there. The yard was empty, no sign of metal shards or broken casing, no dent in the grass. At first, the relief nearly brought me to tears. Maybe the phone was gone for good. Maybe the connection was severed. I allowed myself a small flicker of hope. I returned inside, took a long shower, and felt my mind beginning to settle. The tension in my muscles started to loosen. Then as I stepped into my study, I froze. Resting on my desk as though it had never moved was the phone. Its brass glinted with a malevolent sheen, and the rotary dial was pointed to the exact time I had last answered it. A thick wave of nausea rolled over me. My heart pounded against my ribs and cold sweat beaded on my forehead. My legs threatened to give out beneath me. I realized that I was indeed dealing with something outside the realm of reason, something that could ignore distance and destruction, something that would remain as long as it willed. My entire body trembled with a potent mixture of rage, fear, and resignation. The house felt impossibly still, the air heavy with a charged silence. In that moment, I understood that I could not simply discard or break the phone. It had chosen me. It was a door, one that I had inadvertently opened, and now it refused to let me close it. The voice from the other side had grown too strong. The presence lurking in the static had already shaped my reality, planting objects from the past like seeds in my present, warping my home into a gateway. Paranoia coursed through my veins, intensifying my every heartbeat. My mouth went dry. A prickling sensation crept across my scalp, and I half expected the phone to ring on its own. Yet it remained silent as I stood there grappling with the revelation that it no longer needed to ring to command my attention. It was an active force in my life, bridging two eras in ways I still couldn't fully comprehend. I realized then that I had two choices: flee my house and abandon everything, or face the phone and accept that my existence was inexorably entwined with something not meant for human understanding. I refused to live in perpetual terror. So I steadied my trembling hands, stared at the phone, and vowed not to let it dominate me. The tension in my chest raged on, but I inhaled until my lungs ached. Some primal part of me suspected that if I let my fear take hold completely, I would never return to sanity. My vision blurred at the edges as I approached the phone. The atmosphere in the study felt oppressive, tinged with ozone and an antique odor. Despite the suffocating pressure, I picked up the receiver, slowly braced for static or the voice's cold demands. But the line was silent, no hum, no whisper. That silence was more unnerving than any call. I had the sense it was waiting. Time wavered in the corner of my eye. I glimpsed shadows of old furniture layering over my modern desk. I swallowed hard and gently placed the receiver back, heart slamming against my ribcage. My palms were clammy and my breathing ragged, yet I was still there in my study, rooted to the spot. Even now, I live in a state of watchful anxiety. Every time the phone catches the corner of my eye, my pulse spikes. I've tried moving it to closets, attics, even the basement, but it somehow returns to my study. Always in that same place on the desk. I have not heard a ring for days, but the hush itself weighs on me like a threat. I sense that the boundary between past and present remains open, an unholy wound that refuses to heal. Late at night, I sometimes think I hear faint footsteps in the hall. Soft, measured pacing, as though someone from another time is already here waiting for me to slip up. The dread never leaves me, and sleep offers little respite. In my nightmares, the phone's ring echoes endlessly, pulling me deeper into corridors of flickering lights and ghostly silhouettes. I'm certain the story isn't finished, and that knowledge gnaws at my mind every waking hour. Because one truth remains indisputable: once a door is opened, it can never truly be closed again. Story 9. The instant I first set foot in my new apartment, a wave of unease rippled through me. It was as though the very air pressed against my skin, whispering that something wasn't quite right. The hall lights flickered, and a damp, stale odor grazed my nostrils as if walls had been left to rot behind layers of paint. This initial shiver of apprehension burrowed into my bones, refusing to let me settle comfortably. I dismissed it at the time, telling myself that I was overreacting to normal apartment quirks, a bit of old wiring, maybe poor ventilation. But I was wrong. I realize now that this place was never just an ordinary home. It was a doorway into a reality I wish I had never discovered. I'm a professor of comparative literature, a man who has spent countless nights reading obscure texts and deciphering cryptic metaphors. I'm used to the strange details that hide in the margins of old manuscripts, peculiar footnotes, scribbled warnings, and faded ink. But I never expected my academic fascination with hidden meanings to bleed into my personal life. And yet that is precisely what happened. My new apartment, located in a once grand building not far from the university, seemed innocent enough on the surface. Polished hardwood floors greeted me in the foyer, and a wide corridor led to a spacious living room with tall windows. At first glance, everything seemed normal, if a bit aged. That first week, I was so preoccupied with the start of the semester that I barely noticed the oddities. A subdued feeling of being watched persisted whenever I returned from campus, but I dismissed it as stress-induced paranoia. My days were busy lecturing bright-eyed undergraduates, holding office hours, and poring over dusty books for my own research. By the time I got home, I was usually too exhausted to focus on anything beyond dinner and a few more pages of reading before bed. Still, every now and then, I'd pause in the middle of the living room, hearing soft murmurs behind a wall or catching a glimpse of movement in a corner I thought was empty. Each time, the hairs on my arms would rise and a heavy tightness filled my chest. The turning point arrived during my second weekend in the apartment. It was a quiet Saturday night, and I had decided to treat myself to a long bath after a grueling week of grading papers. While resting in the water, I closed my eyes. The gentle drip of the faucet lulled me into a kind of half-conscious daze. Then a sudden creak from the hallway snapped me back. My heart thundered in my chest, and for a moment I was certain someone was walking right outside the bathroom door. My breaths turned shallow as I listened carefully. Another creak, and I felt goosebumps spread along my damp skin. With trembling hands, I dried myself and put on a robe, flinging the door open. Nobody was there. The corridor stood empty and silent. Yet somehow it didn't feel empty. It felt as though the air itself bristled with an unwelcome presence. In the following days, subtle distortions became frequent. I'd catch sight of wallpaper that wasn't there before, an ornate floral pattern in muted gold and green peeling at the edges. It would appear in fleeting glimpses. One blink it was there. The next blink replaced by the apartment's bland off-white walls. Sometimes it was the furniture. I'd see a faint outline of a Victorian-style settee by the window, but when I turned around fully, it vanished, leaving only my modern couch. These illusions, or whatever they were, left me feeling unsteady. My palms would sweat and my heart would pound each time. The sense of something profoundly wrong soared higher with every new sighting. It wasn't merely visual distortions either. I started hearing muffled voices in the night, hushed conversations as though people were gathered in my living room, discussing topics I couldn't quite make out. Once, when the voices were particularly audible, I summoned the courage to press my ear to the door. My heart hammered, stomach twisting in anxious knots. A man's voice seemed to state something about preparing for the arrival. That single phrase made my skin go clammy. Yet when I finally swung open the door, the room was dark and empty, no sign of any visitors. During the day, I tried to rationalize it all. Perhaps the building had poor insulation, I told myself. Maybe I was overhearing neighbors from an adjacent unit. The more I told myself these stories, the less they helped. A creeping suspicion formed. I was hearing fragments of a different time. By the third week, my suspicions grew into something more like dread. My possessions started to change, sometimes right in front of me. I'd place my phone on the kitchen counter, turn away for a second, and turn back to find an old-fashioned rotary phone in its place. I'd blink rapidly, convinced it was a trick of the light, only to see it flicker between modern and antique, eventually settling back into my smartphone. The effect was devastating to my sense of normalcy. Adrenaline would flood my veins, my breath hitching until it felt like my lungs were on fire. I tried to share these experiences with a colleague at the university, though indirectly to save myself from sounding completely deranged. I mentioned old building anomalies, illusions, and the possibility of optical illusions caused by stress. In return, he offered some half-hearted reassurance that transitions to new living spaces can be stressful, that my mind might be overworked. He suggested I take a break from academic obligations. I nodded politely, but inside I was spiraling. Could stress alone conjure wallpaper and furniture from decades past? Could fatigue rearrange my apartment's layout, guiding me into corridors that shouldn't exist? Yes, corridors that shouldn't exist. I'll never forget the morning it happened. I was running late for a lecture, a thick stack of graded papers tucked under my arm, and I needed to grab my satchel from the bedroom. I hurried through the hallway only to find myself in a completely unfamiliar part of the apartment. A narrow, claustrophobic space lit by a single dusty bulb. The walls were lined with aged wallpaper, the same pattern I had glimpsed sporadically before. My pulse throbbed so loudly in my ears that I had to force myself to stay calm. Step by step, I moved forward, the squeak of the floorboards matching my ragged breathing. My arms trembled and a sheen of cold sweat dripped from my temples. Then just like that, the corridor opened into a cramped parlor filled with antiquated furniture, a small lamp with a fringed shade, a sewing table and a high-back chair upholstered in worn velvet. It smelled of stale perfume and dust. For a split second, I saw people dressed in early 20th century clothing going about their day as though I didn't exist. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache flipped through a newspaper while a woman in a long dress fussed with the lamp. My heart raced out of control, my breath coming in rapid bursts that left me dizzy. My body was screaming to turn and run, but a morbid curiosity rooted me in place. I tried to. Movement in a corner I thought was empty. Each time the hairs on my arms would rise and a heavy tightness filled my chest. The turning point arrived during my second weekend in the apartment. It was a quiet Saturday night, and I had decided to treat myself to a long bath after a grueling week of grading papers. While resting in the water, I closed my eyes. The gentle drip of the faucet lulled me into a kind of half-conscious daze. Then a sudden creak from the hallway snapped me back. My heart thundered in my chest, and for a moment I was certain someone was walking right outside the bathroom door. My breaths turned shallow as I listened carefully. Another creak, and I felt goosebumps spread along my damp skin. With trembling hands, I dried myself and put on a robe, flinging the door open. Nobody was there. The corridor stood empty and silent. Yet somehow it didn't feel empty. It felt as though the air itself bristled with an unwelcome presence. In the following days, subtle distortions became frequent. I'd catch sight of wallpaper that wasn't there before, an ornate floral pattern in muted gold and green peeling at the edges. It would appear in fleeting glimpses. One blink it was there. The next blink replaced by the apartment's bland off-white walls. Sometimes it was the furniture. I'd see a faint outline of a Victorian-style settee by the window, but when I turned around fully, it vanished, leaving only my modern couch. These illusions, or whatever they were, left me feeling unsteady. My palms would sweat and my heart would pound each time. The sense of something profoundly wrong soared higher with every new sighting. It wasn't merely visual distortions either. I started hearing muffled voices in the night, hushed conversations as though people were gathered in my living room, discussing topics I couldn't quite make out. Once, when the voices were particularly audible, I summoned the courage to press my ear to the door. My heart hammered, stomach twisting in anxious knots. A man's voice seemed to state something about preparing for the arrival. That single phrase made my skin go clammy. Yet when I finally swung open the door, the room was dark and empty, no sign of any visitors. During the day, I tried to rationalize it all. Perhaps the building had poor insulation, I told myself. Maybe I was overhearing neighbors from an adjacent unit. The more I told myself these stories, the less they helped. A creeping suspicion formed. I was hearing fragments of a different time. By the third week, my suspicions grew into something more like dread. My possessions started to change, sometimes right in front of me. I'd place my phone on the kitchen counter, turn away for a second, and turn back to find an old-fashioned rotary phone in its place. I'd blink rapidly, convinced it was a trick of the light, only to see it flicker between modern and antique, eventually settling back into my smartphone. The effect was devastating to my sense of normalcy. Adrenaline would flood my veins, my breath hitching until it felt like my lungs were on fire. I tried to share these experiences with a colleague at the university, though indirectly to save myself from sounding completely deranged. I mentioned old building anomalies, illusions, and the possibility of optical illusions caused by stress. In return, he offered some half-hearted reassurance that transitions to new living spaces can be stressful, that my mind might be overworked. He suggested I take a break from academic obligations. I nodded politely, but inside I was spiraling. Could stress alone conjure wallpaper and furniture from decades past? Could fatigue rearrange my apartment's layout, guiding me into corridors that shouldn't exist? Yes, corridors that shouldn't exist. I'll never forget the morning it happened. I was running late for a lecture, a thick stack of graded papers tucked under my arm, and I needed to grab my satchel from the bedroom. I hurried through the hallway only to find myself in a completely unfamiliar part of the apartment. A narrow, claustrophobic space lit by a single dusty bulb. The walls were lined with aged wallpaper, the same pattern I had glimpsed sporadically before. My pulse throbbed so loudly in my ears that I had to force myself to stay calm. Step by step, I moved forward, the squeak of the floorboards matching my ragged breathing. My arms trembled and a sheen of cold sweat dripped from my temples. Then just like that, the corridor opened into a cramped parlor filled with antiquated furniture, a small lamp with a fringed shade, a sewing table and a high-backed chair upholstered in worn velvet. It smelled of stale perfume and dust. For a split second, I saw people dressed in early 20th century clothing going about their day as though I didn't exist. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache flipped through a newspaper while a woman in a long dress fussed with the lamp. My heart raced out of control, my breath coming in rapid bursts that left me dizzy. My body was screaming to turn and run, but a morbid curiosity rooted me in place. I tried to speak, but found my voice caught in my throat. I attempted to call out to ask what was happening, but the words lodged behind my teeth. The man glanced in my direction momentarily, and for a fraction of a second I believed he saw me, yet his eyes skimmed past as if I were invisible. My mouth went dry and my palms turned clammy. Then, like a switch, flipping the parlor blinked out of existence, replaced by my modern hallway. I nearly collapsed from the rush of terror and confusion. By the time I gathered myself, I realized I was late for class. My entire body shook. My lips were chapped from panting and my shirt clung to my skin. I somehow managed to drive to the university, though I have no recollection of the journey. Throughout the lecture, I was distracted, stumbling over words as students stared at me curiously. Sweat formed at my temple and my breathing never fully stabilized. I ended the class early, muttering an excuse about feeling unwell. That night, I chose to stay in a hotel, too frightened to sleep in the apartment. Of course, that didn't solve anything. My mind churned with fear, replaying that impossible corridor and the indifferent man who seemed to look right through me. My heart felt caged by a sense of encroaching madness. If I told anyone else about these visions, I risked damaging my reputation. A tenure professor losing grip on reality. The notion paralyzed me with anxiety. Eventually, I realized I couldn't hide from it forever. I returned to the apartment late the following day. My plan was to gather some clothes and important papers and keep searching for somewhere else to live, even if breaking the lease would be an expensive mess. But the universe had other plans. Upon entering the front door, I felt the atmosphere pressing down on me more intensely than ever. A tangible heaviness blanketed the place, making it difficult to breathe. Every step along the hallway felt like wading through thick mud, my legs trembling beneath me. I flicked the lights on, but they offered no comfort. The bulbs cast a sickly yellow glow, the same color of light I had seen in that old parlor. My first indication that the apartment was fluctuating again came when I stepped into the living room. The entire space had transformed. Gone were my contemporary sofa and book-lined shelves. In their place stood worn armchairs with spindly legs, a low mahogany table, and a tall grandfather clock ticking ominously. My pulse soared, beating so violently I could feel my neck throb. Sweat trickled down my spine as I scanned the room. An ancient smell like old paper and musty fabric took hold of me. The overhead fixture flickered, providing just enough illumination to make out shapes in the gloom. I had no idea whether I was hallucinating or if this was the reality. Now I walked gingerly, flinching at every subtle creak. Then from one dark corner I sensed movement. My stomach clenched as I spotted a silhouette. Someone standing near the clock. Without direct words, I experienced a sudden, overwhelming conviction that this figure was aware of my presence. My breathing turned ragged, my fingers tingled with pins and needles, and a deep chill curled in the pit of my stomach. I wanted to speak, but my throat seemed to close. Finally, I croaked a single word, my voice shaking. "Hello." The figure's outline twisted slightly as though listening. I heard a quiet rustle followed by a near silent step. My entire body locked up. It felt like an eternity before I willed myself to move. I took a single step back, almost stumbling over my own feet. An instant later, the lights blinked out in the pitch-black silence. My heart hammered so loudly it seemed to echo. My inhalations became rapid gulps of air and my skin went ice cold. Each second stretched into infinity. Then the lights flickered back on, revealing my own living room furniture in its usual arrangement. The figure was gone. A wave of nausea gripped me and I sprinted to the bathroom, doubling over as I tried to steady my nerves. My limbs trembled violently. My lungs couldn't seem to draw enough oxygen and tears brimmed in my eyes. Not from sadness, but from raw, unfiltered terror. Over the next few days, the apartment seemed to lurch between two realities. More often, I would wake up in my bed to find the room's wallpaper changed and a vintage vanity table instead of my simple wooden desk. If I blinked enough times, it gradually morphed back into my modern decor, leaving me with a throbbing headache and a terrible sense that I was coming unhinged. The voices, too, grew louder, always in hushed, urgent tones. Sometimes they discussed household matters. Other times they muttered ominous phrases about guests or strange sightings. They never addressed me directly, but their intangible presence gnawed at my sanity. Desperate, I combed through local archives searching for any mention of what my building used to be. I learned it had once been a private residence for a family in the early 1900s. The available records were sparse, but I found references to renovations done multiple times over the decades. None of the files mentioned anything specifically supernatural, no scandal or tragedy. Yet I still felt that the past had not fully relinquished its hold on these walls. Each time the environment shifted, my fight or flight response went haywire. My pulse would skyrocket. My breathing would turn to ragged gasps, and an oppressive sense of being cornered weighed on me. Sometimes I'd notice changes in my own possessions that never changed back, like a fountain pen that replaced my modern ballpoint or a dusty ledger where my brand new notebook had been. It was as if the apartment or whatever force controlled it was slowly erasing my present. The sleepless nights accumulated. I'd hear the faint sound of clocks ticking in rooms I didn't own, or the soft ring of an antique telephone somewhere in the hallway. Though no phone was physically there, my entire being felt under siege. Whenever I tried to muster the courage to leave for good, the apartment would lure me into a fresh spectacle, momentarily paralyzing me with confusion and dread. One evening, after an exhausting day of lectures and research, I finally decided I'd had enough. Heart-pounding but resolute, I packed a small suitcase with essential documents, a couple of changes of clothes, and my laptop. This time, I wasn't just leaving for the night, I was leaving for good. As I zipped my suitcase shut, I felt an inexplicable shift in the air. My breath came in jittery spurts, my palms slick with sweat. A low hum vibrated through the walls, the floor, even the doorknobs. I braced myself forcibly, steadying my trembling legs, and marched toward the front door. Before I could reach the door, it swung open on its own with an agonizing creak. The corridor outside had transformed into that suffocating passage from before, lit by the same single dusty bulb wallpaper curling at the edges. My heart drummed against my ribs so fiercely I thought I might faint. But determination rose in my chest. I would not let this place keep me trapped. Mustering courage, I stepped forward. The corridor seemed endless, snaking ahead in a path that shouldn't logically fit inside my building. I walked faster, ignoring the panic scorching my lungs. My suitcase felt heavier with every step, my entire body slick with cold perspiration. Then, as if mocking my desperation, the corridor opened into that same old-fashioned parlor. The figures were there again, their backs turned. The woman adjusted the fringe on the lamp. The man fiddled with his newspaper. My heart soared to a frantic beat, my muscles tensing in a full-body tremor. Yet I walked on, refusing to let the fear stop me. My vision blurred with tears of anxiety as I brushed past them. They seemed intangible, like shadows from a film reel playing on a loop. I expected them to stop me or react in some horrifying way, but they didn't. They remained locked in their routine, ignoring my existence entirely. On the other side of the parlor, I spotted a door half concealed by heavy drapes. My breath felt scorching hot in my throat, my mouth as dry as sandpaper. but I forced myself forward, each footstep landing with a quiver. I pushed the door open. Beyond it lay the real corridor, my building's modern hallway. Relief surged through me, and I practically stumbled into the light. Behind me, the parlor vanished the moment I stepped through, leaving only the battered hallway I knew. The oppressive heaviness lifted, if only slightly. I didn't waste another second. Suitcase in hand, heart hammering, I made for the stairs and out of the building. My adrenaline spiked so sharply that my legs felt like jelly. Outside, the night air was crisp, and I drank it in gasping. Even the city's usual den of traffic and distant sirens comforted me with its familiarity. For the first time in weeks, I felt like I was back in a world that made sense. I found a temporary sublet that same night. I never set foot in that apartment again. I did, however, return once during the daytime, accompanied by a building manager to finalize my early lease termination. I hardly spoke, preferring to let him drone on about fees and paperwork and indirect references. He gave me a stern look now and then, probably suspecting I was a troublemaker, but none of that mattered. All I cared about was never again sinking into those overlapping realities. I wish I could say that I've recovered fully, but in truth, late at night, I still feel that lingering presence. I'll glance around whatever room I'm in, half expecting a flicker of ancient wallpaper or the echo of voices from another century. My pulse spikes, and the memory of that suffocating corridor crushes my chest. Sometimes the corners of my vision still threaten to change, and I find myself blinking, wildly afraid of what I might see if I let my guard down. Every draft of air brushing my neck makes me wonder if something has followed me. I even catch myself checking my belongings for transformations, double-checking that my phone is still a phone, that my watch hasn't morphed into some antique time. Peace. Deep down, I suspect I will never fully escape the apartment's hold. Perhaps by stepping through those corridors, I crossed a threshold meant to remain sealed. The thought plagues me, haunting my nights and creeping into my daytime reflections. My heart rate quickens, just remembering how the apartment shimmered between two eras, how it felt like reality itself was unraveling under my feet. But I remind myself that I left at least physically. I parted those suffocating shadows behind me. Even now, as I write these words, the mere recollection triggers a prickling sensation across my skin. My breath catches in my throat when I recall that final moment inside the parlor, brushing against the intangible figures who neither acknowledged nor halted me. There were no cries, no curses, just indifference. And perhaps that more than anything is what continues to disturb me. I was an intruder in their realm, and they simply did not care. It's a cold indifference that gnaws at the edges of my sanity, reminding me that sometimes the most terrifying horrors are the ones that remain just out of reach, looming in the periphery of an impossible hallway, waiting for us to turn back and slip through the veil once more. Story 10. I still remember the first night it happened, even though every fiber of my being wishes I could forget. The moonlight spilled through the blinds in pale stripes across the living room floor, and a deep hush clung to the walls like a living presence. I'd always considered myself someone who understood the intricacies of the human mind. I am, after all, a psychologist. But as the hush thickened into something tangible pressing into my ears, something unsettled me to my core. I sensed that I was not alone, though I was certain I hadn't let anyone into my home. The darkness felt charged, as if it were breathing alongside me, and my heartbeat hammered so forcefully that my vision blurred. That night was only the beginning, the first step into a darkness far deeper than I ever thought I'd encounter. I'd moved into this small Midwestern town some months before, hoping for a peaceful environment after years of working in a bustling city practice. My new home was a modest but comfortable house situated near the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. The neighbors initially seemed friendly, greeting me with cautious smiles. It was the kind of place people retired to a slice of serenity away from urban chaos. I found the tranquility comforting until the dreams started. They were oddly specific from the start. I'd find myself standing in the middle of an underground chamber, dimly lit by weak bulbs swinging overhead. A musty smell weighed down the air. Every time I heard the same voice, low and authoritative, resonating through the darkness, I couldn't see the speaker, but the words felt like an order. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, my pulse thudding in my ears. At first I wrote it off as stress from the move, then I began noticing small details. The muscles in my arms felt sore, as if I had been lifting something heavy while I slept. Dirt kept appearing under my fingernails. I examined my bed and the floors, trying to find an explanation, but there was no soil anywhere inside the house that matched the grit I found on my hands. It made no sense. It left me jittery, anxious, second-guessing my own routines. One morning I felt compelled to check the perimeter of my house, though I couldn't rationalize why. My chest felt tight with a strange foreboding I'd never experienced before. Near the foundation, I discovered uneven patches of upturned earth. The realization that I might have done this in my sleep hit me like a punch to the stomach. The soil was fresh, marked with the impression of footprints, and it led to a vent opening on the side of the house. My heart throbbed, my breathing turned shallow, and a film of sweat coated the back of my neck. I told myself I'd check with my neighbors. Maybe they had seen something, or maybe they'd been dealing with similar issues. But who would believe me? That afternoon, I knocked on the door of the couple who lived next door. They looked exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes and expressions that mirrored my own confusion. They mentioned in halting phrases and with uneasy glances that they'd been suffering from strange dreams as well. They hadn't wanted to talk about it, but once I brought it up, they seemed almost relieved to share. They thought I might be able to help them understand the nightmares because of my training. There was no dramatic confession, no sudden clarity. Instead, they described the same subterranean room, the same oppressive voice issuing commands. The husband's voice shook when he recounted waking up in the dead of night, standing outside by the bushes with a shovel in hand. His wife said she'd found dusty footprints in their hallway. Both of them were as bewildered and terrified as I was. Over the next few days, I learned, mostly through indirect, uncomfortable conversations around the neighborhood, that more residents were experiencing the same phenomena. Each time someone recounted these episodes, I felt the hairs on my arms stand on end. Some admitted to discovering crusts of dirt beneath their fingernails or tools left lying near the crawl spaces under their homes. A heavy, suffocating tension took root in the community, as if we were collectively drifting into an unfamiliar mental space. My professional instincts kicked in. I tried to analyze these dreams from a psychological standpoint, but logic failed me whenever I recalled that voice and the painful clarity of those underground visions. I decided to research the area's history. Thinking maybe I'd uncover a rational explanation, I started by scouring old newspaper archives in the local library. The building itself had an unsettling aura, with dim fluorescent lights flickering overhead and the faint smell of stale paper in the air. My skin prickled as I flipped through pages that recounted the life of an eccentric millionaire who had owned much of the land in this part of town nearly a century ago. He was known for bankrolling strange experiments, apparently fascinated by the human mind's susceptibility to suggestion. Rumor had it that he held gatherings in a hidden laboratory on the outskirts of the property. Those old clippings suggested he vanished from public life under suspicious circumstances. Yet no official record explained why or how he had disappeared. The more I read, the more agitated I became. My hands trembled when I handled the archival documents, and I wiped sweat from my forehead. As if feverish, I felt eyes on me, as though the quiet librarian behind the desk might be looking my way too often. Every shuffle of a page turned into a jolt. Each subtle creak of the old building made my pulse jump. It wasn't purely paranoia. I sensed something intangible pressing in on me, draining my courage. My breath came faster. My mouth ran dry, and the tension in my chest grew relentless. Eventually, I discovered references to a supposed mind control apparatus that the millionaire had funded, complete with cryptic descriptions of how it might extend beyond his lifetime. The local author who wrote these articles never provided full details, but the seed had been planted in my mind. Somehow this man's experiments were continuing, and we were unwitting participants. I returned home that evening uneasy and exhausted. As I stepped through my front door, the living room silence loomed with oppressive weight. The single lamp I'd left on flickered, casting skittering shadows on the walls. With every flicker, my heart rattled in my rib cage. I placed the library documents on the coffee table and tried to steady my breathing. Then the pounding started, not from outside, but from deep within my house. Each hollow thud reverberated through the walls, resonating in my chest. A chilling wave crawled across my skin. I followed the sound until I reached the door leading to the basement. My shaking hand gripped the doorknob and the wood felt ice cold against my damp palm. Slowly I opened it. Descending into the basement felt like crossing into a different world. The light from upstairs barely reached the bottom of the steps. My heart hammered, my vision blurred at the edges from a potent blend of adrenaline and fear. With trembling fingers, I found the light switch. Dim, buzzing fluorescence revealed dusty shelves and old boxes. Everything appeared normal at first glance, but in the far corner near the boiler, the concrete floor was cracked. Fragments of concrete had been chipped away and fresh dirt was strewn around it. The handle of a shovel stuck out from the debris as if someone had begun digging. An icy wave of panic threatened to buckle my knees. I realized I had no recollection of doing any of this. My entire body tensed, and a sense of unreality washed over me so intensely that I questioned whether I was dreaming again. I climbed back upstairs and bolted the basement door behind me, then called a close neighbor to discuss what I'd found. He told me in a strained, halting voice that he had discovered a similar pit underneath his home. We arranged to meet with a few other residents. No one wanted to admit it openly, but we felt controlled, as though these shared dreams were more than just illusions. Someone brought up the eccentric millionaire's name, though they avoided looking at the rest of us when they said it, as if speaking it aloud might summon him. I felt dread coil tighter around my lungs. Everyone seemed to sense an unseen presence pushing us towards some unknown objective. On the fourth night, I became keenly aware that I was no longer simply sleeping, I was being led. In the dream, I walked barefoot on cold stone, a faint hum surrounding me like a pulsating ring of static. My mouth was bone dry, my limbs heavy. My chest ached with a dire need to escape whatever was waiting in the darkness, but the voice would not allow it. When I snapped awake, heart battering my ribs, I found myself on my knees in the basement, covered in dust and sweat, with the shovel's handle gripped in my shaking hands. My entire body felt stiff, as though I had been in that position for hours. The smell of damp earth filled my nostrils. In a desperate attempt to break this cycle, I gathered my neighbors for a meeting one afternoon. We spoke about ways to sever the hold these dreams had on us. Nobody claimed to have any definitive solution, but suggestions included everything from sleeping pills to round-the-clock watch groups. I proposed that we block access to our basement and keep each other accountable. We agreed to try, though we were terrified of falling asleep and losing control again. As a group, we strategized, lock the shovels away, seal off the crawl spaces. Do anything to prevent ourselves from carrying out these commands in the dead of night. But in the depths of our eyes, we all harbored the same raw terror. We could feel an outside will tugging at us like puppets on strings. Night came, and I set up makeshift barricades around my basement door. I even hung wind chimes in my hallway, hoping that if I started sleepwalking, the chimes would stir me awake. Sleep clung to me reluctantly, as though it too feared what lurked in the corners of my mind. At some point, I jolted upright, startled by a faint metallic tinkling. My pulse surged. Sweat prickled my forehead. The corridor was dark, illuminated only by a meager moonlight filtered through a single window. At the far end, I caught a glimpse of movement. My own silhouette reflected in a mirror, but it felt as if someone else were there. My body trembled so violently that I had to steady myself against the wall. The chimes had been brushed aside, but I couldn't recall having walked through them. Panicked and on the verge of hyperventilating, I rushed to the basement door. The barricade was intact. My relief was short-lived, though, because the voice still reverberated in my head, that low murmur instructing me to continue digging. Adrenaline spiked my pulse again, and I clutched the door knob, half expecting it to turn on its own. My nails bit into my palms. My vision wavered under flickering lamplight. The voice pounded in my skull until I felt tears well in my eyes from fear as much as frustration. Then, with a suddenness that made me gasp, the voice receded, leaving a hollow ring in my ears. The following morning, I sensed a collective shift in the neighborhood. People appeared more haggarded than ever, with trembling hands and disoriented gazes. Some had found newly excavated holes in their basements or under their porches, still damp from overnight digging. Others reported hearing that same disembodied whisper intruding on their half-formed dreams. The sense of impending doom thickened. Even the sunlight felt cold on my skin. I realized we had to confront the history behind this phenomenon. We located a hidden archival file hinting at an abandoned bunker on the outskirts of the old millionaire's estate. Under a bright but somehow bleak sky, a small group of us decided to investigate. My knees threatened to buckle the moment we stepped onto the overgrown property. A stagnant odor hung in the air, and the calls of distant crows echoed in my ears like mocking laughter. Thorny bushes scratched at our ankles as we trudged through tall grass. Eventually, we found a rusted hatch in the ground, half concealed by rotting planks and vines. Our hearts thundered in unison as we pried it open. The bunker's interior was cramped and suffocating. Ancient machinery lined the walls, coated with cobwebs and dust, so thick it felt like stepping into a mausoleum of technology. My pulse hammered relentlessly, and I fought to keep my breathing steady. In the dim glow of a single flashlight, we noticed strange contraptions reminiscent of early radio equipment. We also found shelves stacked with notebooks scrolled in a near unreadable script. The pages described techniques to project instructions into unsuspecting minds, harnessing dream states as conduits for control. My chest constricted and my vision swam with nausea. Each of us felt that same insidious presence pressing down, as if the very walls were a sentinel for the old millionaire's twisted obsession. A wave of dizziness nearly drove me to my knees. My teeth chattered from a mixture of fear and the bunker's chilly dampness. With a trembling hand, I flicked through the notebooks until I found repeated references to unfinished experiments. The entries hinted that the millionaire had discovered a way to maintain his influence indefinitely, using the land's unique geological properties to radiate signals. Stumbling backward, I caught my reflection in a warped metal panel. My face looked ghostly pale, drenched in sweat with wide, haunted eyes. My heart pounded so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Though we lacked a clear idea of how to stop it, we knew that this equipment was at the center of our nightmare, adrenaline pumping. We dismantled what little we could, ripping out tubes, smashing small components, dousing the entire area in salt water. We brought in jugs. I'm not sure we truly understood the science, but we were desperate. The act felt like fighting a specter. Sweat poured down my face as we worked frantically, and I gasped for air in the fetid bunker. Just as I removed the final set of wires from the main console, a sudden wave of vertigo slammed into me, and the voice resurged in my mind with more ferocity than ever. My vision blackened at the edges. A wave of terror nearly paralyzed me. Then just as quickly, the pressure lifted. The voice faded to an echo. Without another word, we scrambled out of that place, hearts racing. The late afternoon sun burned into our eyes, intensifying our pounding headaches. Back in our neighborhood, the strangling sense of oppression had lessened, replaced by an uneasy calm. The following nights weren't entirely peaceful. Most of us reported fragments of strange dreams, but the uncontrollable digging episodes ceased. My hands no longer ached in the mornings, and when I checked my basement floor, the dugout section remained untouched. Dirt no longer found its way under my fingernails. Yet even now, I can't shake the suspicion that the influence isn't gone, it's simply lying dormant. When I drift off to sleep, I sometimes catch faint whispers almost too low to register. My chest tightens whenever I imagine the labyrinthine passages that might still exist beneath this land. The historical records never mention just one bunker. There could be more. And if the original experiments were as advanced as those notebooks suggested, there's no telling what else was set into motion. I've decided to stay at least for the time being and keep a watchful eye. A psychologist's training can help explore the boundary between rational explanation and whatever lurks beyond rational thought. I still feel that creeping paranoia, that sense of being monitored. Sometimes under the faint moonlight, I hear the wind chimes ring in the hallway, even though there's no breeze. I jolt awake, chest heaving, a thin layer of cold sweat on my skin. I remind myself that I dismantled that equipment, that we severed the power lines fueling that old system. But the memory of that stern voice commanding me to kneel in that subterranean chamber remains vivid. My mouth runs dry whenever I think about it, my heart skipping a beat as if preparing for another onslaught. Though I haven't set foot in that bunker since, I carry the unsettling knowledge that sometimes people don't truly leave this world, at least not completely. Their obsessions can linger, burrowing into the minds of those unlucky enough to share the same soil. My neighbors and I continue to meet, exchanging stories of strange dreams and fleeting shadows. Nobody has died or disappeared, but a haunted feeling persists. Our nights remain clouded by an uncomfortable uncertainty. We're free for now, but the presence that etched itself in our collective consciousness might awaken again. Every time I step into my basement, a chill crawls along my spine. I can almost smell the cold earth, feel the grit under my nails, and hear the muffled pounding of shovel against soil. My heart races and a hollow dread gnaws at me. For now, the nightmares have loosened their grip. Yet I can't fully rid myself of the feeling that somewhere beneath my feet, that old obsession still stirs, waiting to infiltrate my mind once more. It's a lingering, disquing truth that I must live with. An echo of a malevolent will that continues its twisted work beyond anything we can fully understand. And that realization seeping into my thoughts every time I drift into uneasy slumber is the purest form of horror I've ever experienced. Story 11. The night I first realized something was terribly wrong. I was sitting alone in my study, surrounded by the antiques that I had spent years collecting with obsessive devotion. The glow from a single desk lamp flickered against the darkened shelves, casting wavering shadows on the walls. The air felt stifling, as though the house itself were exhaling shallow, rasping breaths around me. Every so often, a distant creak echoed through the corridors, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck prickle in response. The unease that had settled in my gut was sharper than usual, like a constant tug reminding me that something was off. At the center of it all was that cursed clock on the wall, its ancient face reflecting the pallid light, its brass pendulum slicing through the gloom. Each swing a rasp against my nerves. I should have trusted my initial reluctance. The moment I laid eyes on this peculiar timepiece at an estate sale, my instinct screamed for me to walk away. But I ignored that pang of warning. I was too intrigued by its intricate carvings and the small haunting portrait set into the wooden frame. It depicted a gaunt-faced man in archaic attire, his eyes following me no matter which angle I stood at. I remember the vendor describing him in hushed tones as an occultist, someone who had dabbled in forbidden practices. My heart thumped louder when I heard that, but I passed off my apprehension as simple superstition. Now, as I recount these events, I wish I had never brought that clock into my home. The feeling that it was always watching me proved impossible to shake. I have always been proud of my collection. A menagerie of vintage records, Victorian silverware, turn-of-the-century paintings and rare books I gathered from distant corners of the country. Each piece represented a story, a connection to a bygone era. My home became a patchwork museum, a labyrinth of relics arranged with an archivist's precision. Yet, since bringing in the clock, all the items I once adored lost their charm. My focus shifted entirely to the new acquisition, as if everything else dulled into the background. From the start, the clock's ticking felt unnervingly intimate. It reverberated through the house like a pulse and acoustic heartbeat that aligned disconcertingly with my own. I would notice my breath catching whenever the second hand paused momentarily, as if the air had grown too thick to inhale. Then the ticking would resume and I'd find myself exhaling in relief. At first, I tried to dismiss this sensation as an overactive imagination, but the connection only grew stronger until ignoring it became impossible. Within the first week, I discovered an unsettling pattern. When the clock lost time, when it ran a minute or two behind, I felt a tangible weakness flooding my limbs. My muscles became sluggish, my mind cloudy, and my chest tightened as though gravity had increased tenfold. On one such occasion, I found myself collapsing into my reading chair, sweat gathering along my temples. My heart seemed to labor with each beat as if it were suddenly unsure of its own rhythm. The only thing that restored my energy was winding the clock back to its correct time and watching the pendulum regain a steady, confident swing. Conversely, on the days it ran fast, even by a few seconds, I found myself unable to rest. My thoughts accelerated in a continuous loop, racing from one anxiety to another with no lull. My palms grew clammy, my breath coming in short, rapid bursts. At night, trying to sleep felt like trying to calm a frantic animal. My heart fluttered in my chest as if it were trying to match a new, disjointed pattern I'd toss and turn for hours. The clock's face looming in my mind's eye whenever I closed my own, I recall visiting a local repairman, an older gentleman who specialized in restoring vintage clocks, to see if he could recalibrate the mechanism. He attempted to open the clock's back panel only to find a baffling arrangement of gears that didn't match the usual craftsmanship. He murmured that it looked like the work of someone both ingenious and deeply unconventional. The words he used hinted at some knowledge of black magic or arcane tinkering, spoken quietly as though the clock might be listening. Unsure how to proceed, he gave a half-hearted suggestion that I contact a museum or a more specialized restorer. I thanked him but felt no relief. In the car ride home, I caught a glimpse of my own reflection in the rearview mirror. I looked drawn, almost sickly, with dark circles under my eyes. The ticking sound seemed to echo within the confined space, even though I had left the clock at home when I tried to distance myself from the clock, shutting it in a spare bedroom or covering it with a heavy cloth. My nights were plagued by fierce, suffocating nightmares. These dreams would pull me into churning darkness, my lungs constricted as if hands were wrapped around my throat, cutting off any hope for air. In those fitful visions, I could feel a presence looming behind me, whispering nonsensical incantations in a raspy voice that made my skin crawl. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat. The image of the clock's pallid face seared into my mind. Compelled by desperation, I'd retrieve the clock or uncover it, only to find myself enveloped by an unsettling sense of relief, as though I were welcoming back a dark guardian rather than casting it out. One afternoon, in a burst of resolve, I tried to rid myself of the clock altogether. I drove out to a deserted stretch of highway and placed it in the trunk of my car, determined to discard it somewhere remote. The entire trip, I fought an unsteady throb behind my temples. My arms trembled on the steering wheel as if I were waging a battle against some invisible force. Eventually, with trembling hands, I pulled over and hurled the clock into a thick patch of overgrown bushes. For a few seconds, a wave of relief washed over me, and I thought I felt my heart lighten. That night, however, the nightmares returned with a vicious intensity. In my dream, I was back in those bushes, scrabbling with frantic hands to retrieve the clock. My chest burned with each breath as if I were inhaling smoke. The presence grew more commanding, its voice droning in repetitive murmurs as I jerked awake, choking and with my nails digging into the mattress. My bedroom was swirling in half-formed shadows. Without thinking, I left my house in the middle of the night, stumbling. Through the moonlit streets to my car, I could scarcely remember my drive, but I found myself returning to that patch of bushes, rummaging in the darkness, until my hands closed around the cold wooden frame again. My heart hammered as I clutched it to my chest, feeling the clock's smooth surface pressed against my shirt. It was as though I had no choice, no free will left in the matter. Back home, I realized just how deeply its influence had grown. An odd sense of comfort welled up in my chest as I put it back on the wall. The pendulum began to sway once again, and I felt my racing pulse settle into a disturbingly synchronized pattern. That night I slept, though my dreams were filled with flickers of that gaunt-faced occultist, his painted eyes narrowing in grim amusement. Over the following days, I noticed the portrait's expression shift in subtle ways. At times, the once neutral face appeared almost pitying, as though it felt sorry for my plight. At other moments, I detected a malice around the corners of the thin lips as if it relished my torment. I began to question my own sanity, blaming my imagination for anthropomorphizing a mere painting. But the changes were too precise, too distinct to chalk up to trickery of light or mood. Some nights under the faint glow of the hall lamp, I would see the eyes nearly closed, forming deep creases around them as if the portrait figure was concentrating intently on me. The environmental details in my home also started to shift in unsettling ways. Rooms that once felt warm turned frigid, my breath condensing in the air. Other times, the entire house felt stifling. My skin coated in a sheen of perspiration as the walls seemed to close in around me. The floorboards, never quite silent, groaned louder and more frequently than ever before. Each creak made me flinch. Half convinced that something was moving in the shadows, I took to burning incense or lighting scented candles in the evenings, hoping to chase away the heavy atmosphere. But even their fragrant smoke appeared to drift unnaturally, collecting in corners and forming shapes that teased my peripheral vision. My own reflection in mirrors became a source of torment. I looked worn, my features drawn tight as if I were aging at a rapid pace. I'd stare into my own eyes, searching for any flicker of reassurance, but saw only fatigue and fear. Even the simplest tasks, making coffee, tidying the study, felt monumental. My heart would pound as if anticipating an inevitable confrontation lurking behind every corner. On the rare occasions I had guessed, they would comment on the tension in the air. They might say quietly that the clock made them uncomfortable or that they couldn't shake a sense of being watched. One acquaintance, upon noticing the portrait's half-lidded stare, shuddered and remarked that it reminded him of an old folktale about cursed objects. He described feeling a bizarre pressure in his chest, like a mild panic attack. Though I offered a nervous laugh inside, my anxiety soared. I was glad whenever visitors left. Yet being alone amplified the silence in which the clock's relentless ticking grew louder. As the weeks passed, sleep turned into a nightly battle. I'd lie awake, heart thrumming in sync with the clock's beat. My mind spiraled in a loop of questions. Was the clock feeding off my life force? Was it inhabited by the spirit of that occultist, siphoning my essence to power its mechanism? These thoughts were ludicrous, I told myself. But every time the second hand paused, I felt a pang in my chest or a flutter in my stomach, as though my body recognized a predator's presence. Eventually, paranoia became my constant companion. I started double-locking every door, checking every window, glancing over my shoulder in my own home. The muffled echo of the pendulum followed me through the hallways, a twisted lullaby that kept me from ever feeling safe. I began to see fleeting shapes in the corners of rooms or hear faint whispers behind closed doors. My pulse would spike, sweat breaking out on my forehead. At times I was unsure if I was actually hearing anything or if my own mind was fabricating illusions. The distinction between reality and fear. Induced hallucinations blurred, fueling a deepening sense of dread. One particularly harrowing night, the clock began to run fast, extremely fast. Its second hand made a hurried dash around the face, and I felt my breath choke in my throat. My thoughts ricocheted painfully between panic and desperation. The arms of the clock seemed to stutter and skip, as if a manic energy coursed through its gears. Meanwhile, my own nerves jolted, every muscle in my body tensed until I thought I might snap. I fell to my knees in front of it, tears in my eyes, the ticking vibrating in my skull. It felt like the entire house was filled with an inaudible hum closing in and threatening to crush me from all sides. In that moment, I reached for the pendulum, intending to stop its swing once and for all. My hand shook so violently that I could scarcely grasp the brass weight. The instant my fingers brushed it, a jolt of cold power shot through my arm and I was thrown backward. In the half second before I hit the floor, I saw the portrait's expression twist with a triumphant sneer. I landed with a heavy thud, the air forced from my lungs. For a moment, I couldn't draw a single breath, and the old nightmare of suffocation flooded my senses. With every fiber of will I had left, I forced myself onto my hands and knees, gulping air as if I just reached the surface of deep, dark water. That near paralysis shook me to my core. Realizing I might never break the clock's hold by sheer force, I stumbled into my study and rummaged for a heavy blanket and thick chains I'd used to secure some of my older artifacts. My plan was desperate but clear. If I couldn't destroy it, I would at least contain it. I wrapped the blanket around the clock, ignoring the persistent ticking that still managed to pierce the layers of fabric. Then I bound it tightly with the chains, my breath ragged from both terror and exertion. The final step was to seal it inside a large trunk in the basement, an old chest that was solid enough to keep a wild beast imprisoned. Or so I hoped. Even as I locked the trunk, I felt an acute chill seep up my spine like an ice-cold finger tracing each vertebra. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, but for the first time in weeks, the ticking was muted to a faint erratic echo. I stood there in the basement's dim light chest, heaving. Half expecting the trunk's lid to burst open at any moment, it never did. Hours later, I dragged myself to bed, where I managed to sleep for a few short stretches without the usual horrifying visions. When nightmares did come, they were blurry and disconnected, more a swirl of anxiety than the suffocating force that had plagued me before. By dawn, I awoke with no suffocating dread. The clock's influence, while still in the background, felt subdued. In the days since I've developed a routine, periodically I go down to the basement to check on that trunk. Even from behind the chains and the locked lid, I sometimes hear a muffled rhythmic thumping like a heartbeat fighting to synchronize with my own. It's faint enough that I can ignore it most of the time, but some evenings, especially when the house is quiet, I can sense that pulse resonating through the floor. My skin prickles and I feel the echo of its presence in my chest. I still doubt my own sanity. Sometimes I wonder if the trunk truly contains the clock's malevolent force, or if I merely caged a piece of my own unraveling psyche. Certain nights I catch myself standing at the top of the basement stairs, listening to the low, hollow sound of the pendulum, or I see the memory of that portrait's gaze flicker in the corner of my eye, urging me to come closer, but I steel myself and walk away. Those who visit me now don't ask about the clock. I keep it a secret, and I can't quite bring myself to confess the entire story to anyone. After all, how could I explain that time itself, and the malevolent presence within that old, ornate casing almost stole my grip on reality? I try to live with the uncertainty, never fully allowing myself to forget the threat lurking under my own roof. Yet I feel more in control, at least for the moment. Even as I sit here writing these words in my journal, the house remains oppressively silent. I can almost hear my own heartbeat over the hush. A tiny voice in the back of my mind warns me that I might have merely postponed the inevitable. But for now, I cling to this fragile peace, hoping that I've outmaneuvered whatever dark force imbued that clock. And whenever the silence grows too intense, when I can sense the faintest ticking beneath the floorboards, I remind myself to breathe slowly, deeply, refusing to let that cursed beat synchronize once more with my own story. 12, I knew something was wrong the moment the typewriter refused to remain silent. The old keys clacked by themselves long past midnight, each echo in my cramped study a hollow note of warning. Even before I read what appeared on the page, my skin prickled with anticipation. There was a charge in the air, a static tension that clung to the furniture, crawled across the walls, and settled into my lungs until every breath felt difficult. I remember standing there transfixed by the machine's ghostly rhythm, feeling my heart hammer against my ribs. It was an almost inaudible scraping of ink on paper, but it carried a sense of inevitability that made my vision blur at the edges. When I finally mustered the courage to approach the typewriter's final tap reverberated, and I swear I felt the floor shift beneath my feet. I should start at the beginning. My name is Alistaster, and I've long been a writer of modest success. For years I toiled in a cramped apartment where the wallpaper had yellowed from decades of disregard, and the windows let in just enough daylight to remind me of how oppressive the space was. I cherished the solitude, at first believing it would sharpen my focus. My battered typewriter was an heirloom from my grandfather, an artifact that felt like a talisman of creativity. Its metal frame bore countless scratches, and the keys rattled with a sound that I once found comforting, like a lullaby of clinks and clangs. The first odd event happened late one evening while I was editing a short story. The lamp above me flickered, sending harsh shadows dancing across the walls. My typewriter rattled a single letter on the page, a crooked H. It startled me because my hands were nowhere near the keys. I told myself it must have been a mechanical misfire. Perhaps the tension in the keys had triggered itself. My heartbeat was still galloping in my chest, but I tried to ignore the faint sense of dread that curled in my stomach. Over the next week, whenever I tried to write, the typewriter would sporadically add words I hadn't typed. At first they were random, or so I assumed, nonsensical fragments hushed beneath. Listen. I tried to brush it off as mechanical failure, but each time I found one of those mysterious additions, my palms turned clammy and the air in my study felt colder. My arms would prickle with goosebumps, and a persistent sense of being watched from behind crept in. I'd spin around in my chair only to find the gloomy corners of the room and the battered old furniture staring back. Then came the night the typewriter produced an entire sentence on its own. I was in the kitchen rummaging for a snack when I heard the frantic clang of keys. My pulse quickened and I dashed to the study to see a single line typed in neat black letters. They will lose something precious tomorrow. A surge of panic flooded my veins, my breath suddenly shallow and uneven. I felt cornered as though the walls were looming in. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps I had typed it absent-minded. But my memory was clear. I hadn't pressed a single key. I was too unnerved to sleep. My body refused to relax. Sweat beaded on my forehead and my heartbeat refused to slow. Each time I closed my eyes, that sentence pounded against the darkness behind my eyelids. The next day, I tried to warn a friend about the typewriter's bizarre behavior. I hinted that something strange was happening. Some intangible doom was stirring. Yet he looked at me with confusion. I could see his face shift from concern to a vague weariness. That same day, I heard a commotion outside my apartment building. Someone had lost an important personal possession. A crowd murmured about the misfortune, but all I could think about was the typewriter's ominous warning. My arms felt weak, and the weight of realization pressed down on my chest. The event was not a direct match to the cryptic line, but it was close enough to rattle me deeply. I spent the evening trembling, haunted by that mechanical prophecy. In the following weeks, the typewriter continued to produce phrases predicting unsettling events. Each message was short and to the point, yet dripped with that inescapable sense of dread. I tried destroying the pages, tearing them to shreds, but the warnings and predictions would simply appear again when I returned to the study, typed anew as though the machine demanded an audience. My own attempts at writing became pitiful. My once evocative style turned into monotonous drill. I couldn't muster any creativity. Even as I stared at the ceiling thinking of ideas, they seemed to vanish. It was like the typewriter was siphoning my imagination, leaving me with lifeless sentences while its own output grew disturbingly ornate. Day by day, the language on those unsolicited pages became more elegant and unnerving. Whole passages formed swirling with dark metaphors of shadows and whispers. I could almost feel the typewriter's presence and intelligence behind it, feeding on my mental energy. My chest would tighten each time I approached the machine. The hairs on my arms stood on end as if the very air sizzled with electricity. One evening I touched the typewriter's metal frame and it was warm, almost feverish. That night it spelled out something about hidden doors and dreadful glimpses, and my heart raced so violently I was sure I could hear it echo off the walls. I started having nightmares. In those dreams I would find myself in a labyrinth of corridors lit by flickering bulbs, the floor slick with some unidentifiable dampness. My footsteps echoed, yet the labyrinth remained silent. Void of any sign of life, I heard the typewriter keys tapping in the distance, guiding me deeper into a darkness I couldn't comprehend. Each time I woke with my breath-ragged sweat pouring down my temples and a twisted ache in my stomach. At one point I tried to get rid of the typewriter. I bundled it into a box, sealed it with tape, and left it in the building's basement storage room. For 3 days I felt a fragile sense of relief, as though I had somehow broken free of a spell. But on the fourth night, I heard the clack of keys from my study. My blood ran cold. I found the typewriter back on my desk, a new sheet of paper half filled with elaborate haunting lines about a thunderstorm approaching and a sense of betrayal in the air. When I checked the basement, the box was torn open, the tape shredded as if by furious hands. Anxiety gnawed at my insides, and I felt nauseated with every step I took. I realized there was no simple escape from whatever force controlled this thing. I grew paranoid. I was convinced that the walls had ears, that every squeak of the floorboards was a sign of something creeping around me. My reflection in the mirror looked gaunt, hollow-eyed. The overhead lights in the apartment seemed weaker, casting elongated shadows that bent at unnatural angles. I rarely left the apartment for supplies, but when I did, I felt as though invisible eyes followed me through the dimly lit hallways. My breathing became shallow, as if I were perpetually on the brink of panic. I tried writing about other subjects, flowers, the ocean, laughter, anything to distract myself, but the words on my own pages fell flat and colorless. Meanwhile, the typewriter's messages grew disturbingly poetic, describing swirling vortexes of gloom and illusions that danced in the corners of one's vision. Every so often, I'd think about telling the building manager or my neighbors that something bizarre was happening. But the predictions on the pages had taught me a bitter lesson. Each time I tried to intervene, fate twisted itself into a horrifying shape. If the typewriter wrote something about a revelation or a confrontation, and I warned others a different but equally unsettling event would occur. Once the typewriter forecasted a violent disruption of the night's calm, I tried to notify the neighbor above me, speaking to him in a hushed tone about a potential break-in. That night there was no break-in. Instead, the neighbor's entire ceiling collapsed under a strange structural failure. The resulting crash rattled every wall in the building, but no one was harmed. Still, the sense of terror that spread through the corridors was palpable. I remember how my hands quivered uncontrollably after hearing the thunderous collapse, how the floor felt like it vibrated with some unholy energy. It was almost as though the machine was feeding off the drama it created, mutating each warning into something different when I tried to stop it. With each new event, the typewriter's script grew more elaborate, weaving verses about creeping dread illusions that shimmered just outside the realm of sight and moments that threatened to twist one's sanity. My heart pounded whenever I neared the thing. The sensation of being suffocated by an invisible force became constant. The walls seemed closer than before, as though the entire apartment was shrinking around me. One night I found a particularly haunting paragraph waiting for me on a fresh sheet of paper. It spoke of a labyrinth of reflections and a withered voice that commands the unspoken. Its language was so enthrallingly dark that I felt a cold shiver course through my veins. My lungs constricted, and each inhale burned my throat. The presence in the room was almost tangible. I glanced at the shadows in the corners, half expecting them to slither across the floor. A faint tapping seemed to reverberate through the walls, an almost inaudible heartbeat that matched my own but slowed and deepened, as if luring me into a slumber I might never wake from. I grew desperate, although I dared not try to warn anyone specifically about the words anymore. I sought help in a more general sense. I mentioned to a close acquaintance that I was experiencing strange mechanical glitches and a creeping sense of dread. In hushed, frantic mutterings, I hinted I felt haunted, yet even as I spoke, it felt like the words were drained of impact. My friend seemed sympathetic, but the conversation was filled with awkward silence, as if something was gently preventing me from explaining too much. That night, the typewriter hammered out an even longer, more sinister passage that ended with, "Your warnings only sharpened my appetite." Physically, I was unraveling. My mouth constantly felt dry, no matter how much water I drank. My legs shook. If I stood for too long, I could sense a perpetual chill creeping from my toes to my spine. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, and there were moments when my vision blurred, distorting the edges of the room into swirling shapes. Light fixtures seemed dimmer by the day, casting faint, sickly glows that barely held back the shadows. The building's corridors smelled stale, like mildew and old books. The air was thick, almost tactile. Each footstep rang out as if amplified, and I felt watched by something more pervasive than a mere stranger's gaze. Eventually, I resolved I needed to confront the machine directly. One evening, I prepared myself mentally, trying to gather any last remnants of courage I had. My heart was pounding so hard I could practically hear the blood coursing in my veins. I sat before the typewriter with a fresh sheet of paper. My fingers trembled on the keys. I was determined to wrest control of the narrative, to write a story of hope, or at least to outpour all the fear I felt in a single torrent of words. Yet every sentence came out flat, a droning repetition of cliches that lacked the creative spark I once wielded. It was as if the machine had consumed my talent, leaving me with only the skeletal remains of what used to be language. Then the typewriter began typing beneath my frozen fingers. I watched the keys move, almost hypnotized. It spelled out a single directive that sent ice through my bloodstream. Search the corners. My breathing quickened, and each shaky exhale was a shallow rasp. The air around me felt thin, as though there was no oxygen left. A faint static hiss filled my ears. Clutching a flashlight, I forced myself to examine the corners of my study, the neglected angles where dust had accumulated in thick layers. The beam of light shook with each trembling motion of my hand. Nothing seemed out of place. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling of a presence lurking beyond the edges of my vision. My entire body was slick with sweat, and my heart thudded so violently that I thought it might burst from my chest. I felt compelled to move to the hallway to check the corners there as well. Every step felt like trudging through liquid dread. My pulse was a relentless drumbeat in my ears, and the world around me threatened to spin out of control. I searched corner after corner, hallway after hallway, until I reached the end of the corridor leading to the storage room. The overhead light flickered half-heartedly, illuminating the worn brick walls. Something about the air felt thicker there. A stale, almost suffocating heaviness pressed into my lungs. Again, there was nothing concrete to see, just a bleak patch of darkness that my flickering flashlight failed to dispel. Yet I sensed something intangible, a simmering energy or presence that seemed to hum with ominous purpose. My hand shook so violently that the flashlight beam jittered across the floor. Determination replaced my terror for a moment. I turned back and strode into my apartment, slamming the door behind me. My plan was to banish that cursed typewriter once and for all. Another wave of adrenaline pulsed through me. My breath came in ragged gasps. My arms felt cold, yet my forehead burned with sweat. Without hesitation, I grabbed a hammer from the kitchen drawer. The typewriter sat on the desk, silent and unassuming. The single page with the words, "Search the corners," still in place. A wild impulse surged through my muscles. I struck the typewriter with all my might. The sound of metal cracking under the hammer was deafening, each impact sending jolts up my arms until my shoulders ached. When I finished, the typewriter lay in a ruin of twisted metal and shattered keys. My chest heaved and the room spun as I tried to catch my breath. For a moment, the silence felt like a reprieve, a fragile hush that settled on my battered mind. But then I noticed something. The desk drawer rattled. My pulse spiked, and that cold wave of dread returned stronger than ever. With shaking hands, I inched the drawer open. Inside was a stack of fresh paper, pristine and white. The top sheet bore a single line, written in the same elegantly ominous style as before. "You only fed me more." A suffocating weight pressed on my chest. It felt as though the air turned solid, pinning me in place. There was no more typewriter, but the message remained. In that moment, I realized the dark intelligence was not in the machine itself. It had taken root somewhere else, perhaps in the pages or in my mind or in the very walls of the apartment. I couldn't stay there. The walls were suffocating, the shadows crawling with new intensity. My heart pounded like it wanted to escape my rib cage. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and every instinct screamed at me to flee. I stuffed some clothes into a bag, grabbed the stack of paper. A nervous compulsion made me do it as if I couldn't leave it behind, and rushed into the hallway. As I stepped into the corridor, the building lights flickered erratically, and a low hum that seemed to resonate from the pipes under the floors vibrated the air around me. Each step felt labored, my throat burning from the cold dryness. I made my way outside, ignoring the bewildered stares of a couple of neighbors. My only goal was to escape that building and whatever had latched onto me. The night air was heavy with humidity, a stark contrast to the cold dryness inside. I climbed into my car, hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. As I pulled away from the curb, I felt no relief, only a lingering sense that something was still with me. My eyes flicked nervously to the rearview mirror, half expecting to catch a glimpse of a shape in the back seat. The mirror reflected only darkness, but I knew I was not free. Now, as I write this from a temporary motel room miles away, the oppressive atmosphere lingers. I hear faint tapping in the silence, a phantom echo of keys striking paper. My attempts to write have improved only slightly, but each word I type feels like it's draining me. Sometimes I catch the reflection of a single phrase in the glare of my laptop screen, something that seems to shimmer and vanish before I can read it. I sense that the malevolent force still lurks, feeding on my creativity, growing more elaborate in the recesses of my mind. I keep the pages from the desk drawer locked away in a small safe, hoping that physical distance might mute whatever entity was awakened. Yet my nights remain restless, riddled with nightmares of labyrinthine hallways and cold metal keys that type by themselves. I have no proof that I've escaped its grip, only the fragile hope that maybe if I never touch another typewriter I can slip away from the darkness it conjured. Even that hope falters in the dead of night when the room is silent and a soft clacking resonates in the corner of my imagination. I do not know what tomorrow will bring. I feel that I stand on the precipice of a very dark place, but I have survived thus far with no casualties to speak of, only the constant presence of dread nipping at my mind. Perhaps that is the most horrible victory this entity can claim. The slow unraveling of my sanity. I may never fully understand the nature of this phenomenon. All I can do is remain vigilant, question every shadow, listen for every stray echo of tapping keys, and pray that my creative spark, however diminished, doesn't ignite something far worse lurking behind the veil. Story 13. The first night I heard it, the sound drifted down the corridor like a memory that refused to fade. 3 measured raps on the baseboard, followed by the unmistakable click-tap of a cane striking hardwood. I froze in the workshop doorway, spine rigid. Fingers slick with varnish. No wind rattled the windows. No pipes groaned in the walls. The house simply breathed around me, hushed and expectant, as if it knew something I did not. I rent the top floor of an 1890s townhouse, partly for the north-facing skylight that bathes my restoration bench in cold daylight, partly for the silence. Antique clocks and picture frames require concentration. Any stray vibration can jolt a fragile mechanism or crack-flaking guilt. Tonight, though the silence felt carnivorous, I could almost hear my pulse pounding against my eardrums, a frantic metronome counting down to something unseen. I swallowed, tasting dust and walnut oil. The hallway stretched ahead like a throat, narrow and dim. I forced 1 foot forward, joints stiff, lungs tight. The cane struck again. Tap, pause, tap closer now, as though whoever wielded it paced just beyond the bend. My breath shortened, the skin on my arms contracted, every hair rising in cold salute. The footsteps ceased. I reached the corner and snapped on the sconce. Empty floorboards stared back, warped and dull beneath the weak bulb. A laugh almost escaped me. Thin, brittle, embarrassed. But another sensation clamped it shut. An aroma faint yet unmistakable. Bay rum cologne, the kind my grandfather kept in a green glass bottle, lingering like stale liquor on his shaving brush. The scent hovered, then thinned into nothing. I slept poorly, sheets damp with sweat. At 3:17 a.m., a sharp pressure dipped the mattress beside my hip as if a heavy body had settled there. I lay rigid, tasting metal on my tongue, heart rattling against the cage of my ribs. The impression lasted maybe 10 seconds before the weight lifted. I did not look. I did not dare. Morning brought rational excuses. Old houses creak, neighbors move at odd hours. Scents cling to fabric. I repeated the litany while cataloging a set of Art Nouveau picture frames. Yet my palms trembled enough to leave greasy crescents on the inventory sheet. That afternoon, as sun slanted through the skylight, I reached for my favorite sable brush and found the entire tray of tools scrambled. Burnishers slid under gouges. Chisels lay edge up as if invisible hands had foraged and left in haste. I swore softly, stomach twisting, I live alone. On the third night, the sounds resumed, louder, purposeful. Wood floor, cane, wood floor, always the same rhythm, relentless, patient. When I flicked on the hall, light silence blossomed. The cologne drifted around me like a taunt. I needed proof, something tangible to dissect. An old Polaroid flash unit lay in my equipment trunk, useful for photographing minute cracks before restoration. Near midnight, I stationed myself at the hallway threshold, camera raised, index finger trembling on the shutter. The footsteps approached the taps, measuring my fear. When they felt near enough to graze, I pressed the button. White light exploded, searing after images into my retinas. The square film slid out with a hiss. I stared at the dark rectangle while my heartbeat slowed from sprint to jog. As shapes bloomed on the developing surface, cold prickled across my scalp. There, faint but definite, stood a tall silhouette in a long coat. Head tilted, the cane gripped like a scepter. No features, only depthless shadow. Yet I sensed its gaze boring straight through the lens at me. I dropped the photo. It slapped the floor, face up, silent accusation. The next days blurred into clenched daylight and vigilant nights. I worked little, ate less. Each evening the entity roamed rustling drawers, nudging furniture, exhaling that antique scent until the air in every room tasted of history. I began locking the workshop, though I understood deadbolts meant nothing to whatever walked with a cane, yet left no footprints. Sleep deteriorated into snatches. I'd startle awake to the mattress sinking beside me. Muscles locked breath, rasping teeth sharp through parted lips. My eyes fixed on the ceiling refused to slide sideways, terrified of what waited only inches away. Sometimes the cane clicked once against the floorboards before the weight vanished, as if my paralysis amused it. Paranoia seeped into daylight. In shops, I scanned reflections, expecting that tall outline behind me. Subway brakes screeched like cane taps. Colleagues noticed my jumpiness, my hollow stare. I lied about stress and deadlines, but my sweat smelled of fear. One afternoon, digging for distraction, I inspected a battered steamer trunk I bought at an estate sale months prior and forgotten in a corner. Inside underwool blankets lay a single object wrapped in yellowed linen, a silver-handled cane topped with a lion's head. Tarnish dulled its surface, but the design matched the silhouette's outline with sickening precision. My throat constricted. I pictured the ghost rifling my workshop, seeking the very stick now snug in my trembling hands. A rational impulse whispered, "Dispose of it." Yet another voice, low and intimate, suggested that returning the cane might end the haunting nightfall. Found me seated at the workbench, polishing the silver, restoring the ebony shaft, fingertips tingling with gooseflesh every time the metal glinted. As I worked, the house remained eerily quiet, as though the figure watched satisfied. Finished near midnight, I set the cane upright in the center of the hallway and retreated to the far wall. The silence felt thick enough to bite. My lungs drew shallow, deliberate breaths. Sweat trickled behind my ears. Minutes crawled. Nothing happened. Relief fluttered until the overhead bulb flickered, then dimmed to orange. The air cooled. A soft tread sounded not from the hallway, but from my bedroom door at the opposite end. Tap wood. Tap. The silhouette emerged darker than the shadows it passed through, head bent toward the floor as if tracking scent. It reached the cane fingers, blacker than space, curving around the silver handle. A sigh floated across the corridor, warm and moist, carrying concentrated bay rum. My knees nearly buckled. The figure straightened. Though it possessed no eyes, I felt its stare pierce me. Dissecting skin from sinew, cold blossomed inside my chest. My heartbeat stuttered, then raced, pounding hard enough to blur my vision. The figure inclined its head, a silent nod of acknowledgement, gratitude, triumph, then turned toward the stairwell. With each step, floorboards complained under an impossible weight. The cane tapped in perfect cadence. I pressed against the plaster, every muscle thrumming, spine rigid against the wall. The entity paused midway down the stairs and lifted the cane a fraction, almost a salute. Light crashed. The bulb above me shattered in a spray of hot glass, plunging the hallway into darkness. I smelled singed filament, then nothing at all. When I flicked every switch in the apartment, wiring responded. Lamps glowed, but the house felt hollow. No aroma, no footsteps, no weight on the bed that night. Dawn cracked across the skyline like relief I dared to hope. For 2 days peace reigned. I aired myself, convinced the ordeal was finished. On the third morning, I found the Polaroid lying face down on my kitchen table. I had locked it in a desk drawer. My fingers shook as I flipped it over. The hallway scene remained, yet the silhouette had vanished, leaving only the cane propped alone beside the wall. That night, the tapping resumed. Faint, distant beneath the floorboards, as though the figure paced in rooms below that do not exist. At times I catch whiffs of cologne drifting up through the vents. Objects occasionally migrate, a watch move too in a drawer partly open. Each incident is small, almost courteous, but together they stitch a shroud around my nerves. I considered moving, yet the sensation clings to me even on crowded streets. A presence keeping pace, a step behind cane, silent against concrete. Once standing in a store's mirrored pillar, I glimpsed the tall outline over my shoulder. Featureless face inches above mine, then blinked it away. My scalp prickled for hours. I have learned to endure the nightly sounds, the distant knocks, the slow tread, the hushed inspection of my possessions. Sleep comes in shallow pools, fear coats my tongue like copper. But I sense a pattern. The entity searches, still restless, dissatisfied. Perhaps the cane was never its true quarry. Perhaps I merely handed it a tool. Last week I set up a digital recorder overnight. On playback, beneath the cadence of footsteps, a dry whisper threaded through the static. I replayed it until words surfaced, dredged from the hiss, not yet still missing. My stomach clenched so hard I nearly retched. Now each dusk I line the hallway with restored antiques, hoping to appease the seeker. Silver frames, ivory letter openers, mother-of-pearl snuff boxes, all pristine. The silhouette appears less often, yet when it does, it examines each item with patient, proprietary grace before moving on. I watch from the threshold, heart, racing sweat cooling against my ribs. Tonight as I write this, the house is silent. The air smells faintly of bay rum. My bedroom door just clicked open. I feel pressure dent the mattress beside me. Gentle but insistent, as though someone sits to read over my shoulder. Keys clatter. The screen glows, words form without my touch. Keep looking. My mouth dries to parchment. I am no longer certain whose hands typed these lines. Somewhere behind me, a cane taps once. A soft reminder that the search continues and that I am part of it now, willingly or not. The room feels smaller, the night deeper. My own breath harsher against the walls. I close my eyes, yet see him still tall and waiting, always waiting. And in the darkness between heartbeats, I understand the most unsettling truth. Some antiques cannot be restored, only awakened.